Whosoever can recognise true words, let him consider what a wise man said in days long past, one with whom all the world has since concurred. He deemed that man lacking in courage who tries to please everyone in the world. The brave man is always hated by the cowardly, but this he must not unduly lament, since they are always disheartened when his endeavours meet with success. Now hear what I mean by this. He will remain friendless who does not prefer some people over others. It is my prayer as well as my advice that courtly persons hear what I have to say, those to whom praise and honour are due. I am anxious to keep their goodwill, and to drive away those who are filled with wicked envy. May God keep this story, which I am about to begin, from such people. In any event, they will quickly depart when they hear this poem recited. They will scarcely be able to bear it. That success came to a knight who ever strove after the steadfast virtues. He was courtly and wise, and wrested many a prize from proud warriors in far-off lands. But at that time he did not know his own name, nor from what noble family he came, until the famed hero brought it about through his manly prowess that his name was revealed to him, and his lineage as well. His virtues burgeoned in great abundance. This same man favoured by fortune, for he was never disposed to dishonourable deeds. Now do not become impatient, for I will tell you, without your asking, how his proper place in the world became known. There was once a prince named Pant, who was king of Genwis. His hair had turned grey from many wars, of which he had fought an exceeding number, as does many a man who wants more than rightfully belongs to him. That sort of behaviour does not in the long run last, for it often provokes a counter-attack. The custom that Pant followed was this. Since he was by nature a warrior, he would treat alike those in his kingdom who sought justice of him, both the great and the humble. He would also suffer no one to contradict him, and the offender perished there on the spot. He had so harried both counts and dukes, and so vented his wrath upon them, that life was very difficult for the high-born lords. They became hostile and plotted how they might take his life. Those who once were rich and powerful relinquished all their possessions and led wretched lives. A harsh man indeed was this king. Now he had a beautiful wife, steadfast and unassuming. In her womanly goodness she alleviated much suffering. Her name was Clarine. So well did she lead her life that knights and ladies thought most highly of her. One should consider this astonishing fact. Those who wished her husband dead served her best they knew how, for her heart was set on naught but honour. That the king survived as long as he did was due to her generous kindness. Now this fair lady had borne a child who was to enjoy extraordinary good fortune. The queen looked after him herself without a nurse in her own chamber, where he was taken care of and gave but little trouble. He was often rocked by the hands of beautiful women. It was foretold that he would become a great warrior, which brought great joy to King Pant. It has been told to us, the child was a year and I know not how many weeks old, when the angry knights whom the king had maltreated so unjustly formed a conspiracy. They got together a mighty band with such cunning secrecy that none of those who should have warned the king knew about it. Then he had to pay dearly for having so cruelly oppressed them with his military might, and for having caused their kinsman to be slain. They assembled a great army and rode openly against him. The brunt of this was borne by those who gained absolutely no advantage from it, for in order to injure and humble the king, many a prosperous village was pillaged and burned. Now it so happened that Pant had an ancestral residence, a fair castle by the sea. To this the mighty army laid siege, when it was learned that he had taken refuge there. Few of the people whom they found in the outer bailey escaped alive. Many they wounded, sparing neither the old nor the children. They had no wish to cease until they had utterly destroyed them, for their hearts were much aggrieved. The king was in great danger. Thus the old saying was proved true: victory will elude him who holds his vassals in contempt. He had been too fierce in his ways, and for this reason all the knights had abandoned him. He was left almost alone except for his castle guard, who were famed warriors. They defended their fortress well, and they were driven by dire necessity to fight against the invaders. The castle was close beset on all sides. Then food became scarce. Moreover, because of the king's evil reputation, they had very little hope that they should be relieved by men of arms from any other land. With difficulty, Pamp was restrained from making a stand, solitary and alone, before the castle. The enemy reached the gate and quickly hewed it down, for they paid little heed to the missiles hurled and shot at them. Then there was a great exchange of spear thrusts in the gateway. Many a man who had fought well tasted death. The castle guard could not hold back the assailants. They pressed into the fortress, and at once a hand-to-hand struggle took place. King Pamp was wounded, and most of his men were slain. Then the weeping and wailing began, for the castle was taken. Now the king had a spring located between the castle and the lake. He hurried there because he was in pain, and with him went the queen, who carried nothing but their little child. Presently the king's suffering became so great that the queen tried to refresh him with a drink of water. After he drank, he died. The queen was in great distress, and was concerned for the safety of her child. She took refuge under a tree, where she believed herself to be all alone. Then there came a water fairy, as in a mist, driven by the wind. She took the child from the queen, and carried it with her into her land. The enemy, perceiving this at once, took the lady captive, returned to the castle with their bloody swords, and did whatever they pleased. If it pleases you, at this point I will tell you right away what became of the child. A lady took him, a wise mermaid, who was a queen, better than any who now live. She had 10,000 ladies in her land, not one of whom had ever seen a man, nor even man's apparel. They had shifts and gowns of brocade and of silk. I shall not fail to tell you the truth, that all the year round her land was abloom as in the middle of May. Moreover, the residence of these ladies was splendidly wide and long, and the enclosure magnificent. The mountain was a crystal, round as a ball, on which the mighty castle stood. They feared no foreign foe, nor any king's army. All around the land lay the sea, and a wall so strong that no one could be cunning enough, even if he might entertain the fort, to get over it, except where the gate stood, and that was as hard as diamond. So those within were quite without fear. Whoever had built the castle had embellished it with great artistry. Outside and within, it was made of gold that glittered like a starry constellation. Nothing at all grew old inside that castle ditch. Even someone said to be 100 always remained as beautiful as ever. There also no one became spiteful through anger or through envy. The ladies who dwelled there were blissfully happy. The precious stones that had been worked into the building possessed such virtue, so we are told, that whoever dwelt there for even a day would never feel sorrow, but would live always in joy until the hour of his death. And now in this land the child grew up knowing no dishonour, in joy and without sorrow. He was to be loyal, well-mannered, and of good spirits. So the good lady admonished him, who taught him much concerning honourable conduct. He was not given to mockery, as the ill-bred are wont to be. As soon as he understood what was good and seemly, he was turned over to the ladies. They made great sport of him, and he was able to observe their proper comportment, for they all had courtly manners. They taught him how to behave, and how to make conversation with ladies. He had no wish ever to rouse any woman's anger against him, for he was of noble birth. He learned that he must keep silent at the proper time. About harping and fiddling and playing all manner of stringed instruments he knew more than a great deal, for such was the custom of that land. Along with this, the ladies eagerly taught him to sing. He excelled in everything and was extraordinarily gifted. Each of the ladies wished that he would come to love her, and if he had no desire to win any of them, none deemed his conduct improper, for he was both courtly and intelligent. At the noble lad's request, the lady did a wise thing, for he seemed to her to possess a lively disposition. She sent for mermen, and had them teach him to defend himself in combat. In these exercises, he would never rest until he had mastered them completely. He had to run the alabar, to jump extraordinarily far, to wrestle strenuously, to hurl stones, both large and small, a good distance, to throw spears. He never tired of doing as he was instructed. To still hunt, to hawk, to chase with the full pack, and to shoot with the bow. Those men who came from the sea taught him quickness and agility. In all things he was skilful and manly, except that he knew nothing whatever about chivalry, for he had never mounted a horse, and he did not know what armour was, and so he grew to be 15 years old in that land. Then the bold hero desired to ask his lady's permission to depart. He longed to see tourneying and riding, and he was eager to learn something of fighting. When the time came to ask to take his leave, he went to a suitable place, where he might have a good opportunity of speaking to his liege lady, the Queen. "Look now with favour," he said, "on my request, and reveal to me my kinsman, for I do not know who I am. I have idled away all this time, so that I am heartily ashamed that I am ignorant of my name. Be assured that it grieves me." She replied, "It will never be told you." "Why? Who has forbidden you to tell it?" "My shame and my great distress." "Explain them to me, no matter how great they are." "You are too young for that. You do not know how to protect yourself from harm." "Then let me go forth nameless. Surely my name will be made known to me." "You must first get the upper hand of the best knight who ever lived." "Tell me his name." "Why hesitate?" "He is called Ewart of the Beautiful Wood. Bear for it. His castle is called Dondone. Avenge what he has done to me, and I shall ever be grateful. And be certain beyond any doubt that your name shall be kept from you until you have first vanquished him. If you are valiant, you will find him. God grant that things go well for you. For his manly prowess is so great that I know no one who is his equal. In my opinion, he surpasses all the best." The boy replied, "Then he has my hatred. Fit me out for combat. The time is at hand. Give me all the good advice you can, for my heart is eager to confront him." As soon as the Queen realized that he wished to leave the land for no reason other than to win glory, the noble lady provided him with a most handsome war-horse, spirited and strong, on which he could pursue anyone who provoked his anger. The lady also provided him with armour, white as a swan, the best that any man ever wore, decorated in a most courtly fashion. His surcoat was richly adorned with little golden bells, and this was quite fitting for the hero, for he was worthy of the finest possessions. The lady gave him a sword too, which had golden engravings, and which easily cut iron and steel when it was wielded in the fury of combat. The shield that he was to bear was exactly as he could have wished. A broad eagle of gold was incised in the middle of it, and the edge was adorned with sable. Gun of Turi, a member of the lady's household, had taken great pains with it. The lad wore splendid clothing. His bridle and reins were excellent in every way. And now he departed over the waves of the sea with the blessing of many a lady. They watched after the warrior as long as they were able to keep him in sight, and if it were possible for them ever to be sad, no man in all the world would have been more wept over by so many lovely ladies. The adventure tells us that a mermaid was his steersman. The Queen, too, made the journey with him, accompanied by a delightful throng. She admonished and instructed him to treat all the world with great regard, to be steadfast, and always to endeavour to do the best he could. A short time thereafter they reached land. The warrior took his leave. He did this in a most fitting manner, and mounted his charger. Now here's something quite strange. The lad did not know how to hold his reins. He just trusted to chance and held on tight to the saddle bow. His horse began to rear wildly, for he had pricked it with his spurs, and the ladies could have sworn that he was sure to crash into many a great tree. But Dame Fortune was his guide, and the horse turned into the road that lay near the lake, and thus he rode all day long. This hardly tired him, for he was so delighted by his good fortune that he was oblivious to fatigue. Early the next morning he saw not far from his road a castle, lofty and fair. Moderating its pace, his charger turned towards the castle gate. In front of it was a dwarf, sitting on a white palfrey and carrying a long whip. He was a creature devoid of all honour, and he struck a blow below the eyes of the famed hero's horse. The hero, and this is no falsehood, thought that that must be the proper thing to do, and the stalwart warrior took the affront very lightly, until he himself got a whip cut from the little troll. Even then he took no vengeance on the miserable wretch, for he deemed him too unworthy, but he conceived a great anger towards the castle where this had taken place. He had no choice but to go wherever his horse took him, whether over dry land or through deep waters, but he made inquiry as to who might be the lord of the castle where this affront had occurred. "The castle is called Pluris," said a man who stood nearby, "but the name of its lord I really do not know." From there he turned at once on to a broad heath with a splendid shrubbery, and presently he came to a place where a gentle stream flowed that was neither too small nor too large. Alongside it was good land for hawking and a reedy marsh, rich in wild fowl. The horse did not want to go in that direction. The reins were hung about its ears, but its master paid very little attention to this, and kept giving in the spur, so that it galloped downhill a little way, but not very far. Then he saw riding rapidly toward him a young nobleman on a fine palfrey, the mane and tail of which reached to the ground. On his fist was perched a well-mewed hawk. Our worthy knight's own charger began to neigh and rear and whinny as soon as it caught sight of the palfrey. The falconer observed that he was riding in a very childlike and inexperienced way, and said, "I appeal to your courtliness and ask that you ride in a more proper fashion, and not cause me to be thrown in the ground, for which I shall ever be grateful. In return, I offer you my service, if it can be of any use to you, and I also bid you a hearty welcome." The lad thanked him for that. "So help you God, why do you ride in that way?" asked Joffrit Stalese. I believe that was the young man's name. "Is this a penance that has been laid upon you? It is certainly a remarkable way to behave. Whoever the lady may be who has chosen you for her own, you carry your shield in a haphazard fashion, and you let your reins dangle. You sit with your long legs all hunched up, so that your horse goes in leaps and just gallops hither and thither. Besides, you handle your lance in a way that endangers you. Yet your surcoat is magnificent and richly embroidered. You are clad like a proper warrior. I wager that you are not despised by whatever lady has sent you forth. If you would not consider it discourteous, I should like to say without insulting you that in all my days I have never met a man in this land whom I should be so glad to know. And so I ask with no evil intent that you tell me who you are. You should reveal your name, and if you will permit me to be your friend, I will gladly offer you my services in return. I would not refuse you, no matter what you might demand of me. For the sake of the lady that you love, do not keep secret from me whatever you can properly tell me. I will conceal nothing from you, replied the warrior, if you will truly assure me that I commit no fault in doing so. My name I cannot reveal, since I have never discovered it myself. My kinsmen are unknown to me, so I have remained entirely ignorant of who I am and where I am going. Believe me when I say that, though I have pledged my head and were to lose it unless I told you where I was born, even then I should know nothing at all about it. That one sees me riding like a fool means that I have done little of it. Today is only the 3rd day since I departed from a land where men are unknown. There are only women. Now I long to see knights and their deeds of prowess, and if someone could tell me where men were engaged in combat, I would spare no effort to risk my life either for honour or for the love of a lady, no matter whether I lose or win. I should like to win fame, had I the opportunity to pursue it, but if I am doomed, may God postpone it for many a day. There is nothing else I can tell you except that I must ever be at your service for your courteous greeting. You seem to me of such fine upbringing that, if all the world were as perfect in noble sentiment and honour, I should be greatly surprised if anyone could ever bear arms in order to harm another. At these words, the courtly Joffritz began to laugh. He judged his companion to be clever, and he declared that he had never seen any youthful warrior who could speak so eloquently and yet rode like a fool. "Grant me what I ask of you," he said to the warrior from the lake, "for you are doing a great disservice to yourself and to your fine steed. Follow my instructions. You should always keep hold of the reins. Stop bobbing about in the saddle. Pay more attention to what you are doing and ride as I do for the rest of the day. I shall be forever grateful if you will. I can offer you friendship and honour, if I find my house as I left it. My castle is not far from here. Consent to stay there and pay court to the ladies. They will help you pass the time pleasurably. It is not half a mile distant," said the excellent warrior. "Furthermore, I have a mother who has always enjoyed meeting worthy people. She will offer you every comfort she can manage to provide." Then the young man gave in, and it later proved a good thing for him. He took the reins in his hand and rode so well that one would readily have sworn he had previously been riding badly on purpose. With such skill did he hold to the path. Quickly they came to a place from which they could see the fortress. The lord of the castle began to ride faster, and out of courtliness went on ahead of his companion. On his arrival he found fair ladies, clothed to perfection. "A wonderful courtly guest is coming to us," he told them all, "who is sure to please you well, damsels, and mother of mine. Grant him a good reception." That which he asked was done. The ladies rose with a decorous lack of haste, and received the unknown knight with kind greetings. At the same time the lord demonstrated his affection for his friend. He was permitted to kiss all the ladies of the best rank, the most noble among those present. He knew how to conduct himself in a way that they deemed praiseworthy. The lady of the castle seated him next to her, close by her side, after he had removed his armour, for then he was presentable in the courtly company. She asked him his story, and he could not postpone telling it, for she managed with a woman's cunning to get him to recount to her everything that had happened to him from childhood to the present moment. When all had been revealed to her, it was the strangest tale she had ever heard. Now hear what she did. She was a lady held in great regard, and she sent out pressing invitations to the best men in the land, whom she knew to be valorous, accomplished horsemen, and expert in jousting according to the rules of the tourney. When they had gathered together, she requested that they ride about. If anyone wonders at this story, I am telling it to you just as I have heard it. There were 300 of them, on chargers well trained and swift. Proudly they displayed their decorated lances and plumed bridles, and caparisons of skill, yet none aroused the envy of the others because of this, and magnificent surcoats of the finest quality. They charged this way and that way, and the young stranger paid careful heed to it all. When enough of this had taken place, and many a warrior had broken his lance, and the horses bore wounds, then the ladies were permitted to dance with the knights. Lovely maidens with garlands in their hair moved so beautifully to the dances of that time, and so it went on until the third day, when the guest also took to his horse. He hung his shield around his neck, and rode with such great skill that many praised him, and he made not the slightest mistake, so that no one could find fault with him. Now that he had improved his skills in this way, the warrior was eager to be off on his journey. He took his leave and rode away, as the adventure tells us, on a straight road, and this led him to a forest, dark and vast. Nothing annoyed him, except that he did not encounter anything out of the ordinary. In the evening he came through the wild wood onto a broad plain, where he saw 2 gallant knights fighting, as many valiant men of arms are wont to do. Their names have not been forgotten. One was called Cuirass with the Dauntless Heart, who had ridden from Gagoon in search of fame and to prove his boldness. The other was named Orphilet the Fair, who had done the same for the love of his lady. He belonged to the retinue of a lord of Britain. Neither of these combatants would give in until he had nothing left in his hand but the arm strap of his shield. The third comrade in arms, as he came trotting up to them, said, "I am amazed that you have fought to such excess. You must stop it for my sake, and if one of you refuses, I will come to the aid of the other." Thus he spoke to them both, and so they separated. They had had enough of fighting, and did as he had asked them, for necessity compelled them both. Orphilet the Fair spoke, "Night will soon be upon us, and I am very sorry that I have fought so long today, for I know not where to turn at this late hour. This is an inhospitable land." To this Cuirass replied at once, "It is surely a desolate place, and it is a difficult road that will bring us among people again. Now I come to think of it, there is nowhere for us to find something to eat, except that, to our misfortune, there is a castle not far from here. There they would give us all we require, only the lord of the castle has the custom of dealing harshly with anyone who strays from the rules of proper conduct. That is the truth, even by as much as a hair. We are in a dreadful plight. His wife is now long dead, but he has one daughter, one of the most beautiful damsels ever under the sun. On account of his love for her, he spares his game animals, though he is a rich forester. I am telling you what I know about him. His name is Galagandres, and his castle is called Mories. He has brought many a man into disgrace for the most trifling of reasons. He is the very font of malicious arrogance, a harsh man given to feuding. No one whom I can dissuade from it would get too near him, however beautiful his daughter may be." Then spoke the far-famed young warrior who had encountered them on the road. "I understand what you are saying, but a man may get along very well if he always aspires to exemplary conduct. If this lord is so disposed that for the sake of his honour he ardently abhors impropriety, perhaps he will also be of a mind not to harm anyone whose conduct he deems proper, and so I will risk it. That is my firm intent." The 2 feared in their hearts that he suspected them of cowardice and might cause them to be the subject of gossip. For this reason they also favoured the notion that they would be much better off if they deferred to the youth and made their way towards the castle. Having thus taken counsel, the travellers went off in the direction of the fortress. The castle was massive and lofty. They entrusted themselves to God, that he might govern their fate, and protect them as befitted his grace, and as they themselves deserved. I can assure you that they had made up their minds that they could put up with a modicum of ill will, but as it was, things turned out much more to their liking. That must have pleased them indeed. They were well received and greeted properly as befitted their station. Many squires ran towards them, who relieved them of horse and shield. Now the lord of the castle had been playing games of chance, and had met with good luck, fortunately for all of them. Therefore his greeting was a joyous one, and they overcame their initial fear. Their host invited them to remove their armour, which one could see gleaming, white as tin. When that had been put aside, there was no one who could declare that he had ever before seen 3 such handsome knights. Their courtly bearing was noted, for each made every effort to show his good breeding. Then Galligandri said, "He to whom you grant the honour shall walk beside me. I wish to have you meet my daughter and her ladies." There was not a word of protest, and their good manners prompted the two to put forward the youth. So the castellan led them to the door of an apartment where his daughter was waiting. Never were knights better greeted, nor with greater kindness. The powerful castellan had ordered it thus. The castellan's daughter took him who had always lived among ladies by the hand, and seated him at her side. Never had he met with such success in so short a time. He talked to her about courtly things, and about love in its manifold aspects. In whatever vein she addressed him, he gave the appropriate response, earnestly or in jest, and that with complete propriety. His companions were also in a merry mood. The young knight had the good fortune that no one could hold him in disfavour. After he had sat there thus a while, the meal was ready. No matter what one might say of lavish hospitality and of the variety of dishes, one could never describe all that was provided for them. They had a delightful time until the hour arrived when they were to go to sleep. Then they had to confront quite a different experience. As befitted welcome guests, comfortable beds had been prepared, one for each of them. Their host escorted them himself, and had excellent wine poured for them. He arranged the pillows for each with his own hand. Then he said, "Heroes, as you lie here, do not violate the rules of proper conduct. May God, who reigns supreme over all the world, keep you in his power and grant you now a good night." They also commended him to God's care. Then the youthful warrior said, "Unless we are out of our minds, we ought ever to praise the lord of this castle, no matter what he may have done in the past." Following these words, they fell silent. Then, just as they thought they would get some rest, the lady, the castellan's daughter, came quietly walking in. It was her wish that bright candles now be lighted there. She wanted to find out just what the customary behaviour of the heroes was, and how they, under these circumstances, had arranged their beds, for she was burning with a powerful desire for love. She was dressed beautifully and very elegantly. She wore a magnificent mantle. The outside was of Saracen silk, the finest ever seen or heard of. At Morsey, in the land of the heathens, the sable and fur tufts were excellent. The lady wore no hat, because she wished to appear young. Rather she wore a chaplet of lovely flowers that she had carefully plaited with her own hands. She could not have been more wonderful. Her shift was of silk, and she looked pleasing in it, so I am informed. Her mind was bent upon nothing but that which occupies the thoughts of one longing for passion. She had eluded the chaperonage that all women detest. Love so tormented her and compelled her thus so powerfully that she was driven to boldness. Yet she was not alone. 2 pretty maidens in close-fitting robes of green samite preceded her into the hall. The little maidens carried 2 golden candlesticks. The candles shed much light, and these they added at once, at the lady's command, to the candles that they found there. Then she commended them to God's care, at which they bowed courteously to her. With graceful mien, they went into their rest, and left the mighty forester's child alone with her guest. She was eager to find at least some relief from her condition. She sat down beside Orphilet, for he lay nearer to her, and this is how she addressed him. Lord God bless me, it is amazing how quickly these warriors cease their conversation. Why, handsome knights who travel abroad this way and take pains to behave courteously should be talking a bit about women and passing their time praising the best of them. I do not know whom to believe. I have been told a great deal about love and its sweetness. Love is better than merely good. It fills one with joy. They claim that these are its weapons, much thought and little sleep. But now I have had a taste of its treachery and am reminded of my father's words. Love is visible suffering, a picture with many flaws, a neglecting of everything worthwhile, a cause of truculence in men. To the coward it is a heavy burden, to the faint-hearted an unwelcome guest. It parches the world like an oven. It promotes base indolence. Love is a matter of dire peril, a false measure of loyalty. So says my father, who is therefore determined that I shall ever be without a husband. Upon my life I might be willing to do that, were it not that I long to live like other women, who have set their hearts on the love of valorous men, and live for those who give them great joy. When she had said this, Orphelet looked at her and asked what she wanted. Quickly she offered him a gold ring. He dared not take it, for he was afraid of being made the butt of a jest, as often happens. I have not earned this through serving you, he said, so I absolutely cannot accept it. Oh, speak not so, dear friend. For the honour of all knights, release me from my suffering, from the constant chaperonage under which I am placed. I am speaking in all earnestness. Take this ring for friendship's sake, and after that take me and all that is mine. Anything I can give you. Orphelet was frightened by this offer, and reasoned that the old man would pay him back for this disloyalty with a challenge to combat. That was his custom. Lady, do as I ask you. Now that I have heard your words, I will come here again very soon. If you then deign to love me, I will gladly carry you away from here, and will not hesitate to risk life and honour as far as I ever can. But just now I cannot do anything about it. Then the noble damsel replied, Oh, speak not so, valiant knight. Remember that you have always been courtly and praiseworthy, capable and well-bred, and of faultlessly fine sentiments. Look at how beautiful I am. I am a woman fit for a knight, and because of this I make just one request, such as never a woman made before, that you will turn your thoughts to making love to me, for you are so very handsome. I say this with no evil intent. So far as I can determine, I have never laid eyes upon a man whom a woman's desire of happiness should more gladly risk both her honour and her life. To none of my kinsmen would I grant such great affection as to you, if it could only come to pass that you will release me at once from the distress that brings me such great suffering. If ever a woman has shown you her favour, O knight, you should not timidly refuse, nor deny yourself to me. One finds many a warrior travelling through unknown lands for the love of beautiful ladies, not one of whom can compare with me, either in wealth or noble bearing. Make up your mind, hero, and kiss me tenderly. I shall ever be grateful to you for it, and tell me your desire. Orphelet then answered at once, I fear for my honour. Dismiss this notion forever from your mind, for I mean to remain loyal. Even if I dared to make bold with you, unless I killed your father, I might well suffer humiliating punishment for it, and be held prisoner for a year. The lady replied, It is true that no one ever achieved real manhood, who did not at some time or other do something foolish for the love of a woman. The hero said, On my life, I have no wish to die on your account. Angrily she left him, and with disappointment as well. Never had she been so offended, nor was her longing for love relieved. Now Cuirass lay close by, between his two companions. Here let me tell you an astonishing thing. The lady, driven by the pangs of love, made up her mind to woo him also. No man has ever made more earnest entreaties for the love of any woman. A knight who always strives to do his best should never be faint-hearted with a woman. I will tell you in truth that I have been assured that you are perfect in your prowess. Demonstrate your bravery to me and love in me a beautiful maiden. If you take pleasure in a woman who is good to her lover, I shall be well rewarded by you, I am sure. My father has forbidden me any husband. He thinks he cannot live without me, but now I will cease to obey that command. I would sooner myself were a man who possesses intelligence and honour than wait for the man who would aspire to woo me. Accordingly, I have chosen you. You are stalwart and of noble birth, and surely you dare to undertake anything. But if my hope should be deceived, I will never show favour to any man. Then Kuraus replied, You should indeed show favour to brave knights. Were it not that I honour your father for the good will that he has shown me, nothing so delightful could happen to me as that I should make love to you. Yet I would sooner incur your ill will than endanger my well-being. But I will always complain to God that I have had to forego your love. Therefore, dismiss me from your mind. The hero pulled the covers over his head and took the proposal as a jest. The lady began to feel humiliated. That she had been rejected so emphatically seemed to the marvellous damsel a strange thing. Meanwhile, our lad lay there and thought to himself, Gracious Lord, if it is ever my good fortune that the lady continues in this manner, I shall be joyful forever. Immediately she approached him, for love was driving her on. Up jumped the young knight and said, My lady, Almighty God and I bid you welcome. Gladly will I serve you. You have no need to woo me, for I would rather die this instant than let you leave here. No matter what unpleasantness I may incur because of this, I will ignore it all. Nothing more delightful could happen to me. That will be made plain to you. He took her in his arms and kissed her probably 1,000 times. They then experienced the best love that ever two lovers knew. This was unpleasant for his comrades, but he was not bothered by that, and took possession of the lady most lovingly. These two were filled with joy and experienced an abundance of bliss, and the very finest night that any woman ever experienced with a young man. However, he never could forget that she had only come to him last. He concealed this feeling from her then, but she paid for it another time. As this hero lay so comfortably in his bed, the unwished-for day approached, and the sweet night was ended. Suddenly the resolute castellan burst angrily through the door. The guests were terrified at the sight of him, because he carried 2 sharp knives, pointed and very long, and 2 bucklers. His heart was heavy, the knives were double-edged, he said. It would have been better if he had not done so. I am either going to lose my life or to present a mourning gift, for which no one will thank me. It is sadness and sorrow and everlasting regret, for you have forfeited your loyalty and your honour. Never in all my born days have I treated any man better than you. What good has that done me? That was my intention then, but now all of you lie still, as you value your lives, and tell me who has had this woman, my child, this perfidious criminal. The damsel concealed herself under her love, the young warrior, and wished she were lying there dead. Her father caught sight of this, ran over swiftly to him, and threatened him most dreadfully. He who robs me of my honour, he said, will gain little advantage from it. I wish to play a game with you. Take this shield in your hand and stand here against the wall. I will go to the other side, and I will give you your choice. Either I deprive you of your life, or you me of mine. One of us must throw first. Whoever hits the mark wins the game. The other pays the price. The youth approved the suggestion. Since I am on the defensive, it seems proper to me that you should throw before I do. May God give you bad luck, my hateful opponent. If it is God's will, you will miss me. Then he relied upon his own skill and kept a sharp eye on his father-in-law, always holding his shield in front of him. For this game no board was required. Cuirass and Orfilet would have much preferred to be somewhere else. The castellan took the first turn and hurled his knife with full force through the young warrior's sleeve into the wall. He fleshed him a little so that the blood began to flow. Then the wounded one considered how he could compensate for this injury. Instead of throwing or hurling, he rushed at the scoundrel and gave him a frightful stab with his knife, so that he fell onto the stone floor and never spoke another word. And now those in the bedchamber began to worry. They shut the door. The knight-errant in search of adventure now wrung their hands, because they did not have their swords at their sides, but the hero's beloved came to their aid, so that they indeed could be saved. At their request she went out, shut the door after her, and sent for some of the most valorous vassals, from whom she was most likely to receive aid and assistance. She said, "Heroes, remember that I have always honoured the knights and shown them the greatest favour, and now I ask you, my friends, to stand by me. My father, I think, is dead, whose rule was always harsh and who treated you unjustly. Now I have a young man, the best that ever a woman won. My father held him for a coward and would have killed him, as he has done to so many others. But this could go on no longer. The knight defended himself out of sheer necessity. Since my father now lay dead, his legacy falls to me. I will gladly demonstrate my gratitude to those who prove faithful to me and support me with all their hearts." Then straightway one of the knights spoke. "Tell us, who is this warrior? If it is he who sat next to you last night, no lady has ever had such good fortune. He possesses such fine qualities that, unless I am quite mistaken, a more excellent man was never born. But now that we have lost our lord, we must use our heads in this matter. He has nothing to fear from us, neither death nor imprisonment," the others all declared. "We will do what my lady wishes in all things, both great and trifling." Thus conciliation was brought about. Little lament was heard for the castellan, as is still often the case. When a man is lacking in generosity, no one stops to bewail the miser's misfortune. The knights were also relieved of the uneasiness that held sway in their hearts. The lady took good care of them in the best way she knew how. Shortly thereafter a great multitude gathered, and in a very few days they buried the dead man in a fitting manner. The lady took the young knight and placed both land and people wholly in his hands. And so, as soon as he recovered from his wound, he inherited that which had lately been the forester's. The new lord of the castle was most gracious, like one to whom possessions are meaningless. What his father-in-law had hoarded, he now dispensed bounteously, for he had won it with his prowess. Then he appointed a steward, in accordance with the advice of wise counsellors. All that he did was done for the sake of his honour, as a courteous knight knows how to do. When Orfilet, that dauntless man, observed his demeanour, how he dealt so pleasantly with everyone, and yet let no one see what his intentions were, he began straightway to extol to him King Arthur's land, and Carlisle the renown. He told him that all the flower of knighthood dwelt there, who by their chivalry win fame and glory. The king himself is so wise that he knows how to treat each individual man according to his worthiness. Whoever has ridden forth to prove his prowess should see my lord's court. I tell you truly, the queen is of such a disposition that she would rather perform 2 good deeds than one that lacked generosity. There are also other fair ladies there, whose virtue is so faultless that, were there only one of them in a kingdom, all the knights would fittingly be courtly in response. My advice is that you should meet them." Then the nameless one replied, "It would be a great shame if I should try to fly before I have my feathers. I am determined either to endure injury or to know victory before I will ever submit to such bridling and seek out such company as that. What could I have to say to those who through fierce contests have risen so very high in life? It would be dishonourable of me to behave in any such way. May God exempt me from that journey. I wish to remain as I am. Then Cuirass asked him to return with him to Gurgoon, but he was unwilling to honour the request. His retinue would no doubt all implore him to remain there steadfastly with that lady who had brought him to such great honour, yet he had no intention of doing this. Now his friends, the two warriors, wished to tarry with him no longer. They desired to return to their own countries. When it came to parting, he gave them each whatever they wished of his possessions. The knights had proof that he bore them good will. Greatly they praised him for his bearing and for his manly prowess. At Carlisle it was also reported that Orphelet was soon to arrive. They were much pleased at that, for he had been away for a long time. Everyone at court then asked him what marvels he had encountered, and what news he brought, and where he had been so long. He said, I can easily tell you that in recent days I was at a place where I was well provided for, and I met the most worthy warrior ever born of woman. This man, blessed by fortune, is devoid of guile. To my mind, he is one of the most excellent men I have ever known. He possesses many fine qualities, and it is a sign of his courtliness that he does not know what sadness is. He makes for a good companion. Whoever could see what I saw, how he broke the adventure at the fortress of Moritz, would accord him the highest praise. One would like to know who he is, for he will not tell his name to anyone, no matter what you say or do. Orphelet, the gallant hero, told from the beginning to end a great deal about the knight's prowess and his victory. Then Arthur the Blameless and all his court longed for his coming. While this was taking place, he of whom this tale is told did not give himself over to indolence. He began to ride out daily into the forest to hunt. The bold hero considered his original purpose in setting forth. It seemed to him he had tarried too long. One day when the weather was beautiful, he secretly buckled on his armour. No man or woman knew what it was that impelled him to do so. For 4 days he rode onward, straight ahead at a good pace, until he came to a forest. There he found 3 roads. The 2 on either side he avoided, and struck off down the middle one, which led to a mighty castle. No traveller whatever, whether foolish or wise, arrived there without carrying an olive branch, which was a sign that he came in peace. And whoever came there bearing arms carried his helmet in his hands and turned down his ventail. Otherwise he rued it later, when he got within sight of the castle. For whoever happened to disregard the custom of the land was dealt with so harshly that he did not survive, no matter how valiant or noble he was. This custom was unknown, hence his subsequent difficulties, to the proud warrior who did not know who he was. Gallantly he rode straight ahead, which those who were watching him from the castle thought a great folly. They all made haste, the old and the young, to the gate and poured out, armed with all kinds of weapons. First the foot soldiers, who attacked him in droves, but after them many armed men followed, who bore hauberks of chainmail, helmets, and shields. They attacked the good-hearted man in a beech grove, and that proud warrior defended himself fiercely, for he was determined to save his life. The way was deep and narrow, where they first closed in on him, which proved the death of many of them. He hewed his way out through the foot soldiers. The knights then took up the fray, for he could not outride them. They began a furious fight with him, as if he had slain their fathers. So he moved to engage them on a wide open field. Not one of the assailants envied another the gifts that the youth bestowed. They rued this battle both before and afterwards. He struck 20 of them from their horses onto the grass, so that some never recovered. 10 of them were left there dead. They drove him towards the castle, fighting continuously as he rode. The great host attacked him as dogs do a wild boar. He made it all too plain to them that he well understood how to fight. Little he spared his sword. The populace all cried out against him, but it sorely grieved the ladies on the battlements to see that he could not escape. Therefore they greatly lamented for him. In the castle there was a maiden. No one in the land knew a damsel pleasanter to behold for her beauty or courtliness. When she was told about the fighting, she did not neglect to do what her honourable station demanded. She mounted a palfrey that was suitable for her to ride. Believe me, it was not lame, broken down, raw-boned, or feeble. Never did it venture from its path, for it was not wobbly or skittish. It neither bit nor kicked, and gave its rider a comfortable seat. One never saw it sweat. It was not chapped or scarred, and it had a steady gait. It was sure-footed and did not balk. However much one rode it, its legs never grew weary. It was neither broken, winded, nor spine, neither galled nor blind. A little child could easily have handled it. Moreover, it did not shy on the road, and its gait was by nature exemplary, for it was beautiful and of noble breed. Its coat shone like a mirror. It was quite without blemish, and entirely snow-white except for one shoulder, which was red. It would serve no purpose for anyone to describe to you better trappings than were laid upon the palfrey which the damsel rode as she neared the throng. She came riding from the castle like a flash of lightning. There she saw many a sword blow struck, and many a lance thrust at the knight, who now rode boldly towards her. She asked for his word that he would surrender to her. "I have chosen you for my lover, for as long as I live," she said. "If you are as well born as your prowess indicates. If anyone were to slay you today, truly that would be a crime. Were I a man, I would fight at your side, but be most assured that I will help you as much as I can. Yet I know not why I do this, only that my heart emboldens me to do it." He could not answer to that, but he said, "Whatever happens to me, your kindness is great." Many a spear was thrown at him, for they could not get near him. The lady wished to come to his aid, but the throng kept them apart. Though they pressed him hard, he rode on before them towards the castle. The fighting grew very intense as he arrived there in the lead. Driven on by battle fury, he seized a lance from a knight, set spurs to his horse, and turned again towards the castle. He struck from the saddle many of his pursuers, as they shouted after him. He hit the shield of one warrior right on the 4 nails, and pierced his heart through both layers of hauberk. All clamoured for the life of this knight-errant, for he had struck dead the castellan's counsellor. He broke many a shield in two, so that they fell to pieces, and plaint dust swirled in the air like a fog. The glorious warrior hacked many a spear shaft to flinters that day, but at last he could no longer keep up the struggle against superior force and such worthy knights. He then surrendered himself to the mercy of that very damsel of whom I have already spoken, trusting in her loyalty. She was named Ada. This we shall not conceal. I have heard tell that her father was Patricius von der Biggen, who expended most of his effort on stalking and hunting. He was known far and wide, and owned probably 100 greyhounds besides other hunting dogs, Bratchets, beagles, and limmers. He was an expert in tracking. When a stag was discovered, he could follow its slot perfectly. Where it ran, where it stopped, he passed his time more pleasurably than any other forester. His brother was called Linear, and to him belonged this mighty castle. It was called Limors, and it lacked nothing that it ought to have. Linear wanted to arrange things so that in case he died without heirs, his possessions should not be dispersed. Therefore he had adopted, for the sake of both his honour and his self-interest, this damsel, his brother's daughter, for she lived in pursuit of the greatest honour and perfection. She possessed every quality that becomes a woman the most. Thus it was arranged that when her uncle died, she should rule the land, together with the man of excellent virtue to whom she would grant her favour. Into this lady's power, as you have already heard, this unknown enemy had now come. There was no one bold enough to do him the slightest harm, for he had given her his pledge of submission. They refrained from this for their honour's sake, and in deference to the noble lady, otherwise he would have been lost. Dame Fortune had sworn fealty to him as a faithful attendant. She had watched over him since childhood, for he had set his heart on virtue. After his armour had been removed, the amiable warrior seemed the handsomest creature that any mother had borne. The lady attended to him herself, and declared that she could never have ceased to lament, had he been slain thus so undeservedly. She was glad that he had escaped with his life, yet she feared angry threats from her uncle, that bold warrior, for whoever rode into his stronghold without having signalled his peaceful intent was doomed to death. It was a great piece of luck, therefore, that this day he was not at home. Where things go well for worthy people, destiny has a hand in it, and so Linear did not arrive before the next morning. When Linear returned home and heard exactly what had taken place, his good humour disappeared. He became red as fire with anger, for he found misfortune and disgrace in his very own castle. He wanted to have the captive warrior put to death. That, however, could not be, for no one can die before his appointed day of death. This neither want nor plenty can avert. There is no escape from death. And so the hero was not doomed, no matter how much ill will the powerful castellan bore him. Linear's heart was heavy, for it seethed with rage. The damsel fell at his feet and begged him to be lenient. She said, "Of what avail is the service that I have rendered you from childhood, if you refuse me this boon? You should let the knight live who has surrendered to me, for I have learned that he has gotten into this frightful predicament quite innocently. Your name will be an evil byword to all the world, and you will ever be considered a contemptible knave, if anything happens to him. Therefore follow my counsel. It is a disgraceful thing when a man takes his revenge in such a way that people speak ill of him. Atonement is better than death. This knight defended himself out of necessity. He is, I am sure, of such a nature that he will repay with service whatever harm he has done you. Perhaps he will be of some use to you yet." To that the high-born Linear answered angrily, "As for his service, I can forego that, but I will see to it that he never again does either evil or good to me or to any other man in this world. I can deal properly with him, so that he atones for my disgrace. Let my friends be warned. Whoever speaks in his favour will come to grief for it. This I swear by my eternal salvation." At this his niece grew silent, for she recognised full well his anger and his shame, and knew that he showed no mercy whenever he swore an oath in anger. The others also kept their silence. With expressions of rage and with eyes the colour of blood, he commanded the hero, the captive warrior, to be brought forth at once, and asked him who he was, and whence he came. to have wrought such great suffering on him and his men?" Then the carefree youth answered, "I will tell you the truth. Up till now, I was brought up among ladies, and I do not know who I am." At these words Linnea flew into a rage. He thought the youth was making a fool of him, which no one in such a dire predicament ought to do. Therefore he threw him into a tower, where he saw neither the sun nor the moon. There every comfort was rare and beyond all price. Yet the nameless knight was cheerful despite his want and deprivation. His plight was but a jest to him, and even though his death might be at hand, he still could not feel downhearted. Now the noble youth lay in a dungeon full of filth. It would have been most dreadful for another sort of man, who was base by nature. Day after day he was given only bread and water. He suffered greatly from the stench. He would soon have perished from this and died miserably, were it not that the lady who had rescued him often gave him comfort. In her treatment of him she demonstrated her kindness. She had bedding, food and wine brought in secretly to him, with the help of those who guarded him on all sides. The damsel herself often stole there in secret and asked how he was faring. He was ever steadfast, in that he bore his hardship with dignity. One day she revealed to him the dangerous nature of the adventure that her uncle had proclaimed. Then he asked for the particulars of the custom. The lady graciously complied with his request. She said, "For the sake of his chivalry, and driven by overweening pride, my uncle has ridden out and proclaimed through many messengers in every land, that any knight whosoever who wishes to win fame through his strength or his prowess, or through any sort of reckless daring, should come here and essay his adventure. I will tell you the nature of it. One must first of all confront a giant, whose strength I can estimate somewhat by means of his club. Even with great effort, 2 men can hardly lift it. Whoever defeats the giant, something that can scarcely happen, must then immediately fight 2 wild lions, savage and fierce. These are kept in a pit, enclosed by a wall. Whoever fights them can bear no other weapon than his sword, and if it is granted to him that his good luck protects him and he overcomes the lions, and that is a perilous undertaking, he must immediately repair to the arena and joust with my uncle, as is the custom of worthy knights, on horseback and in full panoply. I can tell you that he is by nature a hero, exemplary in the face of all danger. He has never feared any man. This adventure is constructed so carefully because he wants to ensure his own safety. His life he values highly. Whatever warrior on any given day fails to defend himself against these perils before 3 in the afternoon is forthwith put to death. They chop off his head. Not a word of what I have said to you is untrue." Then spoke the well-bred knight. "Have mercy, noble lady, for God's sake, and for the sake of your honour and your noble courtesy, grant what I ask of you. Help me to a better existence. You need give me nothing else but this single gift, that through your intercession I might essay this adventure. I would rather fight in the way you have described to me than languish any longer in this dark prison. Even if I should fail the mark, it is the same to me one way or the other, for my death lies in the balance. I do not care what might happen to me in the combat, so long as I have my sword and something to see." Eager for battle, he continued, "I would rather fight 100 knights than be left to die in all this filth." When the lady heard that the hero took heart at the very thought of this adventure, the fair damsel spoke thus: "May God grant you his blessing, good fortune, and success in full measure. This I wish you with love, with all my heart and soul. Would that I might know joy through you. I commend you to the God of heaven. May he comfort your heart. He thanked her kindly for that. Then the faultless damsel went to face her uncle, uncertain what to expect. She said, "Whatsoever service I have done you, great though it be, I am glad of it. I beg your mercy for the sake of that helpless warrior who has now long endured in an irksome plight. Worthy people should lament his ruin, God knows. But I will tell you something that I heard him say himself. Great injustice has been done to him. He has heard your strength praised and your chivalry too, and he desires to essay your adventure. Now you should check your anger and thank God for the honour of the knight's presence here, for in him you have found what you have long sought. It is fitting that both your castle and your name should be praised throughout the world. I shall never be ashamed of this counsel, for that hero is of a mind to perform great deeds. And moreover, I will be surety for that lovable knight, that he shall not try to escape from you. He has promised me that. I stake my head on him. If in your kindness you will grant, and I trust you will, that I may release him so that he recovers his strength, I will gladly produce him a fortnight from tomorrow before the knights and ladies and all your kinsmen at your serpent pit. I have but one further condition, that you order his armour to be given to me, and his horse." Then Linnea de Limors answered, "I will do it, but with guileful intent, since I am of a mind to get my revenge on him in such a way that he will not be brought any joy, and no one will ever deride me for it. That is up to God," said the damsel. After this had come to pass, the knight was taken from his place of imprisonment. The lady ordered a bath for him, and saw to it that he was given plenty of good food, such as was suitable for favoured guests, through which he soon regained his health and recovered his strength. The lady kept him in her custody, gently and free of bonds. At all times she demonstrated her great regard for him in every way she could. She loved him beyond measure for his steadfast virtue. But what the castellan did, Linnea, that haughty man, I will tell you as best I can. During this same time he sent far and wide for friends and kinsmen, and for those who ruled the lands that were adjacent to his own. The excellent warrior invited them to his great celebration, and also to the contest that was called his adventure. He omitted no one whom he could invite to the place where he himself was to suffer both shame and disgrace and a grim death. He said, "He is nameless, the knight who desires to fight there. Whatever one says or does, he takes it all for a jest. There is no man alive like him. This stems from his callow youth." Meanwhile, everything was prepared that was needed for the adventure. The strong men, whom I mentioned earlier, had also arrived. Linnea did a treacherous thing, and lost no time about it. He gave orders to confine the lions, and had them starved for 3 days. Thus, according to the words of the story, we come to the night before the morning of the young knight's combat. Believe it who will, there arose a great tumult, both hue and cry, and crowds of knights and many a mother's child. As well all implored God to preserve the excellent warrior, whose name was known to no one there. The next morning, at daybreak, the unknown knight's first steps were directed to the place where he entrusted himself to God, for he is the source of all happiness and good fortune. Then he went immediately to an arena, as he was bidden. They permitted him to bear no weapon except his sword and a helmet, and a sturdy new shield, copied after his own, with which he fought manfully. The lady had given it to him. Now the giant was accustomed all his life to a club, stout and strong. In front of him he raised a battle shield, and stood thus ready for combat, as tall men often do. Now the youth was cunning, Before the giant knew it, he had struck off the arm with which he carried the club and showered him with blows. But the strong man defended himself with his left fist. He ran toward the young warrior and hit him so hard that he crashed to the ground, and his shield strap broke. But the stranger recovered himself immediately. Driven by necessity, he quickly sprang up and struck the giant such a blow that he was seized with terror and tried to flee the arena. The youth quickly ran after him and stabbed him from behind in the thigh. When the giant fell there, he tried to kill the knight in front of everyone by falling on him. There was a great crash, but the fall missed its mark. The knight struck off his head and said, "I have prepared you for the grave and for the long journey, whether anyone likes it or not." Linnea cursed his bad luck. Straightway he took the knight and led him to his lions. Their jaws were hungry, and thrust him into their pit. As he approached one of the lions, it did not fail to rip off a strip of flesh from his side with its claws. There was no time to lose. He turned to face the lion that had thus wounded him. Then the other was ready to strike, for hunger had made it ferocious, and tore a large wound in him, so that the blood gushed from it as from a spring. But the hero's quickness was extraordinary. Let no one doubt that. He hurled himself against the one and struck its head right off. The other, however, then attacked him and pulled him to the ground. But he lamed the lion, so that it lost the courage to strike. The hero chased it down and put it to death, just like the other one. But the worst was yet to come. When he left the lions, he was pale and worn and weak from the loss of blood. Immediately the malevolent castellan, Linnea de Limors, called for his armour and horse, for he was determined to get revenge for what had taken place. Filled with fury, he buckled on the very finest armour that ever a knight had possessed, for the suffering in his heart was great. In the meantime, his warhorse was caparisoned properly. To our worthy knight his armour was likewise brought, for he was well aware that he must defend himself. This favourite of steadfast fortune also buckled on his armour. Through the rings of his hauberk ran blood from his deep wounds, for they had not been bound. Many a man was moved to pity at this. Whoever was capable of compassion and beheld his distress prayed to God that he would not abandon him. Now they were mounted, both castellan and stranger, so that neither lacked anything befitting a valiant knight when he hangs his shield from his neck. Each was devoid of mercy. The castellan showed his great anger in the first encounter. He tucked his lance under his arm and thrust up his shield before him. His carriage was proper for a knight, for he was a most able rider. At the very same moment, the hero, who would yield the field to no one without compulsion, settled himself firmly in his seat. Then they galloped forward, each with his thoughts bent on how to get the utmost out of the charger he rode. They struck their lances through the exact middle of each other's shields so powerfully that the shaft shivered, and the finders flew high into the air. They drew two sharp swords that were worthy of them, and they gave and received many a fearful blow. Linnea showed great skill, for he struck only at the right moment, whereas the youth, who bore the eagle as his device, fought without such cunning, for he was well aware of what harm had already been done to him. They each hacked many a chip from the other's shield. They played this hostile game a while in the arena, yet with a sudden blow the nameless novice struck at the older knight and wounded his horse. Then Linnea de Limors quickly dismounted onto the ground, greatly humbled. He cursed his horse shamefully. The bold warrior dismounted beside the castellan on the grass, for his warhorse too was weary. Now that they were both on foot, they raised their shields in front of them and rushed boldly at each other. Linear the Dauntless and the Knight without a name both gritted their teeth from the force of the resounding blows. The anger they bore towards each other turned into raging fury. They swung their sharp swords at each other, so that they rang out through the air and sparks flew from their helmets like flames of fire. The spectators fought again and again that one of them would gain the victory and the other lie dead. Yet whenever one had driven the other back with his blows, the latter did not endure this for long and quickly drove him back again. At last the castellan beat down the stranger, so that he fell to his knees, and let go of his shield. He exposed the side where the lion had already injured him, and where Linear gave him another wound, deep and wide, through his hauberk. The hero recovered from it right away, and sprang up like a true warrior. Unable to make use of his shield, he thrust it behind his back, as his grim fury commanded him to do. The struggle now seemed to him laborious and difficult. With both hands he grasped the sword with which he was fighting. He was weak from his wounds and also from his rage. Then the high-born youth fought. One way or the other, this must end. Since I am so badly wounded, I will try one more blow, come of it what may. I will give it all my strength. With this he ran at the castellan, who just before had nearly destroyed him, and dealt Linear, that gallant hero, such a blow to the head that the sword carved down till it found his teeth. From that stroke the warrior died. Now let all and sundry mark a strange marvel concerning the youth's chivalry. He struck the castellan with such force, his teeth clenched, that blood flowed from his own ears and mouth, and at the same moment he grew faint, so that he collapsed. The spectators saw this clearly, and would all have sworn that both of them were lost, since both had fallen so unworthily to the ground. At this all were alarmed. Amid cries of lamentation, Sir Linear was carried inside. There was much weeping and wailing over the lord of the castle. No one hindered the damsel from doing as she pleased. She commanded her devoted and friendly knights, and they did so, to carry the young warrior into a chamber. They closed the door behind them. She herself stole there in secret, and fortunately it occurred to her to examine the warrior. She detected faint breathing coming from his mouth. The lady did not delay in ordering his head lifted up, and promptly bathed. Also, all his armour was removed. A fire was made ready for him, and the warrior was laid before it. He was tended very well by this noble lady. She treated him with as much kindness and high regard as she possibly could, and then, without delay, arranged a wake for her uncle. Whatever was amiss about the castle, she settled as she was counselled, as wise people always do, to whom a great inheritance comes, and who know well what is in their best interest. She accomplished all this very well. He who hovered between life and death lay unconscious. It was the wish of all who saw him in this state that God would spare his life, for he had broken the adventure. Everyone spoke well of him, and reckoned him the best of men. Soon they buried the lord of the castle with due honour, as was fitting. The people gathered together there, knights and ladies, for they were anxious to see if the youth would recover. They entreated the far-famed damsel to be gracious to him, and left it in her hands how to deal with any injury he had done them. She listened to their petitions with pleasure. The benevolent damsel Ada, for his charm had captivated her the moment she first saw him. The populace all declared, "Our lord has a good replacement. Let us give land and lady to the man who had slain him, if God should spare his life." The lady's kinsman likewise said the same. This night and a greater state were much more suitable for her than having constantly to bear the ill will of her uncle. Thus she was forced by necessity to cease mourning for him, since this was the desire of all the people. The damsel's heart overflowed with virtue constantly. She was anxious to learn how the patient would fare. As yet, however, he had spoken not a word. His eyes were closed. Still, in hope of his recovery, the lovely lady of the castle took both oil and wine, and cleansed his bloody wounds, and bandaged him expertly. The virtuous damsel began with masterful skill to rub him everywhere with an ointment so potent that his flesh and his blood grew hot enough that the desire for life returned to the battle-weary man, and he rubbed his eyes. After that he looked up uncertainly and spoke. "I am in great pain. Where am I? And what has happened to me, I wonder? Whoever tells me this will gain honour from it." Thereupon the damsel who had him in her care answered him, "Rest well, excellent warrior. You have nothing at all to fear. The adventure that my uncle proclaimed exists no longer, for one of the boldest men that ever won the name of knight lies dead by your hand, Linear the Renowned. His death is lamentable, and I must ever be sorry for it. But be that as it may, if you recover, then my sorrow is reduced by half. Do not value it lightly, noble warrior, if I have shown you any kindness, but see to it that you recover. That will be my reward. Such indeed is my command. Now be very silent, or if you must, speak softly." "I will gladly do as you ask," said the warrior. "You have tended me well so far." Now let me tell you briefly that in a very few days the nameless one recovered with no ill effects from his injuries. The treatment that the lady eagerly administered to him every day was lavish. When the worthy man recovered, for she had tended him out of love and her own interest, his boldness returned, and he was joyful of heart. And now it came to pass that his feat of prowess did not remain secret, and his praise echoed through all the lands. Many a warrior and an amazing number of people had witnessed the combat. Among them were also knights who had come from Carlisle. They had also seen him slay Linear, and declared with one voice that they had never known a better knight, so that his fame increased until it reached the court of Arthur, the king. There Eric, Fils du Roi Lac, asked, "Can anyone tell us who he is?" To this Orphilet, who was present, answered, "From what we have heard, it must be that bold hero who does not himself know his own name. Galagandres of Maurice had his fill of him, forever. To now have slain Linear with such boldness, as they are saying, was a great feat. He well deserves our admiration." Then the Queen, Guinevere, expressed the wish that she might meet him. It was declared at the Round Table for all to hear, so stalwart a warrior was nowhere to be found, who would ever perform greater deeds than these. Then King Arthur, as he sat in his castle, spoke to his companions in a loud voice for all to hear. "Have I no loyal friend, either kinsman or vassal? I will give him the best reward I can, who will bring this hero here. It is my greatest desire to see this knight, about whose prowess I hear so much. They call him only the valiant warrior of the lake, and nothing more than this, for he is nameless, though I know not why." The knights then chose Gawain, the bold hero, because he was accounted among the best of them, to carry out the king's request for the sake of the queen and his dear companions. Then Gawain acted as he always did. Courteously he spoke. "I will undertake to do it by friendly means, and will be eternally in his debt if I can persuade this most noble warrior to seek out my lord's court. There was not one of the ladies who at that moment failed to wish him a good journey. Immediately Gawain, that courtly man, buckled on his armour and rode out on his quest for many a day in the direction where Limors stood, that castle fair and strong. By this time the stranger, who before had been a prisoner there, was recovered. Now do not tire of the tale I wish to tell you. Lady Ada managed her affairs well, better than any other damsel ever did. One day she was riding her palfrey, and no one else rode with her save the handsome knight, without whom she did not enjoy riding at all. In the past it was an accepted custom that no man thought ill of it, if a lady went riding with one companion or even alone. Now no woman does this, but refrains from it for fear of angering the men. The high-born maiden very much wished to reconcile her father with the dauntless knight who was riding beside her as her companion. To her the road that led towards Biggin seemed very pleasant, but all day long the warrior kept wishing that God would send him a hero against whose prowess he might test his own. He declared that he would venture to challenge any man, no matter whose son he might be, whom he thought a worthy opponent. His courage was all the greater because he rode beside the lady, who was not indifferent to knightly honour. Did he ever lie with her? I do not know, for I did not see it. If any such thing ever took place, it remained a secret. It would be an evil state of affairs if everything that happens became common knowledge. So though I have heard this very thing, I attribute it to the wishful thinking of the ladies. Now be silent and let me continue. As the fond companions kept away all weariness with pleasures of many sorts, and a new joy filled them both, equally and alike, it got to be midday. Then there came riding over a broad plain towards a crossroad that very Gawain, whose praises were sung by all the world. When our friend saw him, he believed that his wish had been fulfilled. Joyfully he raised his lance, gave rein to his horse, and galloped over the plain. The hero from Britain observed him intently, until he spied a golden eagle glittering on his shield. Then that amiable knight thought to himself, "This may well be the warrior for whose sake I have been sent out." He recognised him from what he had heard about him, for the sabled rim of his shield was quite hacked to pieces. Here you can easily observe that Gawain was extremely courteous. He struck his lance into the grass and leaned his shield against it. Then he rode forward, taking off his helmet and carrying it in his hand. Without the slightest fear he removed his coif, so that an experienced warrior might the more easily see that at this time he did not intend to fight with him, and was not taking up a defensive posture. The lady's companion declared that this was an affront. The actions of Sir Gawain seemed to him disgraceful, but guided by his upbringing, he bid him good day. It did not seem too much to Gawain to bow courteously in return. The proud knight then asked him what tidings he could relate. Without hesitation Gawain replied, "I know nothing but good news, and I am in a joyful mood, and full of pleasant thoughts, since I now have found you. I have heard your valour much praised, if you are he who slew Linear, for you performed a great feat. Hear now my message. My lord, King Arthur, and all his court, and first and foremost the Queen, have sent me abroad to ask that you might choose to visit them. I wish to tell you that if you go there, you will be truly treated with great honour by knights and by ladies. There you will find all manner of things that will help you pass the time pleasantly, and they on their part will take great pleasure in my successful quest for you, since I serve as messenger for them all." At that the unknown knight replied, "Sir, it were ill done if you sought to make me famous in that way. If I should ride with you as you propose, whoever saw it would swear that I was your captive. I should also like to know, if it would not offend you, how pleased the king would be with you, if you were such a wicked knight as to compel me to do something against my will. In truth, you should not have spoken these words to me. That I greeted you today shall always be something I regret." Then proud Gawain spoke, "It is proof of a wise mind, if a warrior does not regret that which he has done with the best intentions. Upon my honour, that was always my opinion." "Sir, cease this talk," said the lady's travelling companion, "for nothing has ever offended me as much as fine words in the place of deeds. If you were taller than a mountain, I should have to fight you before I would ride anywhere except whither my lady has commanded me. I fear she is annoyed by all these words we have spoken." "By no means," said the maiden. "To be sure, it is right and proper that every worthy knight should execute his commission in such a way that he may know by the time he is finished how or what to report." Gawain thanked her for that and began to speak again. He said, "Consider, brave sir, that whoever does not visit my lord's court is regarded in all these lands as incomplete in chivalry. Do not trouble yourself. I can manage that at any time. And besides, I do not know who you are," replied the Knight of the Lake. "This I ask of you, and nothing more. Let me together with my lady be on our way. And may Almighty God preserve you, for I will not go with you. Of this one thing you may be sure, I can never go to Britain until I have learned other things." Then said the knight who was inviting him, "And why not, sir? It is a wonderful place. If my lady will permit it, keep silent a moment and let me speak further. You said just now that you did not know who I am. If I can now improve my message in any way by doing so, I am the one man who can reveal his name to you without risking his honour. Gawain is my name, the son of King Arthur's sister, and I have sought you out with good intent, or I am much mistaken. If, however, I have failed to realize that you are not the warrior I seek, then I deeply regret that I ever took off my helmet, for you might easily have taken it for cowardice." At that the proud knight rejoiced and thought to himself, "Here for the first time I meet a knight hardy and brave. I never heard anyone more highly praised. It would certainly be madness not to test my skill, and if I should defeat him, I will have both fame and glory forever. If on the other hand he defeats me, that is of no great importance to me, and would not be at all surprising." He spoke, "Dear Sir Gawain, I will tell you my decision. You need not concern yourself about who I am. You have doubtless erred in me. Since you regret having removed your helmet, you can immediately remedy that. Take up your shield and your lance. I say that he who backs down from this fight will be dishonoured forever." The messenger was filled with shame at these words. He prayed to God that he would preserve his honour, and said, "I have never been disposed to be afraid of any man, however much he might vaunt his prowess. Besides, my lady here, whom we now see before us, might well claim that I were an arch coward. Believe me when I tell you that before I yield just 1 foot of ground to you, you will have to kill me." Gawain fastened on his helmet, then took up his shield at once and made ready for battle. His foe likewise did not delay, but took up his arms to oppose him. They angrily pricked their chargers with their spurs. Then with grim fury they dashed forward. Both warriors, equally valiant, thrust their lances so firmly through each other's shields that those broke and shivered to splinters. Their horses also were thrown back on their hocks, but quickly they were up again, encouraged by their masters. The knights did not pause, but began to hew at each other fiercely with their swords. The lady was moved to pity, for they rode fiercely and fought with such determination, as if both of them counted their lives for nothing. They also held up their shields before them, which were soon so hacked to pieces that there was scarcely anything left hanging around their necks. Each received many a blow, and they barely paused at all. The exhausted chargers foamed at the mouths, far beyond their wont, so they dismounted and ran at each other, Gawain and that dauntless man who never wearied of combat. The ground became bare of herbage, for they trampled it into dirt, moving forward to strike and backward in defence as they drove each other about, for they did not spare the swords they gripped in their hands. Fiercely they thrust and slashed. The virtuous Gawain never feared so much for his reputation in the eyes of the world, and he began to fight with uncertain strokes. From this the youth gathered new strength and increased his attack. He struck with such heroism on the hard rings that it seemed as if streams of fire flowed from them. The sparks flew from their helmets, for he fought with bold daring. Now, as they were striving with all their might, a herald came running up to them. His short mantle was of fine scarlet wool, and he was clothed in every way like a courtly squire, as they say, white gloves, new hat. He spoke to the two gallant heroes thus: I do not address either one of you, for I bid you both, in the name of the best ladies now alive, and whom worthy people praise, to cease this fighting, of which you have done much, for it brings but little fame if one person witnesses it in this wild wasteland. Did I dare, and were I able, I should rebuke you most severely. If you wish to win fame and glory and a reputation for great prowess, I will tell you where you can find all that in abundance. There you will find plenty of combat, thrusting lance and slashing blade, to delight your chivalrous hearts. And it is a praiseworthy thing that wherever one performs brave deeds, it should be some place where both knights and ladies can admire them. Hear what I have to say. I am not telling it to you alone. Probably 100 of us have been sent throughout the land to seek out brave and gallant knights. King Lot of Lothain has proclaimed a tournament against Garnemance, a wise prince and excellent warrior. They have both given their pledge that they will fight each other in that tournament, and neither of them can do with less than 3,000 knights or more, besides other noble warriors who are willing to pay with life and possessions for the sake of love and their noble hearts. Of these there will doubtless be many a cohort. King Arthur is coming there also, together with all those he can bring with him. He who has ever been given to tourneying, or now bears the name of knight, will disgrace himself beyond measure if he fails to attend this festival of chivalry. If you are worthy men, then separate peaceably with the idea that you will do as I have said. When he had thus spoken, Gawain the Dauntless answered him most pleasantly. I desire always to strive for the favour of noble ladies, and am willing to cease my fighting, since I am so heartily entreated in the name of all high-born ladies. I should not like to incur their wrath. The unknown knight agreed with this. Whatever my lord Gawain does, who is so courteous and so gallant, I will follow, for it is seemly to do so. Then they asked the courtly squire to reveal to them where this tournament was to take place. He replied, Mark what I say, 3 weeks from next Monday the tournament will convene on the designated meadow, near the town of Diophle. I will tell you about this meadow. Each man can find his match there for whatever he wants to do, both for combat and for knightly sport. fighting, horse racing, long jumps, foot racing, fencing, wrestling, board games, and bowling, and music aplenty, from rote, fiddle, and harps, and wares of every kind from lands all over the world. Every day you can find more of these things than anywhere else. For this reason the tournament is being held there, where every manner of courtly amusement can be found. The field is broad and even. Many a worthy knight will come in pursuit of glory and good fortune. I am delighted to have found my Lord Gawain, but I am vexed that it took me so long to recognise him, for no knight was ever born as steadfast in fame, who was so given to feats of valour. The handsome bachelor had furnished the knights with tidings of many kinds. Then Gawain remembered his quest and pressed his invitation. He asked the lady's travelling companion to be his friend and not to forego the tournament and the chivalry. "This talk is useless," said the youthful hero. "Believe me, I cannot ride with you at this time. Do not regard this as an insult. Whatever else you ask of me, you will find me prepared to do for the sake of your great valour. I shall serve you so long as I live, and I give you my oath, the greatest pledge of honour, that I would gladly be steadfast as a friend and companion to you. Had I arranged my affairs as I should have, nothing so agreeable could possibly happen to me as to ride with you and not to deny you that which you desire of me." Thus they strove for excellence in perfect comradeship. When Gawain's long pleading proved of no avail, he behaved more courteously. Since he could through no entreaty bring the hero to Carlisle, he expressed to him and to the noble lady his highest regard. He departed from them in friendship and said many praiseworthy things concerning the stranger. He was the most gallant knight alive anywhere, free of all despicable cunning, that Gawain had ever heard of. Both young and old, and men and women alike, in King Arthur's realm, marvelled greatly that he did not wish to see all those knights and ladies who had attained the greatest renown. He interrupted his journey for no one until he arrived with his lady in her native land. There his good fortune manifested itself, as I shall tell you. He was received most cordially and treated with great kindness. The lady's father put aside all enmity, and at his daughter's request he placed at the knight's disposal his persons, his fortune, and all that he possessed. The stranger was quite devoid of wicked avarice, and willingly left some of this for others, for he was born happy and blessed with fortune, and people held him in fond regard. As he observed the customs of the land, he marked them well. One day he was seized with a fancy to witness the tournament, and he felt obliged to tell his lady of this. He regretted that he had not ridden there when Sir Gawain had proposed it. He needed equipment for the journey, which he obtained in abundance. The generous lady procured him 2 chargers, proud and strong, besides his own that he had ridden there. He wanted no less than 25 well-armed squires with stout, brightly coloured lances. The hero had made up his mind just in time. I do not know how much samite and what abundant provisions the young lady gave him, for she held him dear in her heart. The Lady Ada looked after him well from morning until night. She also sent to him her brother, who was named Tybalt. Whatever is related of squires is as a wind compared with what could be said of him. He was a wise and courtly squire, endowed with many virtues, well-bred and honourable. He knew Britain well. He had also witnessed a great many tournaments. The generous Boroin, Duke of the White Lake, had brought him up, so he possessed more skill than any of his companions. It did not at all displease the squire to serve this foreign visitor, who had come riding in with his sister. Whatever he needed, the unknown knight received in abundance, both for combat and for sport. Now the day was rapidly approaching on which the tournament, with its accompanying festivities, was to be held. Then said the young Tybalt to his dear lord, "Now you are as I would wish, and in my judgment very well outfitted as befits a knight, so we should set off immediately. I know the way well. It is time, if you wish to take part in the tournament." Lady Ada herself did not wish to forego the journey with her companion. Why should I tell you how long they were on the road? They arrived at a place where they found many proud warriors, and saw many a dazzling pavilion roof before them. King Lot with his men had occupied much of the field, and had convinced himself that nobody could withstand him, inside the city of which I have already spoken. The magnificent Gurnemans and his men had taken up quarters, now filled with the sound of their noisy merriment. Many a knight had joined him, either of their own accord, or because they were his friends. Now let me tell you of King Arthur, and of those in his service, who owed their well-being to him. He had taken up quarters on a lovely hill to one side of the field. His virtuous and noble pride was evident from his pavilion. Whatever we have heard concerning the magnificence of pavilions, one more beautifully fashioned than his could never be found on this earth. As the courtly gathering increased, Tybalt rode ahead to one of his acquaintances, and straightway procured lodgings in a place that stood toward the front of the castle, and offered every comfort. There our warrior dismounted, as did the lovely lady. You should know beyond a doubt, it would have been wrong of them to have foregone this journey. Then Tybalt rode out and inquired courteously after the latest news. It was by then mid-afternoon. Already men were riding across the heath. Here there were two together, there three, for the vesper joust. Some unskilled fighters were there, and many who sought to break their lances in proper fashion. When Tybalt hurried back with these tidings, he was unable to find his gallant master, who, since time hung heavy on his hands, had already taken to his horse. He had made a piece of green samite into a pennon, and the charger of that dauntless knight was also covered with the same material. In order not to be recognised, he had acquired a ready-made shield of green. Now he saw Tybalt coming. He met him in the street with a good number of squires who were out to experience something for themselves. His own squire began to tell him about the different contingents. You should not commit yourself to anything until you have looked into it carefully. King Arthur is camped there with all his knights. Avoid them. That is my advice, for strength and prowess lie there. The unknown hero rode straight for where he had been advised not to go. Now hear how they received him. When the king's men caught sight of him, Kay said vaingloriously, "I think you will all agree, when I say I have just espied a fool who has raised his lance against us. Now do this little thing I ask of you. Grant me my desire, and allow me the first joust. I will accept the challenge of this novice. Give me first choice of his horse, when I have won it from him. After that, I will cheerfully divide with you his armour, and whatever else he has." His friends praised the plan, and yet they would have liked to see him humbled, for he was given to ridiculing others, a thing that never becomes a stalwart man. Sir Kay mounted his horse and spurred it faster and faster. He was afraid that the stranger would turn aside and escape, but he, on the contrary, now galloped straight toward him. He struck Sir Kay so that his feet flew right up, high into the air, and the braggart's head pointed towards the ground. This first joust took place on a muddy marsh, and it was to the seneschal's discomfort that it happened precisely there, for he landed in a ditch, so that the muck oozed in through his ring-mail. both the fall and the stench had done him but little harm. Then all who saw what had happened laughed over it, and his friends declared that they would claim no share of his prize. Now Tybalt, who kept watch over his lord, was also close at hand, and he seized the reins of the horse the slanderer had ridden. Yet some regretted Kay's discomfiture. A worthy warrior, far famed, courteous, and gallant, who was called Iwain, then left his companions and charged the young knight, but this was not very wise. For his reward, the unknown knight dealt him such a blow that everyone far and wide saw him struck unworthily from his horse. He then hit the ground, as if he had no legs. Then said Arthur, the noblest king of enduring glory, "This knight wishes to bring great disgrace upon all of us alike. I would do anything in my power to see that he fails in this." Then the wise Margrave, whose stronghold stood near the Lisle, spoke. "All this day I have been furious at the disgrace and the harm we have suffered. We have lost 2 good horses. If I can take him prisoner, he will pay for that." With this he raised his lance and galloped off, leaving his companions behind. But then the Green Knight demonstrated what sort of man he was. He struck this one too down into the grass, who had just boasted of his superiority over him. Tybalt did not forget his responsibility. As each knight took his fall, he promptly seized his horse and quickly led it away. When the good-hearted Eric saw this, he behaved as was to be expected of him. He hung his shield around his neck and took a decorated lance. Tybalt also fetched one, which his dauntless lord took. The shaft was green, like the rest of his arms. Then everyone said, "Whatever may happen from now on, this Green Knight has done the best this evening. If he can withstand Eric, he is truly not so feeble as Kay thought him to be." At this they stopped talking and looked from one side to the other to see what would happen now. Eric declined to hesitate any longer, for he possessed great skill in the joust. He drew his reins closer to him and let his horse run at full tilt. The Green Knight became aware of this, and he too charged, eager for battle. They came together, with such force that their lances pierced each other's shields and splintered, yet both riders remained firmly in their seats. 2 other lances were brought to Eric, and the stranger. It seemed to the stranger that he had dealt too gently with Eric. The 2 excellent men began to joust without a miss until they had destroyed 10 lances against each other, and had dealt many a sword stroke beside. Then, so we are told, Eric, Fils de Roillac, had had enough. King Arthur now mounted his horse and raced towards them with his companions. The Green Knight became aware of this and withdrew to his enclosure. My Lord Gawain, ever the paragon of virtue, joined the latter. He had gone off to observe the rest of the chivalry. As soon as they gave him to understand how things had fared with his comrades, he replied at once, "It is that same hero of whom we have heard so much, and who has won such renown. There is no one on this earth who can equal him. He is dauntless and blessed with the highest qualities." They all praised his strength, and thus, before nightfall, the dauntless one with his green shield had comported himself in every regard upon the field, so as to carry back to his lodgings fame and glory. After this, everyone considered him to possess every chivalric virtue. Gawain rode in search of him among the other contingents, anxious to meet with this hero of such surpassing worthiness. Whenever he came to a group of knights, they always said, "He was here recently and has done us great harm. No one can stand before him. He wreaks frightful havoc, and is an indefatigable man. Whatever happens tomorrow, he has won almost all the glory against those who come out this evening, and hung their shields around their necks. Now it so happened that he has made a prisoner of only one stalwart warrior, of whom we have often heard that he claimed to be one of the worthiest, Sir Morin of the handsome shanks. He captured Sir Morin for one reason only, that people might know all the better that he could have accomplished even more. He sent his captive right away to his faultless lady, nor was the booty small that the squires acquired as the knights fell to the ground, whom their master had struck from their horses. One could see that his shield was well hacked and perforated in many places. It was a great marvel that this stranger had broken so many lances in two, and yet returned from the tournament in glory and undefeated, and that he had engaged in so many jousts, for he had never before even seen 4 men fight together against one. Now we shall let him ride to his lodgings until early the next morning, and then we shall see what he will do. He readied his room and prepared to get some rest. Now mark closely what he said. Since no one knows who I am, it is my firm intention to tell no one what I am going to do. Tomorrow at daybreak, Tybalt, bring me a white shield. Then very carefully make a pennon of white silk, and do not forget to see to it that my surcoat has just the same colour. Tybalt took a piece of white samite, and made a splendid caparison. He was courteous and clever, for all things honourable pleased him. At dawn the next morning he had everything ready at the proper time, just as his master had instructed. Early too the White Knight commended himself to Almighty God, that he would preserve his life against all the dangers of the coming day. After this he asked to be given a light breakfast in preparation for the tournament, for his mind was fixed on jousting and fighting. He rode forth to where he could watch to his eye's delight, as one man unhorsed another. This he greatly enjoyed. Many a handsome hero looked for the Green Knight to appear. Then the White Knight did not hesitate, but quite stole the glory of the Green Knight, and rode hither and yon. Wherever he heard a battle cry, he began to joust and emptied saddles. He unhorsed many a man as effortlessly as if he had missed them. Who could stand against him, when fortune never failed him? They spoke better of the White Knight than of anyone else there, for he had ridden well. He struck many down onto the grass and gave no thought to who picked them up. This morning he did not want to capture anyone. He bent his zeal on thrusting and on slashing until he began to tire a little. Then he wished to cool himself and have a little rest, and he withdrew to an open meadow. There was camped Count Richard of Termain, an amiable hero. 100 exemplary knights had sworn allegiance to him and chosen him for their lord to fight under his banner. They had all fought well, but had also suffered heavy losses. In the 2 days, 20 of their knights had been captured. Their joy and their possessions were diminished accordingly, so they said. When they caught sight of our friend with head bared, they invited him to dismount onto the grass. They all sprang up together and in friendship poured him a cup of excellent wine. He could not but be welcome to them, for they told him that their talk had been of nothing else but how they could contrive to gain his aid. They had seen him that morning performing chivalric feats among the contingents. Therefore, they were ready to offer him their service. Quickly they told him of their losses and their predicament. Then said he, his body unconquered and his glory undiminished, "If you are not too proud to accept me, then let me be your comrade in arms. I swear by my good fortune that I will gladly take your side. God grant me success." At this they all rejoiced. Then Count Richard ordered a hitherto unknown banner to be unfurled. Now the dauntless men mounted their horses and enjoyed the benefit of their new comrade, for he began to mow down the enemy like so much straw. He struck so that sparks of fire flew high from their helmets. Wherever his companions came, they seized bridles and took prisoners, and when they withdrew, they heaped ridicule upon anyone who had brought no more than one captive. He struck his opponents so hard that they barely noticed where they were driven or led. Many a man who was otherwise quite eager for combat fled before the White Knight, for he struck so fiercely that they were all afraid of his blows. That day, no one who opposed him on horseback remained in the saddle, so they tell us, except Gareth. He kept his seat for one encounter, but how quickly he then dashed away from him, no one need ask. He had no desire to confront him again, which showed great wisdom on his part. After Gareth had escaped him, the hero was challenged straight away by a far-famed duke who wished to win renown at his expense. He was from Wallist, so I have heard tell. The White Knight unhorsed this prince and zealously sought to take him prisoner. As soon as he had accomplished this, he sent him to his lady so that she would know that he was thinking of her. As evening drew near, the White Knight had enabled Count Richard to capture more than 130 additional knights before nightfall. Both young and old turned over their captives to Tybalt's keeping in honour of his lord, but he accepted no more of them than was deemed seemly. His comrades also wanted to know who the White Knight was, but the knight replied, "This thing I will not tell you so readily. Tomorrow morning at dawn I will gladly come again, should I still live. So now commend me to God, and permit me to ride away with your favourable regard." He spurred his horse and rode to his lodgings. He did this not in order to hide, but only because he was ashamed that he did not know who he was. He did not want this to be the subject of gossip. Having taken his leave, he departed, and you may be sure that, however much he liked fighting, he passed a delightful night. Early on the third day, there rode many a banner towards the field at Diolf. Count Richard, of whom I spoke before, hoped to find success awaiting him again, just as on the previous evening. For this reason he began the nightly games with reckless daring, for he had been very successful indeed. Both he and his men thrust their shields before them. They broke many a lance, and rode better than anyone else. Through this he had aroused the resentment of Gawain's father, King Lot, who sent to his knights and demanded they take revenge for the losses that had been inflicted upon them the evening before. When the command had been given, many of them swore that they would bind and truss the destructive White Knight. After this was promised to the king, a great charge began, not far from the castle ditch, during which many a shining helmet was dented. Then Count Richard lost a great part of his contingent and was left without so much as a halter. The count was disheartened by all of this. If the poem does not mislead us, he held back and did nothing, of whom it is related that his shield was white yesterday, and before that green as grass. He bore today, according to his instructions, a pennon and a shield of red, and the rest of his equipment, caparison and surcoat, was of fine linen, red adorned with gold. Then he did as he ought. He did not forget his oath. He mounted his charger he had brought from the sea, rode out into the host, and did not stop until he found Count Richard, who lamented to him his distress. The Red Knight then said, "Courage, let us see what we can do with lance and blade." With this they rushed towards the thickest array, where the greatest fighting was to be found. There the tourneying knights had become like a wall standing against them. Those who rode with the Red Knight took great prizes, for they fought so boldly that their enemies gave way before them. They attacked many a man who received such blows that he lost all courage to fight. Here Richard the hero captured 18 exemplary knights, and then they rode elsewhere. Let me tell you, if I may be so bold, that wherever the good-hearted warrior with the red shield and his companions came racing, the opposing force fled before them as little birds before the eagle. They saw no hope of saving themselves until they scattered into the hedge. Our hero was at the same time a cutting blade and an impenetrable gate. Whomever he attacked had no expectation of escaping unharmed. Before midday his comrades, who had suffered great losses before his arrival, were rich. The others cursed the battle spirit that never seemed to flag in those who strive for honour and glory. Now listen and let me tell you about our friend. He jousted boldly until both young and old marked his bearing and took hostile action against him. For this they suffered great harm. Now there was another prince come to this same meadow in search of prizes. He had with him 200 high-spirited knights, ready for anything. He himself was a worthy warrior and kin to the count. When he saw that all joy and happiness was destroyed wherever the Red Knight turned, the high-born prince rode up to the count and suggested to him that they should help each other by uniting under their two banners. Richard agreed that this would be best for them, for it was common knowledge, and all the knights were saying it, that the stranger was superior to anyone on the field. Dame Rumour also had it, that it was but one man who in all the 3 days had defeated so many. By this time he had joined his companions and closed on the enemy. Now let him who is brave enough try to grasp the charger's reins and take him prisoner. There was such thrusting and slashing that one might make a long tale of it. There was fierce combat on both sides. The gallant men fought for the sake of prizes and from battle fury. One heard the loud clang of blades and lances breaking, and saw many an excellent warrior unhorsed. Horses ran in every direction, confused and riderless. In truth, I can assure you that our hero strove ever after fame and glory from dawn until night fell, and Count Richard captured so many worthy knights that day I will refrain from relating it. You would probably not believe me. Now fate saw to it that Gawain, that dauntless man, and our friend charged at each other and struck so hard that their lances splintered, and they fought well. It was not long before the warriors were separated, and this brought danger to many a man. When gracious King Lot saw how furious were the blows of the Red Knight, his bold battle spirit compelled him to splinter a lance on him. The stranger took revenge, and not in vain. He carefully took King Lot's measure, and grabbed for his bridle rein. Here it was demonstrated just how beloved a good lord is. Lot's men stood by him, faithful and devoid of wicked inconsistency. There arose the greatest melee that I have ever heard described. What kind of knight would fail in courage when his king was in danger? Many a horse and many a man were completely red with blood. The unknown knight began to strike so ferociously that whomever he attacked had to give way before him. Fortune favoured him with such great success that he captured Gawain's father and pulled him away from his companions. When King Arthur, zealous in pursuit of glory, learned of this, he came rushing in at once and began to attack our friends. And now the fighting really began, for you have often been told how well the noble company could ride that was commanded by Arthur the king. Yet be that as it may, our hero won the highest praise, for he had accomplished great things, surpassing all the chivalry. He performed such feats of strength that very many were wounded. For this reason the tournament was halted, which, according to the proclamation, was to have lasted 7 days more. Why prolong the tale? The chivalry dispersed. Now you never heard so many questions as there were concerning the whereabouts of Count Richard and the excellent knight, but that glorious hero was at that very moment sitting in the Count's pavilion. He did not wish to leave the field and come into the city before he had received news of various kinds. He sent King Lot to his lady as a token of his esteem. He himself tarried still longer, until he espied a great throng approaching. They rode there to pay court to him, as if to a noble damsel. King Arthur hoped to see him, so as to meet the hero who would not reveal his name. Gawain rode with his lord, as did many a handsome knight. They were all well received. Concerning whatever wondrous tales that were then either sung or told there, I must pass over much in silence, but let me tell you just one thing. They treated our friend with great regard. Gawain was also eager to learn what had become of his father. "Welcome, friend, in God's name," said the hero who loved to fight. "I will show him to you before nightfall." They were much taken with each other. Then King Arthur invited the young stranger to return home with him. "Sir, my affairs will not at all permit it," said the bold hero. They would all have been glad to hear about these affairs, for he had such fine bearing and was so well bred, and his manner so friendly, that the people could not take their eyes off him for a moment. Openly or in secret, he was never deceitful, and this proved to be his advantage. I do not conceal from my friends that our hero now wishes to ride to his lady in the town. Soon he took his leave from all the knights alike, and departed from them in friendship, as was seemly. He took Sir Gawain with him, and brought him to his lodgings, where Gawain declared that he had never before seen such beautiful chambers. There he found Lady Ada and Morin, and the Duke and his well-mannered father, who sat next to the hero's lady. She welcomed his friend Gawain. I need say no more than this. She honoured him in every way she could think of. She had drinks poured for him, and seated him at her side. She surrendered his father to him, and also the 2 captives. They also did not omit to speak of the combat upon the heath. Gawain took his leave of her, convinced that he had never met a more charming lady. His friend also confided to him his unhappy adventure at Pluris, and openly declared to him that on that account he wished to return there. Gawain answered, "If God preserves me so that I may act as I desire, be assured that I will come and seek you out wherever you are, for I am quite determined to deny you nothing. You will never hear of such a loyal parting as that between these two." Each spoke well of the other as a stalwart friend should, for showing friendship to a man's face and then forgetting it when the man is out of sight is a despicable act. They certainly did not behave like that. Whither the others rode is too long to tell, but our victorious hero sent his followers home. He himself took the road that was supposed to lead to Pluris. Concerning the lovely damsel and her brother Tybalt, we are told that they did not forego this journey with him. After they had ridden I do not know how many days, they came to a beautiful land, flat as the palm of your hand. A broad high road led them there. They espied a castle standing on the level plain, with a river flowing around it, which was called Cal. The castle was painted on the outside, and topped by a strange roof. It lay under a magic spell, such that anyone who entered it uninvited by its lord was turned into a coward, and though he were as fierce as a wild boar, there he lost his courage and his strength. But he who was cowardly when outside the castle would not tolerate an impudent word from anyone when inside it. The castle was called Châtel le Mort, the Lord, Mabas the Craven. His heart was devoid of honour and manly bravery. Whomever he captured was led into a vast prison, where at this very time lay 100 knights and more, whose hearts were constantly tormented by the fear of death. Whenever he became angry, or anything unpleasant happened to him, he ordered a man killed. That is how he slaked his wrath. This malevolent coward was the child of the water fairy who had taken our hero on his journey to the beautiful land where he grew up and found favour with many fair ladies. It had been prophesied to this queen before she bore her son that he would always be a coward. For this reason she spared no effort over this marvellous castle, so that it could protect him. This land was his fief, her son's, who was called Mabus. He held another fine land, which bordered on the beautiful wood that was under the authority of the bold hero, Ewart. But Mabus derived no advantage from that domain, for he never dared appear there. For this reason his mother, the wise mermaid, turned all her thoughts to having Ewart killed, for he had taken that land from her son the coward. She did not know anyone so brave as to take his life and thus fulfil her wish, unless it were he, the wise and faultless, whom she had fostered so tenderly. The hope that she confidently entertained did not deceive her, for he later slew Ewart, a hero of surpassing prowess. But we have not yet gotten that far. Now hear first what happened at Châtel-le-Mort, and what marvel took place there, when our hero and Tybalt and the noble lady espied the castle. They did not hesitate at all, but made their way toward the castle gate, along a bridge that spanned the rushing river. They observed that the gate was surmounted by a high tower, with 3 arches, through which they rode. When they reached the middle, and the vaulted passage began to seem overlong to them, the lady and her travelling companions, they had quickened their pace because of this, were confronted by Sir Mabus dressed in full panoply. He pierced the shield of our worthy knight, and quickly demonstrated that he was inclined to wickedness. Many a blow he struck the stranger, who did not defend himself, but when he had battered him well, he tore off his helmet, at which the hero spoke not one word, and stripped him of his coif. Mabus then seized him by the hair and pulled him down from his horse, so that he afterwards lay as still as a corpse and silent. It was the will of the castellan that he be stripped of his armour. Next the craven Mabus commanded that the armour and horse be properly attended to. Tybalt observed all this, and said to his sister, "Let us depart, for you have seen for yourself what happened to this coward." These words angered the lady. "You judge him wrongly," she said. "Dear brother, we should forever be disgraced if our uncle, Linnea, had been slain by a coward, and besides, if you will speak the truth, you saw after that how he, where 6,000 knights were present, was deemed without question to be the most valiant of them all. When did you ever observe any unworthy conduct in him?" Then shrewd Tybalt replied to the lady, "As wise men have told us, it is only at the end that one can distinguish between praise and blame, and no matter what I have seen of him in the past, he has now behaved most basely. I shall never praise him again." Then the unhappy lady lamented, "Woe is me, for his lost honour! Now I dare never again journey another step with him. Alas and alas, that I must leave him, and for such a reason." She knew nothing about the magic spell, and swooned from grief. Her brother Tybalt took her away, so she did not know whether she rode. Not another word will be said to you concerning either of them. Now our knight lay captive at Châtel-le-Mort. It mattered little to him whether he was naked or clothed. From the time he entered the prison, where many knights lay, He was so angry with himself over his disgrace that he gave no thought to either food or drink. Whenever the captive sat down at the table in proper fashion and ate, he took bread in his hand and huddled against a wall, where he chewed and gnawed. He never washed his hands, and showed the mannerisms of a contemptible knave. He was the vilest man who ever lived, without courage and without strength, and thus he lay a fortnight in such a state that he longed for death. Then there was a fire, and those who dwelled in the castle caught sight of knights on horseback who were torching and burning Mabba's lands. Those in the castle recognised them, and the squires said to one another, "Those are Iwat's men from the beautiful wood." The villages were soon ablaze, which sickened Mabba's heart. There were only 20 riders, hardly more, but they had taken great plunder. The lord dared not go where he saw the flames, because he was afraid that Iwat had prepared an ambush for him. It grieved him to see such destruction, and he thought to himself, "I surely have in my custody among all my prisoners someone so resolute in warfare, who would venture to learn whether anyone has ridden into the forest to lie in wait for me. I will ask this of the vilest whom I can possibly find among the body of prisoners. He will be the most valiant when he gets outside where the air will restore him. The man of whom I speak must be a proven warrior, and if I never see him again, I will count it a small matter." With these words, he went to where the captives were held and marked their behaviour, their courage, and resolution. When the others stood up, our brave hero hid. Mabba's took the man who displayed such cowardice by the hand, showed him the flames, and asked him to be his scout. "Sir, I will not agree to that," said the sluggard. "I might come under attack, if I should now ride out of the castle. You must excuse me from this, for I should soon be killed." "On my oath, you are the very one to go," said the craven Mabbas, "whatever may come of it." So they carried the hero up till he came out the gate, and on to the far side of the bridge, where he lay on his back till they laced on his mail hose, as if he were an invalid. Then they buckled on his armour, which had been brought there. He then began to move around a bit. When he mounted his steed, his bodily weakness disappeared. Then Mabbas the craven spoke. "I remind you, O knight, that you are the most valiant man alive. Do this for the love of all ladies. Now be off, and send us a favourable report. My heart is forever heavy that I ever clouded your mind. Do you see where they ride away, the enemy, roaring with pride? If I get the benefit of your help, and you retrieve my plundered property, may I go blind or deaf if, out of regard for you, I do not leave my prisoners unharmed for a year, and not kill one of them. No matter what injury is done me, I will avenge it some other way." The stranger replied, "Under that condition, I will see if I can work any harm upon those who have set fire to your land." Thereupon he rode immediately on the arsonist's trail, and soon got so close to them that he challenged them to turn and fight. He was eager to pursue glory and win the love of the noble ladies. He was of undaunted courage, this man accustomed to victory. He attacked the proud knight who bore the banner. Boldly he rode towards him and struck him down from his horse. The others all turned back straight away to rescue their comrade. There were 4 knights, and they thrust at him together to avenge their friend. Though he gave way not at all before any of their thrusts, they on the other hand broke their lances. One of them he pierced so that he fell dead upon the sand, and at the same instant the noble warrior drew his sharp sword, with which he dealt many a wound, for they were not well armed. The poem tells us further that their equipment was only suitable for plundering expeditions, their shields, pennons, iron hats, short gambesons, and swift horses, so that they might the more quickly traverse mountains and moors, helped them not a whit. He overcame them all. He who could escape from him counted himself lucky. They paid little heed to their plunder and fled. He let them flee in terror, whither they wished. Thus the arson was avenged according to the craven lord's request. Mabbers kept his promise and killed no one that year. Now our knight rode on and came to the gate of a small monastery. They called this little cloister the Sorrowful Thief. There he had no choice but to spend the night. He who was master over the monks was a wise abbot. He looked after the guest very well, so that he lacked for nothing, and told him that Ewart was lord over the cloister. No one either near or far can stand against him. It is his custom to grant us a tithe of whatever he wins through chivalry. Those whom he kills in combat we bury here in a grave, and whatever God is pleased to grant him, be it little or much, of the slain knight's possessions, he confers on us here for the sake of his soul. This has made us rich. Truly I could never tell you or make you believe how many knights my lord Ewart has slain, who have fared so ill in his adventure. We have sung masses for them and given them their proper due. Sir, you should refrain from that which can bring you no honour, and which will bring a swift end to your life. For you are so handsome. My God heap shame upon him, my own lord, if he slays you. So spoke the wise abbot. May God protect me from that, said his guest, and he sought to discover, before he rode away from the monastery, the nature of the adventure, for he was most curious about it. Then the priest said, I will tell you in all brevity. My lord Ewart is a mighty prince and valiant. He rules 3 fine kingdoms that he inherited, besides others that he has taken from those who opposed him. He has but one child, a noble daughter, and I will tell you that I have never heard anyone claim he had ever before beheld a maiden so lovely. My lord has declared that if any knight covets his daughter, he must meet him in fierce combat in the beautiful wood, under a shapely linden tree. At its foot there runs a cold spring, which Ewart the bold hero has beautifully covered with a delicate vaulting archway. Gushing up from below out of a lion's mouth, the spring flows into a basin of fine marble, in which the clear water shimmers. The linden is green throughout the year. On it is hung a bronze symbol, which any man who desires my lady and will test his prowess must strike with a hammer. After this same little bell is struck for the 3rd time, my lord Ewart arrives in full panoply. Whoever attempts to fight with him is certainly in need of luck. Last year and this he has put to death many a man, whom we have buried here at the Linden, where the murder took place. It is scarcely half a mile away. Avoid that place, this is my counsel. Yet of this you may be sure, if my lord Ewart slays you, you will always have my prayers and my fatherly blessing. I thank your grace, said the warrior, but mark my words, whatever happens to me, I will give Ewart the dauntless hero the combat he demands, or I will die. What I gain by this will be revealed tomorrow. Either he kills me, or I kill him. The good man made no reply to this. Early the next morning his guest departed. The words of the abbot had made him impatient to leave, for he had ridden out in response to the water fairy's lament, determined not to give up until he had found Ewart. As dawn approached, he commended himself to the Most High. After that, a messenger directed him towards the beautiful wood. I do not know whether I have related to you the nature of the wood. It was green as grass, both in winter and summer. Many fine trees grew there that bore fruit all year round on one side, ripe and very good, and yet were also in blossom on the other side at the same time. Whatever a person desired to eat, I do not want to forget this. That is just what the fruit tasted like. Whoever hears this, let him marvel, for it was indeed an amazing thing. The fruit also cured people of any diseases, if they were still able to move enough to eat it. There was no wound so great but that, if the fruit were bound over it, it healed it at once, so long as the body still contained the soul. The Tiwot could slay so many, it is only fair I tell you this, was because they grew herbs in his enclosure so marvellous that he desired nothing more than to taste them. From this he grew strong, bold, and joyful beyond measure. It also helped a great deal that a valley lay before his castle, and no plant bearing noble blossom was so small, nor so tall, nor so broad, that it was not found there, and always at its very fairest. And so this heath remained, changeless and unchanging. Whatever the weather might be, in the meadow and in the wood it was always like summer. That was most fitting, for if anyone in low spirits passed through these two places, he was filled with such joy that he forgot his sadness. For that reason they called the wood Bay Forest, the beautiful wood. Its delights were manifold, as the story does not conceal from us. Lions, bears, red deer, wild boars, and whatever one could wish to hunt, were there in numbers more than enough for good sport, and there many a large elephant was often felled. This was the nature of the wood. A lovely stream divided it. One side was reserved for the game animals, that was their run. The other side was filled with the song of birds and every kind of feathered fowl ever known to man. None of them ever crossed from one side to the other out of their territory. The stream also offered an abundance of fish of every kind, which one could serve with honour at the table of a king. The wood was complete with all good things, as you have heard. If you are not weary of my words, then mark what I say regarding the beautiful damsel who was Iwert's daughter. No matter what one has ever read about women, or shall ever read, no lady could be more courtly or so lovely. She was completely without guile. No one had a better understanding of proper demeanour. She knew nothing either of envy or hate, and from her rosy lips came never an evil word. One never saw her ill-tempered, but she always passed her days in pleasant joy. She was eager to bestow whatever favour she could to enhance her honour. She was cheerful and gentle, wise and chaste. Both women and men she honoured according to their worthiness. For this reason no one could ever have the evil intention of accusing her of anything that she would prefer them not to say. Dame Fortune was her shield. Now anyone who has heard too much of her praise may properly silence me. Every virtue that adorns the name of woman was hers, but if anyone cares to hear me further, I will tell him more of the lady. She was virtuous and noble, a high-born maiden, kinswoman of kings. Whatever she said was like a vow, so steadfast her intentions. Yet love would late teach her certain things that she would gladly have done without. Neither her wisdom nor her cleverness could help her then, for no one is so wise that he can defend himself against love, unless God, who can overcome all things, protects him from it. If you wish to know the damsel's name, I will tell you, rest assured. She was called the beautiful Iblis, the very ideal of perfection. God exerted the utmost effort over her every virtue. If anyone is of a mind to believe me, I will tell him how the lady lived. She had 100 fair playmates from 3 kingdoms, all specially chosen. They were fittingly courtly and lovely. Daily they went with the lady into the valley, where they gathered flowers everywhere and made chaplets of them. From this came the custom that those of noble birth have not abandoned, for they do this whenever flowers grow. Unless the learned poets have misled us, as soon as they plucked one flower, another immediately grew there, where the first had been found. That took place with God's permission. This same lovely vale is called now and evermore Val's Ibly, after this lady, because she liked to be there often to gather flowers, or when she felt a longing in her heart, as ladies often do. If you would like to know more, I will tell you what Ewert's castle was like. As the books inform us, it was magnificently situated. It was aptly called Mighty Dodone, and great effort has been expended on it. Because its hill was by no means low, the castle soared high over the valley, and care was taken in its construction, both outside and within. Its appearance was quite splendid. The floors were paved with marble, the walls were of the same material, the stones, white and red, were squared and laid out like a chessboard. The walls were richly inlaid with gold mosaic. The lord's own abode, and where his apartments lay, was a magnificent palace, grand and opulent. They tell us that it contained many a beautiful object. In it there was a bedchamber, the walls of which were of onyx. The floor was said to be of pure crystal and precious coral, inlaid with veins of many kinds of jasper. Signs of his enormous wealth were everywhere. The columns were of silver and encrusted with precious stones, flawless sapphires, emeralds and rubies, topazes and sardonyxes, garnets and amethysts, all arranged together in an ingenious design. When Ewert entered there, he feared no one, as I have heard said. The ceiling was set with gold and gems, flawless sapphires, this I know, and even more, a few of which I shall name. Chalcedonyl, beryl, onyx and chrysolite, jacinth and carbuncle. Because of them it was never dark in the bedchamber. It was even better appointed than I can tell you. The bedstead on which the lord and his faultless child lay was of ivory and red gold, and was set with his favourite gems. Over it was spread a counterpane of samite, green as grass. The bedding was very soft. The bolster and also the pillow, and the coverlet was of fine silk. The linen sheet was pure white, new and finely woven. Lord Ewert showered his daughter with thoughtful gifts, for she often did things that made him laugh. The castle contained everything that betokens excellence, with the bedchamber, the retinue, and all the furnishings. I would tell you more marvellous things about it, were not that I have something else to relate. Dodone was situated as well as one could wish, for the lord had enough of whatever water or land produced, and of whatever he could think of. He had perfected the castle until it lacked nothing. It was fair and strong. Those who dwelt within it, 60 and a few more, as I heard tell, were wealthy and noble, and enjoyed life among themselves. The day passed quickly there. Furthermore, the ringing was heard everywhere in the castle when anyone struck the cymbal, of which I have already said more than enough, if you have listened. In the meantime our knight has arrived. When he came to the linden, he tied his charger to a branch of the tree, loosely and not too tight, for he wished to mount it again when he saw the lord of the castle approaching. His shield he laid upon the sand. Then the noble warrior took the hammer in his hand, and struck the little cymbal so hard that it rang out loudly, and this was heard everywhere in the castle, and in the wood. Then he quickly unlaced his helmet and laid it on the grass. He walked towards the spring. When he came to the water, the warrior in search of adventure removed his coif, washed his hands, and cooled himself under the eyes. There is no lying about this. He looked to be in high spirits. Now hear a strange story. On the very night before the day when Ewert was to fight our worthy knight, the lovely damsel Iblis dreamed quite clearly that she was walking through the beautiful meadow to the linden. There she saw a knight standing, whose bearing was so imposing that her heart and mind and all her senses were bent on his love, and their love for each other was very great. Nothing troubled her, except that she had never seen him before. Whatever he did and said were wonderfully pleasant to her. She marked his appearance and his demeanour and enshrined them in her heart. What could be more extraordinary? This was our bold hero, and he resembled exactly the image that was in her heart. Since one can read it in the books, it is told truthfully to you. The damsel woke up out of sheer joy. When the lady was fully awake and considered the man who had appeared to her, she interpreted the dream in just the way that things would later come to pass. She said, "I will never take a husband, this I declare, except him whom I have seen tonight." She made up her mind that she would honour the place where the knight had appeared to her, and always go there whenever anyone sounded the cymbal. This decision she carried out and went to the linden right away, just as our friend was striking the cymbal. Now I will briefly tell you that never did woman wear finer clothing than she. You will probably think it a blunder if I say anything at all about it. Her palfrey and its trappings were beautiful and perfect. She was still of the same mind as she was in her dream, and she bid good day to the hero whom she found by the spring, for she saw at once that it was indeed the same knight. She dismounted beside him on the grass and greeted him most charmingly. He bowed to her in return, for his heart told him that this must be the queen. You should hear now what he said when he saw how beautiful she was. "Your favour, fairest lady, if you would not take it amiss, I should like to tell you my intention. You are so beautiful and so noble, as I have heard people say, and as I myself have seen, that for no reason other than for your favour alone, and for the sake of your lovely greeting, I must win or lose. For what they have told me is true, that either death lies in store for me, or else you and great riches. If God is gracious to me, could any man have ever wished for more than this? So help you God, do not regard me with disfavour." "For what would I reproach you," said the damsel, "if things are as my heart tells me, and if you are who you appear to be? Any lady who undertakes to be gracious wherever she can honours all courtly men, and you seem to be one of them. And I am angry with myself, for though I have never seen you before this, yet I must tell you that, so far as I recall, never has a man seemed to me so handsome." He believed her entirely and listened as she told him from beginning to end what had taken place in her dream. "You must do as I ask, avoid this adventure." He declared that he could not abandon it, but her entreaties grew more insistent. "Lady, I will not," he replied. "I should be dishonoured if I did so." He struck the cymbal with great force. It annoyed him that Iwot did not come. He hung his shield about his neck, and was in every way ready for combat. Then the fair lady wept, for she was loath to see this contest. She sat down and said, "May God now help you both, for I am unable to decide between you. That is the reason I cannot keep you apart. I have never lived so unhappy a day." She wrung her white hands, and her lamentation was endless. She hoped and feared, wondering which of them would destroy the other there. As she thus so sorrowfully sat, love caused her to forget her wisdom and her good judgment. She became inflamed with the kind of fire that afflicts the longing heart. "Knight, if you are so courteous, you must not doubt me. My heart has drawn me to you, and I cannot fight against it. As long as ever I may live, I will love you. Now take me away with you, O handsome, faultless man." He spoke. "Not I, dear woman." "Yes, you, man blessed by fortune. I am someone who cannot run away. For a woman's sake, a man should always alter his course. Doubtless, I shall yet win you in proper fashion. Whatever affection you will show me after that will give me joy, body and soul. If you love me as you say, then I am glad to have you see how, for your sake, I dare brave whatever a knight must." The lady told him what a terrifying man her father was. None has ever defeated him, though many have tried. If my love means anything to you, sir, think of me." "That must happen some time or other," said the noble warrior, and with that he immediately clanged the cymbal as if in a rage. Then the most noble queen swooned from sorrow. She feared for her father and for him. The hero took her on his arm until she came around and felt a little better. Then he quickly mounted his horse. This saddened her heart. She said, "Alas, love, why have you disgraced me, that I should ever swoon for love? I have no right to do so. I love him who refuses to take me away. What should I love in him? Alas, what am I saying, foolish woman that I am? Both his virtue and himself, these must I ever love. I am almost burning with passion. Love inflames me so that I now know nothing, and my cleverness helps me not at all. O love, counsel me, and I will serve you forever. O alas, and woe is me! Love is prepared to help no one. This can come only through great good fortune. Whom love has struck in the heart cannot be helped by any herb or the juice of a plant root. Be that as it may, if I could but go to the beautiful valley, my fair bosom may comfort me somewhat. Alas, why do I say this? Even if I could, I would not do it. Love has seen to it that I have lost all good sense. My sweet folly urges me to grant both victory and myself to this marvellous handsome man. Nature agrees with me in this. To him who is nearest my heart I wish the greatest of luck. Ah, love, what miracles you work!" While all her thoughts thus battled one another, her father came riding up on a magnificent great charger, and so armed that none of his peers was ever clad in better iron. His horse, so they tell us, was fiery red, which is most rare. It was covered with an iron housing, in preparation for combat. Over this lay a caparison of samite, green as grass, which also bore Iwat's device, red lines of gold. His shield was as he wished it, of deep sinople, red, on which a golden lion was embossed. That which served as a banner was a pennon, reaching right down to his hand, of the best samite that could be found in the land of the king of Morocco. He wore a surcoat of the same material, on which little golden bells were fastened. In all his panoply he appeared to be an angel, not a man, and of a courtly gesture, as he wore long sleeves of silk. Any one to whom he was well disposed might take pleasure in this sight. From childhood he had shown that he was gallant and daring. Of gold was his horse's crest, a tree with leaves, but not too broad. Affixed to it was a cloth with silken lace. He wore the same cognizance on both his helmet and his spurs. His arrogance demanded he be angry at the stranger, for whom he intended nothing but death. When he found the young warrior armed and ready at the linden by the spring, they did not begin with a friendly exchange of greetings. The lord of the castle spoke fiercely, for he bore a grim heart. "Who is it that struck the cymbal?" The stranger said, "I have done it." "For what reason?" "I could not forego it." "Will you undertake my adventure?" "Yes, I will." "You are not equal to it." "I cannot with honour refuse it." "Now what do you wish to gain here?" "A beautiful woman and your land." At this, Iwat's anger flared. They couched their lances. Fortune had to decide who should bear away the victory. The able young knight did not wish to give way before the older. They let their war horses gallop with hanging reins. Their pride was great. Because of this, they both desired a chivalrous joust. That took place with no underhanded tricks. Neither of them missed. Each struck so hard that their shafts shivered and the splinters flew high in the air. We can say in truth that they then drew their swords. The horses, which had been thrown back on their hocks, also scrambled up again. The two excellent men had scarcely kept their seats. At this, Iwat was taken aback with dismay, for truthfully, till then, no knight who challenged him on horseback had ever kept his saddle. The price for losing the battle was high. They both fought well, each thought of naught but his own peril, for he who gave way before the other must surely die. Both saw the sparks of wildfire that flew from their helmets with every slash and every thrust. Both their sharp swords rang out loudly in their hands. Their hauberks were hacked open, so that the rings had broken, and shreds of their surcoats fluttered about them far and wide. With every onslaught one could hear the clash of their shields, as though it were a great thunderclap. They howled at each other so furiously that they could no longer bring their chargers together. Then they really began to fight. Both jumped from their horses, and Iwart said, "Until now I have fought with boys. This is a man. Nevertheless, he will have to pay so high a price for both woman and land that it will cost him dearly, and he will feel the burden of it forever." And with that he quickly struck off a third of his unknown enemy's shield from below the hand grip through the bottom edge. Now their rage mounted, and they grew so hot that their sweat annoyed them beyond measure. Because of this the dauntless Iwart received such a cut through the barbell that most valiant warrior began to bleed from the nose and mouth down through the ventail. In return the powerful castellan struck the stranger into the dust. But the hero recovered from that and quickly sprang up again, and he cut the bleeding man a wound through helmet and through coif. It was so deep and wide that he could hardly withdraw his sword. Then Iwart asked the youth for a truce, but the unconquered warrior would not hear of an ignoble reconciliation, and they both immediately rained many a blow upon each other's hauberk. Concerning Iwart's opponent, I could tell much more. At last, Iwart received a blow that forced him against his will to the ground. The stranger took his opportunity and did not let him rise again before he had deprived him of both life and honour. Now what more do you want? He struck off his head. He was in a joyful mood, and went to where the lady lay. She had lain in a swoon the whole time, and knew nothing of what had happened, who had fought well, or who had not. He lifted up the damsel, refreshed her with water from the spring, and comforted her as best he could. The lady gradually became aware of her beloved, and she asked eagerly, "How has it ended?" "Very well," replied the man whom fortune had favoured. "With victory I have won you, and I will always love you. You must keep faith with me, as well befits your noble birth." A favourable answer will gladden this man, a stranger here. Lady, think about this, and speak a favourable word to me. May I be damned, if I ever ill-treat you. After seeing you, how could I have failed to seek to win you as my rightful bride? No coward would have dared to challenge the noble Iwart, but I have done so for your sake. Since you have lost your father, assuage your wrath on me in any way you wish, but indeed you are twice as dear to me as ever you were to him." The lady took this well. Rest assured she could not easily have done otherwise, for love compelled her to do so. Yet she did not fail to weep, as is the custom of women. Love took full possession of her. There is nothing else so strong, they say. All may feel the surer of that, since she forgot so quickly that he had slain her father. When a person never intentionally harms another in all the days of his life, and stands ready to direct all his efforts to rendering service, it would be foolish to deny him the reward of forgiveness. I will hear, through your entreaties, turn again to my story. Now hear what the lady did. She asked the hero not to delay, but to ride away from the linden, for she feared her father's vassals. The knight himself pondered this, and considered what she might mean, but the damsel loyally and with true constancy assured him that she would never part from him, whether it pleased him or not. He shared the same sentiment, for never had he been so fond of anyone. So they hastened on their way, and rode forth from the wood. They then encountered the good man from the sorrowful thief, carrying a bier and coming, just as he always did, to fetch the dead. He wished to claim his body, just as he had done for many another before this, in order to bury him. He raised up his hands to God, the same priest, and marvelled greatly at what had happened, for he thought it a strange tale, that our knight survived and Iwat was dead. The priest turned to go, and the lady quickly sent a message with this abbot to her vassals, that they should guard castle and land as honour dictated, and that she would return when the time seemed right. The message was agreeable to all her liegemen, though they wanted to know who had slain their lord. No one could say who he was, or where he had gone. The good abbot swore a solemn oath that it was the handsomest man who had ever earned the name of knight. His bearing is excellent, and he acts in such a way that we should ever rejoice, could we have him for our lord. Then Iwat was buried where our knight was to have lain. Now why should it remain a secret whither the unknown knight went, and the damsel whom he had won at the linden? They rode for a time, a good French mile, until they came to a broad meadow. There they both dismounted under a green linden, for they had not wanted to stop until they could sit on the grass. That for which they had been longing then took place there, although we cannot relate or recount it. They became companions in the way that love counselled them. While this was taking place and the experience was so pleasing to them, they espied a beautiful maiden who was seeking to find them. This lovely maiden was riding a little mule that was white as ermine. Then the hero, who had just experienced great joy, thought he recognised her, for he had seen her before in the company of the water fairy. It was one of the ladies from the land of maidens. He called her by name and bid her welcome in his own and his beloved's names. The steadfast maiden thanked him. "If I had wished it myself," she said, "I could not have found you in better circumstances." As she sat down with them, she bid the stranger rejoice and be glad, and proffered him greetings and all good wishes from the benevolent queen who had fostered him, and taught him virtuous conduct, and lavished her care upon him, and who had given him his first sword. "Because you have accomplished that which my lady desired of you," said the messenger, "so thank her and God that you now have succeeded so well. Hitherto your name has been concealed from you. I bid you learn it now. You are named Lancelot, favoured by fortune and lofty birth. I know no one your equal. Your father's name was Pant. Genwis was his land. It is your rightful legacy, of no benefit to those who have taken possession of it. The man will never be found who shall ever defeat you. That is true, for I promise you this in the name of my lady, who is ever truthful. It has all been foretold to her what wonderful things shall befall you. It is through your mother, through her virtuous conduct in all things, that you rightly deserve to be blessed by fortune in old age and in youth. Clarine the Queen. There never lived a better lady. The world was rather hostile towards your father, for he was quick to anger. He was, as I can inform you, slain by his own vassals. My lady carried you away from there and brought you up with tender care. As a token that I have not lied to you, I bring you this box. It contains a precious pavilion. That you rightly deserve to be fortune's favourite is proven by this gift." He then expressed his thanks to the Queen and rejoiced in the news. His wife also, the noble Iblis, was glad to hear it, and was well pleased that things had gone their proper way for her. After this they hurried to examine the pavilion, as the messenger invited them to do. It was a delightful place where they had been sitting. We must not forget that. The meadowland was full of blossoms, red, white, blue, brown, green, and yellow, black, sea green, cloud white, pale yellow, grape blue, steel pale, iron grey, purple brown, silk yellow. The birds with their sweet songs flew over the beautiful field. There in the middle the good-hearted Lancelot pitched his pavilion. The workmanship was so extraordinary that Solomon and Darius, and the rich King Augustus, whom all the earth served, would never have been able to pay the price of such a pavilion, as I shall make clear to you. Whoever was so fortunate as to enter it had good health for the rest of his life, and at the very same time the friend of whom he was most fond would appear to him. The upper part was a mirror, equally flawless outside and in. It never got a scratch, not even one the breadth of a hair, from either missile or blow. The roof was fashioned in this way. It was surmounted by an admirable golden ball, on top of which was mounted a most magnificent eagle of gold. Nothing that is appropriate to a masterpiece was forgotten in that eagle, except for one thing. It did not fly. It perched as if it were alive. It hovered like a bird. Its ornamentation was not sparse. 2 faultless carbuncles served as its eyes. Because of them one could see at night as if the sun were shining. Also its mouth was fashioned in such a way that it gaped wide when one pulled a chain. Inside it was all hollow, and it sang admirably well a strange melody. Its tongue was an abyston, an extremely hot stone that burns eternally once set alight. It also illuminates the surrounding land and retains its blue-violet brilliance better than a great candle. Such was the top of the pavilion. The lower part was lavishly decorated with pearls. It had 4 sides. It was tall and wide. One side was of samite, just as green as grass, with many a scene most ingeniously worked into it, and was of far better cloth than any brocade from Greece. The second side was of rich tribalt silk, shimmering brown, as we are told, on which red images in the likeness of birds and beasts were worked with great artistry. The pavilion stood firm against every kind of weather. The seam with which the samite and the tribalt silk were sewn together was of gold. It is not my imagination when I tell you that the third side was of red baracan, which glistened far and wide against the greenest meadow of clover. He who was permitted to enter it could never feel sorrow, but enjoyed the greatest measure of happiness. Indeed, one must truly say it was an earthly paradise. The 4th side was of white fish hair, woven with great care by the hands of wild women. Nowhere was there any cloth comparable to this, more wondrous by far than Ferran, with the nap not too long. The entrance was wonderful. A child would not believe his own father if he described it to him. The door was a golden lattice bearing inscriptions, none of which I can make out except for one, which began, Quid nom adelt amor? What risk does love not dare to undertake? The second inscription was, or so I believe, Love is an enduring madness. Since I have been recounting them, that was followed by Love has driven out measure. They cannot exist together. No one who deceived worthy people could enter this pavilion. I have failed to mention the tent pole, so boorish people will think who do not believe my story. Nevertheless, I tell you that it was far greener than grass, shiny, smooth, and straight, the colour of emerald. Its diameter might have been as little as 2 spans. Its length was 2 spear shafts, but it grew longer if one wished it. The tent pegs that belonged to it were of gold. The ropes were braided of fine corded silk. You must not fail to mark my words here. Wherever one seam overlapped another, and there were gathered together, a mouldering was placed over it. That I should not forget, I will relate how it was embellished. On it were worked in gold, with the skill of a master artisan, strange creatures, fish, sea monsters, animals, birds, and men. All this was on it, wrought with wondrous cunning, engraved and embossed. When the wind came blowing in, everything began to move together as if about to set forth on a journey. Each sang after its fashion and accompanied the eagle, which screamed above. I will say no more of the pavilion, except for one peculiarity it possessed. When one folded it up, it became so compact that a damsel could easily carry it in her hands. She could never find fault with the marvellous sounds of the pavilion. This is not a fabrication, it is the truth, and not a falsehood. When the pavilion was taken down, it weighed nothing at all, but when one set it up, it was just as it should be, just as its possessor wished, both tall and wide. Lancelot and Iblis approached it straight away. They went inside, be assured of that, and looked into the mirror. They were able to declare that there was no disloyalty between them, for he could see nothing but the lady's likeness, the charming Iblis, and I know that it was just the same with her, that she did not see herself, but only her companion. In truth, let me tell you that had he been over 1,000 miles away, she would still have seen naught but his image. Wise people must agree that when Lancelot had seen the pavilion, he remembered what to do. He sent the messenger home to the land of maidens. The well-bred warrior sent a message to the mermaid that she should consider what she herself required of him, for he would do it, even if it cost him his life. Lady Iblis also sent a message that she wished to be in her good favour, a magic ring made of gold. That is what Sir Lancelot gave the maiden who had done him this service, and who had told him his name in the presence of his beloved. The reward could not but have pleased her. She declared that such generosity was a trait he inherited from that most generous man the world had ever known. King Arthur of Carlisle was beyond doubt his uncle. The story tells us this. I am sorry I forgot to mention that the ring had the virtue that no one could deny any fitting request to him who wore it on his hand. The maiden thanked him profusely and returned whence she had come. Thus Lancelot discovered that he was Arthur's sister's son. Now he decided that he would set off in search of Gawain, for he was fonder of him than of any of his kinsmen. So he rode off, asking along the way, in hope of finding him as soon as possible. Now it so happened that, as he and his fair beloved were riding straight ahead at a good pace, they met a page. Sir Lancelot greeted him and asked him for the latest news. The squire replied that he had recently come from Carlisle, where he had heard a strange thing, from which all wise people predict great evil will come. The Queen lives in great sorrow. Lancelot spoke. Now tell me, what does this mean? I will explain it to you, he replied. King Valerian of the Tangled Pinewood, who is a thoroughly mischievous man, came riding to Carlisle and asked the king to grant him safe conduct, so that he might say what he wished with impunity. Then the king assured him of his immunity. No matter what he should say, he would not become angry. Valerian spoke, assuring that he had beyond a doubt a better claim to Guinevere than did Arthur, for she had been betrothed to him before she was of marriageable age. Arthur replied, as did all his people, that they had no knowledge of this matter. Then King Valerian said, In truth, my lord, she is mine. I will assert my right through combat as befits a worthy knight, and whoever wishes to oppose me, let him not waste words. If he is my peer, I will certainly dare to fight him, were he as huge as a giant. Yet I will make one stipulation, that not more than one man fight with me, as is only just. On my oath, I promise that if I lose the victory, I will abandon the claim on my lady, but if I am so fortunate that success falls to me, then you must all let me ride away and give me the queen. King Arthur said, Let it be. In accordance with these words, a day was set for the combat. He who is to be the queen's champion will rejoice forever if he is successful, for he will be greatly praised. Valerian is resolved to fight a week from tomorrow. Could I ever get there in time? Asked the stalwart Lancelot. He had time enough for the journey, was the squire's opinion, if he travelled both day and night. Who Valerian was is a strange tale, and the warrior Lancelot asked about him. The squire replied, I can assure you that he is a valiant king, and has a castle so perfect that none can compare with it. It has nothing to fear from the siegecraft of any man, not in the slightest. This I can tell you as true. Before the castle lies a thicket through which no one can pass on account of its unclean and loathsome beasts. Around the crag on which it stands there always hangs a mist. The thicket is well guarded by many and diverse serpents. It is indeed a dragon garden. Through it there leads a road, and the dragons show such restraint that they never approach it unless Valerian, that dauntless man, summons them. More I have not heard, except that I should tell you that the upper part of the castle is most beautifully constructed. It is the crown of all fortresses, and shines like the sun. It is supplied with water from a good spring. The Lord himself is a gallant man. The tangled pinewood is the name of the castle and the keep. My Lord King Arthur possesses in his kingdom no castle to compare with it. Whoever is to oppose Valerian should certainly be fearful, and must expect only unpleasantness from it. And now you must let me depart, said the well-trained squire, for truly this is no falsehood. Then Lancelot quickly wished the squire a pleasant journey. He rode night and day, so that he took but little rest, and his beloved did the same. On the 5th day he came to the castle of the Duke of the White Lake, who had departed for the combat the day before. The Duchess asked the tired companions to be so good as to tell her who they both were, for she truly had never beheld anyone more beautiful. Lancelot related to her all that had happened to him. She recognised him at once, and never did she experience a happier day. She said, Lancelot de Lac, your father was my kinsman, and your dear mother is of my husband's family. It would give me great joy if you will allow your beloved to stay with me until she is somewhat rested. I gather from your haste that you would very much like to witness the combat that is to take place there, but you will scarcely arrive in time. I will lend you for your journey 2 fresh Arabian steeds, and send along a knight who will bring you to the combat in good time, before they come to blows. This aid I gladly give you, so that the Lady Iblis may await your return comfortably under my roof. Heed my request and return here immediately after the combat. This Lancelot promised her. He assured her how happy he was to do this. Then that stalwart man departed quickly on his way. If I leave it unsaid, you must nevertheless realize that no woman was ever better cared for, or so kindly. Now Lancelot was on his way. He rode straight ahead at great speed. By chance he came to the growing lookout. Here let me tell you about this lookout. From it one could see over all England and even further. The hill was scarcely wide enough for 2 fighting men, yet on occasion it grew so large that 100 knights could tourney on it. No matter what anyone could imagine as necessary for demonstrating his prowess, he would find it in abundance there, beside a river that flowed nearby. If a great and mighty army arrived there, another army rode against it. A single man could discern no more than one adversary, even if he wanted to. Lancelot said, I should certainly like to test this tale, to see if it is true or false. Were it not that we have already ridden so hard? Suddenly he sees that a knight was waiting with raised shield in hand on the field by the ford. Now hear what happened to him there. They both galloped into the stream and came together with such force that Lancelot threw the denizen of that land from his horse and gave him such a grievous wound that he began to bleed freely and floated away down the stream. I do not myself know where he landed. In this way Lancelot de Lac acquired an extraordinarily fine charger. Never did the valiant warrior mount a better, which he rode to Carlisle. Early before sunrise, King Valerian was armed and in the arena. I could not easily describe to you how very knightly he sat, except to say that he lacked for nothing. No stranger to the court was ever better equipped for a great contest. Beside him stood his castle and steed, caparisoned and ready for battle. Already both knights and ladies who wished to view the combat had made their way there. Now Gawain the Faultless was sitting on the stone of honour, concerning which it is sufficient to tell you that it did not injure a man in whom there was guile or malice. Guinevere sat beside him, his liege lady the Queen. With her own hand she had laced on him the mail hose, as many a valiant hero looked on. Then Lancelot came riding through the middle of the throng and dismounted at the stone. With permission from the Queen, who bid him welcome, he approached Gawain. They were all greatly pleased to see how well the stone suffered his presence. Thus his excellence was seen by all, both the humble and the great, on account of his fine bearing, and especially of his beauty. Then Gawain was very glad indeed to find his friend still alive. They recognised each other at once. Sir Lancelot reminded him that when they had parted, Gawain had faithfully promised to grant whatever Lancelot should ask of him. Gawain took no offence at this. Then the well-mannered Lancelot implored and entreated Gawain that he should let him take his place in the combat. No, no, my dear friend, said Gawain to his comrades. I cannot honourably grant that. My courage might be called into question. Then Lancelot recounted all that had happened to him from beginning to end. A great circle of people began to form around them. Those who had seen him joust before, when he had captured Gawain's father, hastened towards him. Everything turned out well for him. They were immediately convinced of his lineage. When King Arthur learned in what relationship the two of them stood to each other, he was heartily glad, as were his other kinsmen. They demonstrated their great affection for him. The whole court rejoiced. Lancelot pleaded his cause until the king and all his court asked him on the spot to fight for the Queen. Benevolent Guinevere entrusted herself to his loyalty, that he would defend her from the great wrong. Gawain himself desired to do this, but he acceded to his kinsman's wish that he would allow Lancelot, whom fortune so favoured, to take his place, because he was well aware of his prowess in the joust and in his chivalry. When Valerian saw their joy, I will tell you what he said, that so far as he was concerned, the one was as good as the other, and that he was delighted to fight him, since they were both kinsmen of the king. These words displeased no one. Then Lancelot was ready, as befits a worthy knight. May God now reveal whose cause is just, said the benevolent Queen. The apprehension had to be great, for at this judicial combat there sat in a circle about the field 1,000 ladies and more. Their anticipation of things to come made them suffer, as well as the fierceness of their bitter anger. With weeping voices they all wished the Queen success, who was too honourable ever to gain anything by unfair means. Any reasonable heart that considered the matter ought to take her side gladly. Now King Valerian and Lancelot charged at each other, two powerful men. They were fitted out so magnificently that no Christian man or Saracen had ever beheld their like. They were both eager to begin, their desire set on feats of chivalry. They saw beautiful ladies about them on all sides, and on this account, I warrant, they were all the bolder. Now they began their fierce contest, for they did not wish to postpone it any longer. They called for all to leave the field and covered themselves alike with their shields in the manner of knights. The two high-born warriors put the spur to their horses and made directly for each other. Then each was forced to receive an unfriendly pledge of the payment to come. They pierced each other's shield at the 4 nails next to the hand, so that the stout shafts of the generous warriors shivered and the splinters flew up in clouds of dust. Neither of them lost his seat. Then they took 2 other lances and continued their jousting. Violently the chargers were driven together, and so goaded with spurs that they collided. But the dauntless heroes did not pause. They splintered their shafts and then powerfully drew their swords from their scabbards. Now hear what happened to them both. The adventure tells us that the 2 knights never fought better, mounted or on foot. Their bold hands knew no rest. Each of them hacked the other's ring-mail to shreds with his sword, for both alike strove for victory and glory. They struck so hard on the helmets and on shields that wild plumes of fire darted from them, and the steel helmet of each was dented from the blows. Nor did Lancelot fail to deliver his customary strokes. He drove King Valerian several times about the field in a circle, and wounded him so severely that he sank to the ground before him. He was so weak from loss of blood that his life was in danger. Then Lancelot the Renowned compelled him to give assurance of surrender. Valerian agreed to that. He surrendered to the mercy of the youth who had vanquished him, and swore solemnly that he never again would cause hurt to the Queen. Stalwart Lancelot was not unwilling that the hero should live, for he was not bloodthirsty and was loath to slay him. All those present who wished to act honourably thought this sufficient. King Arthur also allowed him to live because of his steadfast valour, however much he had angered him. Through this he also honoured Lancelot, who had won the victory for him. Truly Lancelot gained glory from this, but later he heartily regretted it, for Valerian afterward broke his pledge and robbed King Arthur, thereby forfeiting entirely the good reputation that he had formerly gained. For he who betrays his word has lost his great possession. Worthy people will understand that. After King Arthur had encountered this adventure and had vindicated his honour, he experienced great joy, as did Guinevere the Queen and all his court. They were all very grateful to Lancelot for the honour done them, and they freed Valerian at once. Thereupon 300 handsome knights and my lord Gawain were sent to fetch Lady Iblis, and with her the Duchess of the White Lake. You will never hear again of so kind a reception. It was too long to relate how Iblis was received, as it would probably weary you. My lord King Arthur greeted them with a great show of splendour, with well-caparisoned horses, and with rich banners, for never had he welcomed dearer guests to his castle. Guinevere threw off the burden of fear that she had previously borne in sorrow. She showed Iblis every honour, and they were both equally happy and filled with sweet joy. Iblis and the Queen. Whatever gestures of friendship the two ladies, so perfect in virtue, could make, these they shared with each other. I have never heard of such great rejoicing. King Arthur did not permit either friend or foe to depart from his court for 4 weeks. For this he was much praised, so that his fame still remains unassailable. For the sake of his honour, he spared no expense. All this was on Lancelot's account. Everyone who was mindful of honour was favourably disposed towards him, for he knew how to behave better towards them than anyone else at court. Because of his nephew's kindness, King Arthur then forgot whatever unpleasantness he had known since the days of his childhood. Lancelot was received into the band of his dearest companions, and so it came to pass that such an excellent man by virtue of his worthiness won a seat at the Round Table. A short time afterwards Lancelot commended his beloved to the care of his liege lady, the Queen, and revealed to Gawain, his kinsman, of his own accord, that he wished to go to Pluris. He asked him to look after his affairs, and cleverly arranged that no one knew his intention. Now Lancelot is ready. He had been told concerning Pluris that it was a beautiful castle and strong, built in such a way that it lacked for nothing. Below it lay an attractive marketplace, and near it a heath abloom with flowers from all over the world. The meadow was adorned with a beautiful pavilion. This splendid pavilion was decorated with 100 shields, no more. They hung one right next to the other. With their strange many-coloured devices, they shimmered against the green grass. In this castle lived a queen who with peculiar cunning had instituted this custom to contribute to her amusement. It was called the Adventure of the Courteous Queen. It was her intention never to take a husband unless a man should appear who was so much braver than other men, who would win great renown at the expense of the 100 stout knights, of whose shields I have just spoken, by unhorsing them all in a single day, and in this way break the adventure of Pluris. And to him on whom this glory fell, the noble queen would entrust herself, her possessions, and her honour, and withhold nothing from him. The knight whose shield was untouched had to take the first joust. The others were to hold back until they saw how he fared. The shield touching was performed by the dwarf whom Lancelot had earlier spared after he had struck him in those days when he had first ridden forth into the world. Now let me tell you, in all truth, that Lancelot tarried no longer, but rode forth once again and came to Pluris, where he quickly learned the nature of the adventure. He dismounted onto the green grass. He lost no time and began to inspect the pavilion and the knights who sat there. They did not neglect to send a message to their lady the Queen, that she should ride down to see for herself that there was a knight of excellent bearing who was intent on essaying the adventure. They informed her that she should come with her court. The Queen said, "So be it." How well she considered, here there is a gap in the text, that ever accompanied a lady. When Lancelot saw this, he demonstrated his prowess once again. He touched one of those self-same shields that hung on the pavilion. The dwarf then went off to tell him whose shield it was, that he should take to his mount. I cannot tell you who these 100 knights were. That would just annoy you, and justifiably be tedious. I would tell you their names, but no one has told me what they were. In all this land, no one was more valorous than they. Be that as it may, things went awry for all of them. There is nothing to be said against that. Lancelot struck them down from their horses onto the grass, as many as there were of them, so that not a single one kept his seat. The Queen marked that well. She declared that Lancelot the warrior was the very perfection of manly excellence, for he had broken her adventure with such great chivalry. She bid him accompany her without further discussion to the castle. It was magnificent through and through, marvellously ornamented and richly appointed, with all those things clever people know to devise, and so Lancelot, lucky with women, had to take another bride. I do not know if he did it unwillingly, for the Queen was a lovely maiden. She would have roused a man who was half dead. We are told that the celebration was joyous. Many a lady and bold warrior were there in countless numbers, and the delightful festivities lasted until the 20th day. The whip-stroke that Lancelot had been dealt had led to this. No one can tell you how such little things may benefit a man, and what may bring him good or evil. After Lancelot de Lac had lain with the Queen, she began to love him. She feared in her thoughts that if he should abandon her, she should never win another man so noble and handsome. This fear began to gnaw at her heart. For this reason she provided 40 knights for him, who actually did nothing from morning until night but keep Lancelot under strict surveillance. They were everywhere at his side, so that he could not escape them. He was forbidden at all times to bear a weapon of any kind. The wise Queen did not permit him to carry so much as a knife. Under these conditions he was obliged to remain there with her for nearly a year. He showed his discontent from the first until the very last. Then the resolute man began to behave more affectionately. In this way he sought to deceive her, who loved him beyond all measure, for he longed to go home to his uncle's castle. And what was the mighty Arthur doing at this time, when nobody, neither countryman nor any kinsman, could tell him where in the world Lancelot de Lac was? The nobleman, according to the adventure, invited all who learned of it to come for a celebration on the approaching Pentecost. May God always grant him glory for that. He bid his messengers travel to foreign lands across the sea, a great host of heralds with whom he sent many a letter. The whole land was awhirl with preparations. From the old to the young, they made marvellous clothing. It had been told to them as true, and they heard everyone saying it, that King Arthur wished to throw open his treasure room and distribute his gold, so that men should praise him all the more. Beyond that, he promised great rewards, so that people should want to come, and everyone could take whatever he desired. In the end, they were granted as much as they pleased. King Arthur made his preparations. He procured as many as 1,000 castellan steeds, and beside these, he wanted more, at least 1,200 Arabians. Guinevere the Queen was also mindful of her reputation. Clasps, bracelets, rings, these she procured in countless numbers. I wish to soften my description for you, but I must make plain that they both did this, Arthur and the Queen, in order to enhance their reputation all the more in every land, and also to discover whether anyone could tell them news of where Lancelot may be, whom they thought lost. It was all done for no other reason. The noble Lady Iblis lived in sadness and in heart-wrenching distress. She was almost dead from sorrow and from pitiful suffering. No one had seen her happy again after Lancelot de Lac ceased to look after her as he ought. Her lamentation was endless, as she lived beyond reproach there at court. Her heart was filled with despair, as is the wont of those in love. For this she knew no remedy, yet I hear it said that those who experience such a thing often do not follow good advice. Now you shall hear how Lancelot fared as a prisoner in his kingdom. He lived a remarkable life, sometimes sad, sometimes happy, yet his heart was determined, however pleasantly he might while away the time, that he would never stay there, where he could not see his beloved, if this could be accomplished in an honourable way. Finally he thought of a clever ruse, which he put into practice. He asked the Queen out of love for him to reinstate the adventure as she had established it before. He was confident that someone would come along who would undertake it and thereby also prove worthy. Whatever he wanted had to be done, for the Queen of Pluris strove to win his favour, however little he repaid her for that. She knew nothing of his intentions, nor that he had made this request for the purpose of escaping, should he have the opportunity. His life depended on this plan. He had given much in the service of fame, yet despite all the great things he had accomplished, Lady Iblis was at no time absent from his thoughts. He knew nothing so dear. One should believe that. Now let us leave him there. and learn how things are going at the castle of Carlisle. There came a beautiful day on which the eve of Pentecost fell. One saw in the far distance streams of people making their way there. I do not wish to conceal it. A numberless host was to be found on the mountain and in the valley all around the castle of Carlisle. There one could have seen many a fine pavilion roof of brocade and many good shelters, for mighty kings and princes were among the throng, and the air was filled with boisterous merriment. At night they slept in comfort, each according to his wish. Whatever should properly be found at great celebrations was unquestionably there, in abundance and excellent quality. One saw nothing of unseemly behaviour that might cause anyone to complain. The next morning at dawn, one could see the sun making a special effort to shine bright and clear, and one heard, to be sure, the sound of many a beautiful mass. But as yet no one possessed any news important enough to be told to the royal host in public, for it was the king's wish not to eat or drink until he had learned something that deserved to be related to his court, and to all those who would then act upon it in the pursuit of glory. Though they were not eating, there were bouts and dancing, and the radiant beauty of many ladies, with whom one could exchange friendly glances. King Arthur threw open all his treasure chambers and offered with great fanfare whatever anyone wished to receive. No one needed to rush or to crowd in front of another. Each received his own particular gift, and there was no strife. Never before, I should imagine, had so many garments and horses and so much treasure been given away on a single day. Guinevere the Queen demonstrated her generosity. Upon their arrival, she gave away long robes trimmed with sable quite down to the hand, with the best fur that could be found in any kingdom, with costly fur lining, and whatever else a lady should give away. In this way she strove to maintain her great renown. As the time for breakfast drew very near, the knights saw approaching from afar the maiden who had revealed to Lancelot his lineage and his name. Then the company spoke all at once. "This may well be a messenger. That is apparent in her haste. She brings news. The praiseworthy Gawain showed his good breeding. Let him be thanked for that, and let the maiden through the throng into the presence of the lord of the castle." Then she spoke before them with fitting words, so that the princes heard it. "O king, God save you and also the queen, and all those whom you wish well, for you merit this, both by your noble rank and by your person. This my lady wishes you, a wise mermaid. She is a queen, more courtly than any one now alive. She sends you a splendid gift. No wise man who sees it can deny that. A more precious gift she never made to anyone. She does this on one condition, that you, noble king, preserve your honour well, and do the thing I ask of you." "How loath I would be to deny your request," said the lord there in his castle, the mighty King Arthur, for he was certain beyond doubt that she would ask nothing that was not seemly. Whatever he promised, he was sure to fulfil. Now my Lady Iblis lay ill and wretched from misery. She was not there at the moment when the maiden came riding in. She could never have failed to recognise her, greet her, and call her by name, for they had met when Lancelot had given her the ring that pleased her so well. As I just now told you, you shall understand more about the maiden's errand, since it pleases you to hear it. She wore a very becoming belt from ebony. Her gown, as I should inform you, was adorned and clasped firmly with a brooch in a charming way about her waist, after the manner of French women, who are very beautiful. That same wise courtly maiden carried on her belt a pouch of moderate size, that was most delicate and embroidered with marvellous artistry. Out of it the maiden promptly took a mantle of wondrous beauty, which suddenly grew larger before their very eyes. It became long and broad, and in truth I tell you this, all the colours appeared in it that any one had ever seen or known. Into this strange garment was worked with the great care of a clever heart every sort of beast, bird, and sea monster. On it one could see everything that is found on the earth or under it, or beneath earth and sky, everything that bears a name, exactly as if these things were alive. Now they hovered here, now they glided there. A magic spell created this through necromancy. When the court and King Arthur had seen this, the maiden spoke to him again. You must take the mantle, O king, and give it to her among all the ladies whom it might fit, and I should very much like to see who she is who receives it. And if it does not fit her, you must straightway give it to another. Such is my lady's wish and mine, since you have promised it. And the promise shall not be broken, said Arthur. That must be done, which I have promised to you. Now from the company those ladies stepped forward who wished to prove their constancy. The king said to the lady of the castle, no matter how it may turn out, see how the mantle fits you. Put it on quickly. I am eager to give it to you, for no one is dearer to me. There was not the slightest hesitation. Guinevere put on the mantle. From this she incurred a measure of blame, for that same garment shrank up above her ankle, so that it did not fit her. The messenger asked if she might say what that betokened. The lord replied loud and clear, so that many a prince could hear it, that he would never be angry with her on that account, and that her words would not harm her a whit. The maiden said, It is true that Guinevere is courtly and virtuous. In her conduct she has taken great care to do nothing but that which is good, yet on account of inconsistency she has erred in thought. A good husband should watch over his wife, but with great kindness. If the queen had been less carefully protected, she would have often done things that, for the sake of her honour, she has avoided. Yet severe chaperonage and a suspicious mind will make even a steadfast woman fall into evil, and that is as sure as death. The queen gave back the mantle, and Arthur spoke. All the ladies in my house must try it on, if that be God's will. Let none of you hang back. You should be all the more willing to do it, because I have pledged my word that you would. Whoever refuses is being unreasonable and demeans me as a perjurer. Then they all reflected that they would rather suffer disgrace for their own faults than never again be shown his affection and favour. After the king had spoken, Prince Torfillaret, a sensible man, replied, As heartily as I can implore her, I ask my beloved that she now be the first. Whatever she has done up till now will truly be forgiven if she will avoid doing it again in the future. His words angered the lady, and she flung on the mantle. Then it grew so long that it trailed far behind her, except for one place in the front, and that was lifted so high that it reached down no further than a little above the knee. They were filled with amazement, who saw the mantle grow so short. The maiden said in all haste, I will tell you for all to hear, this lady loves her husband too well, and when he denies her the attention to which he has accustomed her, then all her thoughts must turn longingly to the love of others. I do not wish to make her angry with me through the reproach, but the mantle fits another better. When she had ceased speaking, Gawain took the mantle and requested of his beloved that she put it on for his sake. Then it fitted itself to her perfectly, as if it were a snug riding habit. The maiden spoke. I say to you that if the mantle should fit no one better, then the lady who is wearing it could properly do without reproach. But there is one whom it fits better. Then Kay the slanderer spoke. From the length of the mantle it is clear that it fits my wife. She also took it at once. Everyone paid close attention. I believe it fitted her well in front, the side facing where her husband was sitting. Kay said, It fits her better than all these ladies, who can discover the slightest need for improvement. In truth, the mantle was crumpled at the back all the way up to her belt. However much they pulled it down, it would not stretch in the slightest. Then all those present cried out, "The garment is a perfect fit." When Kay saw the truth, he turned red for shame. He called his wife and bid her go to the Queen and say, regardless of what her own real merits might be, that she believed that she did not deserve any public accusation of wrongdoing, since none had been made against her liege lady, the Queen. But she who brought the mantle reproved her, because she was inclined to agree to anything and willing to do whatever was asked of her, and when one desired anything of her, never refused to grant it. After Kay's beloved had failed, the stalwart Loifilol, who had loved his wife since a year before she was born, stepped forward in a seemly manner. In truth, he had never been angry with her as far as she could remember. For this reason he expected to triumph and wanted to make a show of her loyalty. Among all the ladies there was hardly anyone fairer. None of them was considered to have greater love for her husband. The praiseworthy man had earned this through his loyalty as a courteous husband. He now clothed her in the mantle. It fitted her as well as one could wish, except for this, as I shall tell you. There was no one present who could fasten the brooch properly. This grieved the worthy knight and made him immeasurably sad, and the fair lady also. The maiden, who could explain everything, did not conceal from the noble company why this had happened. She said, "The lady has accepted much attention and service, in which her heart took delight and constant pride. Yet she took great care never for the sake of any man's love, to act according to the promptings of her foolish heart, however much he entertained her. This she did only because it increased her pleasure and amusement. Indeed, I should like to say to you that this is still the custom of many women, who believe it enhances their reputation. Oh no, they diminish it greatly. It is a shameful and dishonourable thing when a woman takes a man's gift and yet leaves him unrewarded." Then King Ivories bid his beloved step into the circle of ladies. When she donned the mantle, it fitted her perfectly everywhere except that it developed a large hole. This needed to be covered with a broad patch, which she did not have at hand. The maiden said, "This means that the lady detests her husband because he is too short, and yet one man of modest height, whose conduct is exemplary, is far better than a multitude of tall ones." The lady took off her mantle. Then Sir Kylot bid his beloved put it on. I can tell you for a fact that the brooch broke at once. This made it apparent that he travelled about with her too much. The maiden then solemnly swore that it was a foolish thing for anyone to hurt his wife's feelings, and thereby do her no honour, by forcing her to go where she did not wish to. Grievous suffering causes many a brooch to break. One should speak ill of a man who wishes to be separated from his wife too seldom or too often. The mantle slipped to the floor. The maiden reached into her pouch and produced another brooch. After the mantle was reclasped, the wise Maldus bid his beloved not to hesitate, but to put on the mantle right away. She was the shortest woman among all the ladies. Now you shall observe a marvel. When she donned the mantle with fear and with prayer and with womanly trembling, it took the form of a jacket, so that it indeed reached no further down than to her belt, though she was the shortest. Then the maiden said, "I assure you this is a strange thing. In all this circle of ladies there is no one who has a sharper tongue than she. I tell you this, for I must, that she lets no one escape her wicked words and insinuations. That is why this has happened to her." Then Sir Iwain bid his beloved rise, and this was evidence of his good manners. I will tell you a fine joke. She was so tall that she stood a head above any of them. But when she squeezed herself into the mantle, it grew so long for her that it lay spread out behind her on the floor in uneven folds 3 hand breadths long. All took great notice of this. The maiden explained it to them. She said, "It does not fit her either. She is too single-minded. Whatever she has a mind to do, she will not abandon for anyone's sake. He is foolish who does not know how to yield, but rather always persists in his obstinacy." As you have heard so far, the mantle had come close to fitting many ladies very well, but for some small thing. The faultless Ente, and Gawain's beloved, and many more there were among the ladies who could well have been given the mantle, except that the maiden who had brought it there did not wish this. As the time drew near, when Arthur and all his court and the maiden from the lay court properly to dine, and 200 ladies and more had already tried on the mantle in the order corresponding to their rank, the messenger then requested the king to summon forth a fair lady who had not come with the others, for she was well aware that the faithful Iblis, because of love's painful torment, as befitted her constancy, had not appeared this day. But that was no matter. She had to appear. It was the wish of the whole court, for she had never committed a deceitful act. When she then entered the circle, she greeted that self-same maiden who had related such marvellous things as she was able to do. With laughing mouth, the mermaid's messenger bowed to her and called upon her in God's name to put on the mantle. The lady did not hesitate, but put it on in front of everyone. Then both women and men declared that it was truly the best-fitting garment that ever a lady wore. If, however, anyone out of envy contemplated suggesting that something about it did not fit, before that remark could ever have been completed, the mantle arranged itself so that it had no flaw. Then my Lord Gawain and all those present were in agreement that the mantle was not ill-fitting in any way. Let anyone who dares accuse him of lying, for no honourable person could do so. It seemed perfect even to Kay. He said to his beloved, "I should indeed be fond of you, for you have been careful enough to hold your place among the great majority. But may the devil hang him whoever again calls to mind any of this, except for some good purpose and without malice." Then all pledged themselves by the king's honour that it would never again be mentioned with ill intent. She who had brought the mantle told them the news that Lancelot was held captive at Pluris, and what had happened when he broke the adventure and unhorsed 100 knights, and how he made love to a queen against his own wishes. She said also that the adventure still existed, so that a knight could occupy himself all the better at Pluris. When she began to speak, knights and ladies rushed forward to gaze at her. They abandoned their former hostility. Every maiden alike forgot her embarrassment and rejoiced over the news that Lancelot still lived, and was unharmed. At this time the messenger of the wise water fairy took her leave. She commended Lancelot's beloved to the care of the Most High. She did not wish to remain there any longer, despite the mighty king's entreaties. Whether one was fond of her or otherwise, that made little difference to her. The faultless Lady Iblis kissed her sincerely. For her new mantle she affectionately thanked the mighty queen, who had sent her the gift without knowing her, for the wise water fairy had honoured her for the sake of her beloved. The mantle had yet another quality. Whoever wore it was freed from misery and the heartache of love. Iblis, whom it fitted so well, had great need of it in these days. As soon as the maiden was gone, there arose a great discussion about how God had bestowed upon Lancelot, that bold hero, good fortune enough for 1,000 men. They wondered why his captivity was so grievous to him. And there were very many knights who would gladly have endured such pleasant torment, and spent their days as he was said to be doing. Now hear what truly happened. The court lasted according to the tale for more than 30 days of utter joy. After this, so far as I can tell you, and depending on how much you wish to believe me, it has never been told before, Arthur, that noble king, never again assembled so great a court, with so much boisterous merriment as this one, where all the ladies donned the mantle. Having said all this, I will now cease concerning the guests and what they did afterwards, except to say that they rode away again when it seemed to them the proper time. When Gawain and Cayet had learnt that Lancelot, the son of their aunt, was being held prisoner, they took it much to heart. Because of this they requested at once that Eric and Tristan, those two very experienced warriors, should ride with them to Pluris in the guise of knight-errant in search of adventure, for they could hope to achieve nothing through a siege or with a great army. The friends found that they were of one mind about this. After they had vowed to do it, Sir Gawain agreed with the other three that they should tell no one else, but ride out secretly to essay the adventure. They made the bold decision, following the advice of their hearts, that even if Lancelot had not been captured as they had been told, they would still be in the position to enhance their worthiness. If he were there, they would bend their efforts all the more to this end, that he should return with them from that place. They would rejoice over that forever. They were also agreed among themselves that if they did discover him, they would give no sign that any of them recognized him, or that any of the warriors had ever heard anything about him. With this understanding they came to Pluris, to the beautiful field on which stood the pavilion richly adorned with the shields. They all dismounted onto the grass and surveyed the landscape, the pavilion, and also the shields, and considered what the custom of the adventure might be. And now news quickly came up to the fortress that strangers had arrived, 4 handsome and courtly knights equipped with excellent horses and trappings, so that truly no one could say he had never before seen such proud and valiant companions on horseback, nor did anyone fail to say what he was thinking, that these knights had come of their own accord in order to essay the adventure, and not one of them would pass up the opportunity to test his luck. Lancelot rejoiced at this and asked to be told at once what devices they bore on their shields. The messenger was prepared to tell him this, and he said, "One of the knights who greeted me in a most friendly manner bears a lion with a crown, most beautifully rendered in gold relief. His shield, I should tell you, is magnificent front and back, both sides of azure blue. The second bears a golden eagle. That is the truth. I cannot say more of him. The third I saw bore a shield of ermine white. On it is wondrously wrought a lady's sleeve of sable black. The shield of the fourth bears the device of a panther." From this the good-hearted Lancelot recognised all 4, both knights and shields, and knew beyond question that they were his kinsmen and worthy friends. This pleased him greatly, but he gave no sign of it, and bid the mighty queen to make haste at once and ride with her knights and ladies to the pavilion. He said, "We have been slighted both last year and this in the matter of our adventure. Today we will make up for that. God grant that our men so ride that I gain glory from it." With that they rode down towards the delightful spot, but no one knew that he was praying for the success of the Britons who had come there, and so all who heard him supported this entreaty. I fancy it is still the custom of many to echo the words of their liege lord, but they did not know his heart. When the knights and ladies greeted the strangers, they saw plainly that they were proud and strong. The strangers all pretended that they knew nothing of the situation, and they received the greetings with shrewd cunning. Amid all this excitement, the queen instructed that they be given something to drink. Then the valorous Cayet remembered why they were there, and he carried out his intention. He struck one of the shields that hung on the pavilion, whereupon the first joust began. One of the best men of the cohort charged Karyet. Karyet soon unhorsed him and so many of the others thereafter that very soon a good 64 of them had fallen like the first. After that another rode against him. As they came together, Karyet prepared to take aim and crouched his lance. But his horse reared, so that the swerving deflected his blow and the knight came on. They crashed into each other. Then the well-bred queen said to the warriors, "This knight certainly deserves our praise for the jousting we have seen. I am justified in telling him that he has fought well, but still he has not broken my adventure. It must continue until you others have had your turn." To these words Eric replied, "They will not depart, my lady, until I see what all this talk is about." He quickly unhorsed 73 of them, the virtuous Eric, for he could never have enough of chivalrous sport. One of them he hit on the shield in such a way that its grip broke entirely, and one saw the shield fly away, but the man kept his seat. That was a bit of bad luck, and so he had to fail. While all this was happening, Lancelot and Gawain were agreeing upon a plan, without anyone taking notice. Tristan also did not spare himself. He would wait no longer and at once began to ride against the men of the castle. He did them great harm. Out of 90, none kept his seat. Believe me, but for one single man. I will tell you how this happened. Tristan drove his lance right through him, so that the noble warrior continued riding towards him clear up to his hand. On account of the lance, the wounded man could move neither one way nor the other. Quite against his will, he remained firmly in the saddle. It were better he had fallen. Thus Tristan also had to fail, and he left the field. Then Sir Gawain said, "There is no doubt about it. I must try my luck." Then all had to admit that he knew how to charge and joust in such a way that no one could withstand him. They began to wish for and to envy his strength and his bearing. They declared that he rode well, and better than anyone else. Of 100 knights, no one kept his seat before him, except as I should tell you. After he had unhorsed 99 in fine fashion, the 100th, perceiving this, charged at Gawain. Then dauntless, Gawain tried to hit him high up with the lance, but the blow landed in such a way that it struck him too high and pierced his helmet above the ringed coif, and went through the padding. There was nothing to be done about it. The helmet straps broke off because of the lance. The helmet fell off, but the rider kept his seat, so that Gawain did not unhorse him. The stranger said politely, "I came very near to succeeding, but if a thing is not to be, whatever one does is of no avail, yet it is always good to try." Though they failed only because of little things, as you have just heard me tell you, they had fared better than those who had been unhorsed. Now hear how Lancelot spoke to the queen who was holding him in her custody. "My lady, I expect I shall live in sadness forever unless you grant me your gracious permission to joust here just once. For all who understand anything of the matter declare that these knights have failed only through a stroke of bad luck. I have never seen their equal. They will carry away from here great fame, which will always make me sad unless I make at least a small effort to prevent it. They came here, alas, too soon. Consider this, noble queen, that you may ever be blessed by fortune for it. They think that we are all cowards. I cannot properly tell you how much it will be to your advantage if you permit me to joust against even one of these self-same knights. It is a mockery and a crime that they have dishonoured and put to scorn such worthy knights, contrary to the laws of chivalry. If they depart thus, it will pain me deeply, and I would rather be buried alive than endure the disgrace of their taking my honour away with them." Thus, with both angry words and expressions of fondness, he urged her to let him ride. Most solemnly he promised her, with the enthusiastic agreement of his men, and swore her an oath that he would return as soon as he had jousted just once against any of them that he saw there. He did not break his word. From that he abstained until the day he died. This is how he kept his oath. When he had gained her permission, he drew on his mail hose and buckled on his armour, which he had kept. It could not have shone brighter. Then the queen gave him a surcoat so marvellous that no king ever wore a better coat or tunic. She instructed that many other precious things, of which there was an abundance, be brought to him. I will say little about them, for he did not prize them highly, no matter how valuable they were. You well know that many rejoice over a gift of little value and care nothing for a precious gift, if they doubt its sincerity. Now let us take up our poem again. The queen did not fail to kiss her companion, and the noble lady bid him not to leave her for too long. But I do not know whether he will ever return to her unharmed, for the knight-errants were filled with great battle fury. Still, I would be loath not to continue with the story. As soon as Lancelot mounted his steed, Sir Tristan let his charger spring forward, as if he wanted to joust. Lancelot no longer cared to be the Lord of Pluris. That quickly became apparent. When he brought his charger to full speed, Tristan turned back. Then Lancelot began to pursue him, and now the 4 comrades in arms all fled like cowards. The lady and her retinue became greatly displeased when he would not turn back. Such great sorrow at once seized the queen that she swooned and fell unconscious. The deaf dark night of bitter love deprived her of her senses and her colour and her strength. She was overcome with grief. When she regained her senses, the 5 men had ridden out of her sight. With vehemence beyond measure, she began to beseech and implore every one she could that he should capture her husband, and whoever succeeded in restoring him to her would receive a great reward, a dukedom that she held. No one who could somehow manage to get to his horse hesitated to obey her command, for which many of them forfeited both life and honour. Never did knights fight so boldly. They had a forest and the dark night to thank that their opponents ceased fighting with them. Thus they barely escaped. After this, as I have been told, they rode through a mountainous region. They could not take the direct route to Britain, for they were lost. After having fought in the evening, they rode on all night until early the next morning, when they came to where a castle stood on a hill of moderate height. They made their way toward it. The lord who held the castle was, as I can tell you, wise, capable, and virtuous, courtly and cheerful, perfect in every way. He pursued all those things that were said to enhance fame and glory, as valorous men do. He constantly tested his resolve by behaving as if he could not speak a single word. He was quite able to express everything he wanted to be done with a gesture of his hand. No one was ever better received than the 5 men. The castellan immediately recognised from their demeanour that they were tired, and he arranged every comfort for them. He was called, as I shall tell you, Gilmar the Wise Mute. He was so quick, this is the truth, that no man ever moved faster on 2 feet. He was fierce in war, for he was master over a border march. Many a man stood at his service because of his unflagging perseverance. However much his countrymen reproached him for keeping his silence for the love of a lady, for he had nevertheless won fame for himself. I have told you this because he treated his guests very well. Now Lancelot de Lac and the 4 his friends had to remain with Guillemot until the excellent men had overcome their weariness, and their horses were fit. Who can imagine what fine stories they told while they lingered at the mute knight's fortress? Gawain surpassed the others. He revealed to Lancelot all about the affair of the mantle, from the beginning to the end. At last the travellers wished to tarry there no longer. For the sake of his own fame, the castellan departed with them, and escorted his guests with many a worthy knight, to see that they rightly came to the road that they knew. There they commended Guilimar and all those who served him to God's care, and then he again demonstrated that he could make himself understood. He vowed by means of gestures that his service was always at their disposal. I do not know how pleased you are that I have spoken so briefly concerning this courtly mute. If you will not take it amiss, it would be good to tell about him. You know well how love behaves when she conquers, so that people know no moderation, for she demands a tribute in return for any joy. That was made very plain in the case of this knight. He served a lady, this is true, with steadfast loyalty for many a year, but he did not keep silent about her until people noticed it, and one conjectured. It is she, another said. No, it is she. I think he is doing it all for the love of this lady. She is so courtly and so virtuous. In this way, he was accused of servicing several ladies. The conjecture would not cease, and some guessed the truth. This was told to the lady herself, who imposed upon him the penance, and no amount of hardship would cause him to disobey her command. Let courtly people mark this tale, for he was well rewarded for this afterward. It is the nature of true love that all ends well for those who are steadfast, but they will not boast of it for long, who either serve or accept service with disloyalty, for that, God knows, is not seemly. The same was spoken by Lancelot, when he observed Guilimar's constancy. When have you ever heard tell of more magnificent comrades than these travellers, who have just ridden away joyfully from the mute knight's fortress? However much hardship they had endured, this is all forgotten now. The gallant heroes were in high spirits and full of joy, for it so often happens that when any misfortune is about to befall a man, his heart betrays it to him beforehand through a certain restlessness. These men of whom I have spoken had never been in better spirits, for the heath spread green before them, and in the forest the little birds sang cheerily. Their hearts rejoiced because Lancelot de Lac could be his own man again, and it was their common intention to get home as soon as possible. Gawain said, "My uncle plans to hunt the white stag." When he told them this, they eagerly quickened their pace. By now they had come so far that on the third day they would easily have arrived home at the castle of Carlisle. They declared that they would be glad to see their companions again. As they began to speak of this and were immeasurably happy, they encountered on the road a herald coming towards them. They hailed him by name and asked him for news about where the king was. They also inquired whether their kinsmen were doing well or not, and had some more questions for him. With weeping eyes he replied, "This is no falsehood. If you have not learned of it in recent days, I will tell you the worst thing that any of us has ever heard." The heroes were startled by this, and said that they knew nothing of any great calamity. At this he began and spoke to them, saying, "My lord King Arthur, with all his court and my lady the Queen, desired to have some amusement. They planned to capture the white stag, so that the king would then take, as is his right and as befits him, a kiss from the most beautiful woman, which was his prize. His father, Ulfr Pendragon, instituted this custom, and his son has maintained it ever since." Now the envy that usually ensues as a result has come to an end. My lady the Queen has been stolen away from my lord, King Arthur. It is that monster, King Valerian, who has done this. I understand, and it is my belief that the king himself is sorely wounded, but I do not know how many of the knights who were hunting with the king are slain. It was a thing unheard of, that our happiness should be thus destroyed. Thus the dauntless men of the royal household dismounted onto the ground. Their demonstration of despair was so great that a feeble mind could not describe their proper extent to you. When they had taken place, and whence King Valerian had gone with the Queen, this was all explained to them. Now they had to abandon their joy until God should be so disposed to put an end to their despair. These tidings brought such terrible heartache to the 5 noble warriors that their lady Guinevere was taken captive, and what had happened to the king and his men, that it was plain to see that no greater misfortune had ever befallen them. Great was their distress, as it is with heroes who are shamed by dishonour. Together they then mounted their horses and rode in the greatest haste straight out of the forest until they reached a place where they learned from friends who reported it to them that the king was wounded, though not mortally, and that he would soon recover, were he not saddened by another calamity. They then told the knights that the king, with all who served him, had assembled for battle before the tangled pine wood, and that all the siege devices that could ever be imagined had been tried there, yet they had been of but little avail. The king had declared that so long as he lived the castle would know no peace while his wife was still held there. This made very little difference to King Valerian. He and all those who served him feared Arthur not at all, jousting, dancing, and playing games. This is what they were doing in the fortress. The resolute Valerian promised the queen faithfully and absolutely, and he kept his word, that he would not harm her against her will, and that he would in proper fashion seek to win her love. The noble queen was forced to endure this woeful plight. Unless God protected her, her honour would be greatly diminished. Now Lancelot and his friends arrived at the siege. Whatever feats of prowess he had ever performed, he would have forgotten them all, if only he could have fought sooner and come to the aid of the queen as she was being abducted. After all this had come to pass, Gawain and the 4 dismounted together onto the grass. Among the knights there was not one who did not honestly declare that he was glad to see them. They ran towards the travellers, for they recognised these resolute men by their bearing, and told them of the harm and the disgrace. Then the knights proceeded to where they found the king, sick with sadness. Now they demonstrated their good manners. They quickly removed their helmets and also their coifs. When the king saw them coming, the praiseworthy man stood up, despite his misery, and kissed them all straight away. He spoke to them of his disgrace and of how it had come upon him. One saw the tears flowing down his cheeks. The knights did not fail to weep bitterly. All alike wept who had taken part in this campaign. Who could be so wolfish of heart as not to express his sorrow? Then there arose such a sound of lamentation that it echoed far and wide as the knights wept. Loyally they showed that this suffering touched their hearts. I do not know what to say to you except that there was misery and despair. Many a knight would rather have been dead than bear the disgrace that these warriors suffered, the best in the world. Their cries and wails had many an echo. I will tell you what caused the worthy warriors distress. When the king told them that all his joy had left him, they could not but live in sadness. All wrung their hands. Just at that very moment there came riding to the siege a hero of fierce bearing, bringing with him 3,000 knights. He was determined out of loyalty to come to the aid of the King of Carlisle. For this monstrous deed had caused him much distress. This same young man was a paragon of virtue. We have never heard in any sort of story that there was ever a knight more courtly. This he often demonstrated. King Arthur was his father, and Guinevere his mother. This worthy hero, who was called Laut, the generous, bemoaned the incomparable wickedness of his mother's abduction. It is the truth and no falsehood that he tore out his hair and ripped his clothing. When he caught sight of Lancelot and his other companions, he threw himself at their feet. The warrior cried out in rage. This grieved all the knights, for I will say to you in truth that never did any young man win more renown than Laut from the time that he was permitted to bear the sword of a knight until he rode away, as the story tells us, with Arthur, his noble father, into a land from which the Bretons still await their return. For they quarrel about whether or not they will come again. You have often heard that tale, and so I will leave it to them. Now mark how it went at the grief-stricken siege. If I have forgotten to mention it, you must know that there was never so many damp eyes among such surpassing heroes as on that very campaign. The faithful Laut was in great despair over his mother's plight. He spoke to the knights, addressing some of them by name, and bemoaned to them his shame and disgrace. Noble knights all, I must lament to you, in your gracious loyalty, that my father and my mother have become a laughing-stock. This grievous sorrow must of necessity arouse the sympathy of the great and the humble alike. For you know well that no man was ever deceived who trusted in my father. Now steadfast joy is turned to misery. My mother has bestowed honour upon many a man according to his worthiness. Anything she might have failed to do was unintentional. Likewise, you have all plainly seen how my dear father Arthur maintained the knights at his court. If that generosity is of no avail to him, and the virtue he has practised for the sake of worldly glory, then never again should a man strive to do that which is good. Then Lancelot replied to him, Cousin, cease your lamenting, and believe what I say to you. Nothing happens but that which is destined to be. I have observed these men here, and I am certain that if all the world were arrayed against them on a level battle plain, and had harmed them as greatly as Valerian has done, they would boldly undertake to stand against them. But his castle is so strong that no man alive is cunning enough to cause those within the slightest concern. For my part, I cannot think of anything better than for you to be of patient heart, and to take counsel with the princes concerning this deed that has made us all so unhappy. This they all agreed to do, and then they took counsel together, the king and a host of noble lords. When they had come together, many a proposal was put forward, for many a wise man sat among them. The last of them to stand up was a cunning Tristan. He said, We know well that my lady lives unharmed, and beyond that, we are all aware that she has always possessed wisdom and great good fortune on account of her virtuous conduct, with the aid of which she will preserve her honour to the end of her days. Therefore I advise that my lord the renowned king should send for Malduc, the wizard of the misty lake. He knows much more of magic than any man in any kingdom. With him we shall overcome the despicable Valerian and all his criminal band. If God grants us good fortune, we shall win Valerian's castle from him with Malduc's aid. Then Eric, Fils de Roillac, replied straight away, I do not believe my lord can send for this man. We have often wronged him in many ways. I took his father's life. Then Gawain slew his brother, and in addition my lord King Arthur drove him from the land where he had dwelled with his incantations for many a day. But be that as it may, if he can be of any help to us in this matter, then we should gladly make haste and reconcile ourselves with him as best we can. so that we may overcome this disgrace." Immediately they took counsel together. They decided that nothing seemed more fitting than to seek this man's help. They all came to the decision that the king and 3 companions should not fail to ride after the sorcerer, and should entrust the illustrious army to his son. It became obvious to everyone how dear to Arthur was the queen. From his army he selected those whose prowess he readily acknowledged. They were Cariet and Tristan and Lancelot. These 3 he chose from among his knights. He made ready for his journey and then rode into the forest that lay close to Carlisle. On the morning of the 4th day they lost the road, so that they hardly knew where they were in the forest. But they rode on at a good pace until they came to the Shrieking Marsh. Whoever wishes to do so, let him now learn the nature of this marsh. A horse could scarcely traverse it, if at all. We have truly heard from many a man who is still alive that a great lake lies there, out of which flows a clear stream, from which in truth no animal, no matter how great his thirst, ever drank. The fish that swam in it are equally long and equally short. The English have many of them. They are the length of an arm. The water sometimes becomes so warm, I do not know why, that all the neighbours and the herds of animals flee as quickly as possible a day's journey away and more, and the marsh shrieks so horribly that all those animals die, who behaved so foolishly as to linger there until that hour. Yet it is because of these strange marvels that the water becomes so hot, so that every animal recognises that its life is in danger when the cry comes. Now let me report this to you. 3 days before the summer solstice the marsh shrieks, and never at any other time. One also sees there magnificent birds, many of which hover over the lake, but he who does them any harm will never survive the year. This is why the lake is so infamous. When King Arthur came to the stream and realised that he was in the forest, he had to halt and stop for a short rest. Then he observed a knight come trotting over the Shrieking Marsh. So exceedingly fast was his charger that one could see no hoof-prints. When he espied the king, he recognised him as well he should, for this same worthy knight, no matter where he spent the summer, always passed the winter at Arthur's court. He offered his greeting to the king and the 3, and he was also able to help them across the marshy terrain. He was called Dodlines the Wild Man, with the broad hands. He burned and harried the lands of the King of Ireland. We are told that he did not concern himself in the least about his road when he mounted his horse, for its gait was such that it did not even disturb the dew when wild Dodlines proudly galloped over stony ground or across the marsh. There, when his enemies had to sink down into the marshy depths, one did not even see his horse veer enough to jostle him in the least. Then Dodlines the bold hero led his lord to his stronghold. It was situated on a stone promontory by the marsh, and never was any castle better built, nor even as well. This fortress collected a toll for passing through the land, for the forest was subject to him. The stone was smooth and round like a candle, and had no curtain wall. It was a tower created by nature, of which there was none better, hollow within, and outside solid as a steep, echoing cliff. On top of it, upon the circular foundation, had been constructed an excellent dwelling. I am loath to forget to mention that Arthur, the noble king, was never shown better hospitality, nor served a more lavish supply of meat and game than this wild man offered him. After this, the generous, the mighty King Arthur rode away from his dear friend's castle toward the ford where the water flowed from the lake. The river was broad and deep. Moreover, it ran so swiftly that none dared cross it except, as I have heard, by way of a bridge near the road. It was called the Steaming Path. Here the knights had to cover their horses' heads and hood them, for they could not devise any solution that was better. Arthur, the renowned king, thought it most fortunate that Dodlines was guiding them to the castle of the wizard, so he was pleased with this turn of affairs, and his companions much more so. Thus they now came to the shore of the misty lake. Its nature was this: because the sorcerer was its master, his castle stood in the middle, to which a bridge led from the land, but no one could see it except by Malduk's command, so Arthur was obliged to come to a halt on the castle road. I do not know who will let him enter. But early the next morning at dawn, just as the king had hoped, there came riding over the bridge the castellan's daughter, a beautiful maiden of courtly and praiseworthy bearing. She carried a sparrowhawk, handsome from many moultings. One observed that her palfrey had an excellent gait. Alongside this same proud maiden ran 2 greyhounds, for she was riding for her pleasure. As the French book tells us, she could not have been more learned, for she had read the books containing all the magic spells and had knowledge of mysterious secrets. Except for the mighty Morgan Le Fay, no woman could compare with her, as far as I have ever heard. When she reached the foot of the bridge, where she discovered the noble strangers, the maiden greeted them at once, for she saw by their bearing that they were all princes. Here you should mark a clever ruse, which is still practised by many a woman. From what she had been told in the past, the maiden recognised the king's features. "My lord," she said, "it is a good thing for you that I am the one to greet you, for had I not done so, you would certainly be doomed. But now you will be safe, and for this reason alone, that your heart has always been more generous than those of all other men. In this your conduct is exemplary. In truth, you are much honoured for it." For this Arthur, a stranger there, thanked her heartily. Then he proceeded to relate to her from the beginning to the end all the evil that had befallen him. It was easy for him to explain this to her, for she had already heard how these things had come to pass. Then he offered her a rich reward if she would aid him in this matter. Because of this the worthy maiden promised with a faithful heart that she would be his messenger to her father, the sorcerer. Then the lady departed from the heroes and rode back to her home, where she found the sorcerer. Immediately his daughter kissed him and embraced him affectionately. She said, "My lord father, I wish earnestly to remind you that I have always been obedient to you. For this you ought to reward me, and grant me the boon that I wish to ask of you. I will do it. Tell me what it is." "There are knights tarrying nearby," said the lovely maiden. "You should grant them safe conduct. That is my wish." Then her father kept his silence until he had heard the story of how King Arthur had come there, trusting in his benevolence and wishing to make proper amends for any past affront and harm, so that he might with his magic aid Arthur in his plight. "If he assures me that he will do this," said the castellan, "then no matter how heavily the harm done me weighs upon me, I shall gladly attempt to do what I can. I demand nothing other than 2 men, whom the king shall deliver over to me without any condition, as soon as I have brought his matter to a successful end, and that they be sent to me here when I have presented him with his wife, as he requests. He understands very well what wrongs they have done me. They are Gawain and Eric. Now ride, daughter, on your way, and give them your word as a pledge that this must be the payment that I require from the king. Under no other conditions will I fulfil your pledge to him." At these words the maiden rode to the place where the king had told her of the outrage done to him and his distress, and informed them of the payment that her father demanded. "However much I might desire to grant this to him," said the king angrily, "they would certainly not consent to it. It would be an unseemly request." Then Lancelot answered him, "My lord, you cannot say that, for you have often seen that Eric and Gawain have done things for your sake that placed their lives in the balance. They are doing this very thing even today by remaining behind at the siege. Likewise, there is no peril that I myself would not gladly face, if I might thereby free my lady from her distress. I will swear the same for the two bold heroes on whom this necessity has fallen." The king was also counselled by Tristan, a well-spoken warrior, that he should do the virtuous Lancelot's The king was also counselled by Tristan, a well-spoken warrior, that he should do as the virtuous Lancelot had advised him as soon as possible. Dodlines and Caryet maintained that Eric and Gawain always lived in eager pursuit of glory, that they would never perish in a way that was unworthy or inglorious. Thus they all convinced the king that he should grant Malduc what he demanded, for they knew well the truth, that the two heroes were ready to do for him whatever he desired of them. So the maiden brought it about through her wise counsel, lasting from morning until night, that her father rode with the king, and with the pledge that no harm should come to him. Whatever King Arthur vowed, he violated for the sake of no one. With this understanding, then, they rode across a level plain. Dodlines the wild man guided the king along such good paths, without bridges and never too narrow, that he quickly arrived home again. As soon as the chivalry realised this, no man was ever given a heartier welcome. It was plain from their jubilation that all goes well for him who enjoys the goodwill of those who serve him. At the siege, there was no news that they deemed worthy of telling their lord upon his return. King Arthur took the princes aside and revealed to them what had been agreed upon. It would have been unreasonable to do anything else, they all responded with one voice. The valiant Eric and the courtly Gawain both agreed that if it would be of any advantage to their lady, no matter what happened to them, they were glad to deliver themselves up to the place agreed upon, if the king commanded them to do so. Whether they should then be flayed or boiled alive, or however they were dealt with, that would be determined by fate. They were well aware that one is destined to die, but once and no more. They would risk life and honour rather than permit their lady the queen and the court at Carlisle to be so woefully destroyed. For this they were much praised. Accordingly, in the ensuing week, the crafty Malduc delivered Valerian such a blow that he suffered great harm from it. Now hear how this came about. He began to cast his spells with the aid of his books of black magic, and caused the dragons that lie in wait in the outer bailey, and lurked in the thicket of the tangled pinewood, to cease their raging tumult. Malduc, that crafty man, caused absolutely all living things, both in the castle and below it, to fall asleep. There is no defence against this. The army then moved forward and attacked the battlements. They made Valerian pay dearly for having caused King Arthur so much unhappiness. They spared no one they found in the castle, neither the sick nor the healthy. They were all doomed. King Valerian was slain along with all those who served him. One would have to mourn him forever, except that it would be most unseemly. When someone enjoys stealing away women by force, it is shameful and a crime. The worthiest men were agreed in this, and the sorcerer said, if the queen had fled with Valerian of her own will, so that she should grant him her sweet love unhindered, they would have spared him. Many others supported this, whose hearts had been cruelly tortured by love. King Arthur was so virtuous that he agreed with this as well. Let him believe that, who will. After Valerian had, through his arrogant pride, forfeited life and property, as you indeed have heard, my lord King Arthur entered the magnificent palace in which Guinevere lay. Now I must tell you a marvel, something amazing. She herself and 30 noble maidens, for there was not more of them, were so sound asleep, that not one of them had been aware of the loud tumult in the fortress. Because the invaders meant to lay waste to the castle, it was necessary to awaken them against their will. This came from the fact that the spell was so potent that, but for Malduk's voice, they certainly would have perished. He saw to it that no harm came to them. The ladies were led away, and the castle with all its contents was demolished and razed to the ground. They ravaged both the castle hill and the thicket to slake their wrath, so that no one could ever again from this place cause harm to anyone else. Thus the misery of the generous King of Carlisle was relieved, except that he was now burdened by the costly payment that Malduk had earned with his magic spells. Guinevere the Queen pleaded with the wizard, by the affection he bore her, and for the sake of all ladies, that he deigned to give up his anger, and that he should take whatever he wished of all that she possessed, if only he would release the stalwart heroes from such a journey that would place their lives and their honour in jeopardy. Yet, though she had never entreated anyone so earnestly, she could accomplish nothing. Therefore, she had no choice but to abandon her pleading. Such was then their parting, that all the knights could not help being miserable and unhappy. This was revealed in many ways, with woeful cries, with weeping and wailing, and with such demonstrations of grief that had they been standing over a grave, their sorrow could not have been greater. Their visible heartache meant no more to the sorcerer than the wind. He led the men away on their journey, and so Sir Gawain and Eric were obliged to ride off with the sorcerer with no opposition, under the safe conduct guaranteed by Arthur, towards his stronghold, where he threw them into a tower. I believe I need not tell you what torments they suffered there. Their friends also did not cease to be heavy of heart, however glad they were that their liege lady had returned. Greater lamentation has never been heard than that which was raised for many a day for the king's kinsman. I will tell you at once, without your asking me, that in a short time Guinevere came home to Carlisle. They rejoiced over this as much as was possible under the circumstances, but neither a woman's love nor any other thing he possessed could relieve Lancelot's sadness of heart after he had learned of the misery awaiting Gawain and his friend Eric. Malduk meant to torment them until they starved to death. At this the king and all his court became discontent, for they believed that they were unable to help them. It was a dire situation. Whatever they offered to Malduk to set them free availed the lords nothing, rather he treated them all the worse for it. Then my lord Lancelot found 100 valiant knights, who for his sake would place both life and possessions in the balance, and who swore they were willing to die for him when they saw how heartfelt misery had overtaken him. For no one is so great that his courtliness is not diminished by anger and heartache or deep-seated sorrow. When Lancelot saw the loyalty of such worthy knights, he took counsel with them at once. They agreed that they would ride without delay, always at night, until early morning, and lie hidden by day, and in this way, before any denizens of that land realized it, reached the lake where the sorcerer's castle stood. They vowed that they would swim the lake and place their lives in the balance, and they would prevent that perfidious sorcerer from carrying out his plans. They tell us that when Tristan learned of the secret expedition, he took Cariette with him and hastily rode up to join the chivalry. There was nothing that could prevent a strange man from also joining the expedition, about whom I can tell you much. If the story is correct, that same man was a worthy knight, and truly the tallest giant anyone had ever seen in the whole world. Now pay close attention and do not question my words. The poem informs us that from the moment of his birth he had always grown a span taller every month. He was called Iseult the Tall. From childhood he had belonged to the household of King Arthur, who had fostered him because he was a strange marvel. He was grown so tall that he appeared far taller than any tower, yet in addition to his height, he was very nimble and of courtly bearing. Any man who claimed to be bolder would have to suffer for it. He could not ride, only walk, and was brave and eager for battle. He was just 17 years old when he learned of the expedition that Lancelot was so quietly preparing, and on which many a man would meet his end in the wizard's stronghold. Even my lord King Arthur was unaware of the expedition before these knights had gathered together, who were eager to free their friends. The fearless, not the recreant, were asked to join the expedition by the good-hearted Lancelot, who was devoid of all cowardice. They departed from their land. The 100 knights and the hero, about whose height I have spoken, were ready and eager for their journey. Now why should it be put off any longer? Those who knew the roads set the chivalry on the way towards the castle in which Eric and his friend Gawain were enduring grievous pain that was ill-suited to such heroes. If you would hear what happens next, you must keep silent. One morning as daylight approached, they all arrived at the lake, just a little before daybreak. Then the mist was so thick that they could scarcely make out the castle with their gaze, but the moon gave them light, at the command of Almighty God. Now they were in dire need of boats, which were not to be had. Then Lancelot did not hesitate, but leapt before them into the waves, followed by Cariette his kinsman. Then Tristan made haste, and after him all the knights, and jumped manfully into the flood. Iseult, that valiant hero, eagerly sprang into the lake, and it was helpful to them that he was so tall, for he shepherded the army so that they crossed the waters of the lake safe and sound, and without any losses. He waded beside the knights and paid close attention to them. When any one of them got into difficulty, he immediately came to his aid, and kept horse and man afloat until they were all across. Before anyone was aware of it, the enemy had reached the sorcerer's fortress. And then Iseult took them, and with his enormous strength lifted them 2 by 2 over the castle's crenellated battlement. Then the lord of the castle was repaid in hatred for his crime in forcing Eric and Gawain to live in misery. They found both heroes chained in heavy irons, but the fighting did not cease when they were freed, for no one could forget their torment and suffering. They slew them all, the lord and his household, except for the maiden, his child, whom they did not harm, for she, in her kindness, had aided the heroes, who would certainly have been beaten to death long before this, had it not been for her tears and her entreaties, by which the maiden had prolonged their lives. Thanks to her for this, and to all ladies who so live, that they comfort the torments of love and lighten heavy hearts with their kindness. When all this had been accomplished, and none of the wizard's household remained but for this one beautiful maiden, his own child, and when she saw that they had set the castle ablaze, she quickly helped the warriors find the bridge that led over the broad water. All the chivalry rejoiced, for they feared misfortune if they had to swim over the lake again, in which they had already experienced such anxious moments when they had attempted to cross it on horseback. Now they could ride away fearlessly on a solid road. So Sir Gawain and Eric are now unfettered and free, and the maiden had stood by them in everything. They rewarded her constancy with many a kindness for everything she had done out of friendship for them. Thus it often happens that, without having to ask, a friend is rewarded for the good turn he has done another. One does well to think of that. The heroes rode homeward. That which they had desired had all come to pass. They took the child of the perfidious sorcerer with them to the castle of King Arthur, that she might join his court on account of her praiseworthy deeds, for she was a wise and learned maiden. It must not be passed over in silence that my lord Lancelot, who with his manifold virtues was always eager to do what was best, took Iseult aside and bid him hasten ahead to Carlisle, and bring tidings to the king that his expedition had ended happily. Iseult did not fail to do that which was fitting. He returned home quickly. He hurried as fast as he could and related to the king what the heroes had accomplished. Old and young alike were jubilant, after he had told them the tale to the very end. Iblis could scarcely wait for Lancelot's return. Let me tell you what reward that giant of a man received as his messenger's fee. The queen commanded that a shield full of gold be brought to him, and the mighty Iseult was pleased with his reward. But the others rejoiced as well at the news, though it often happens that when affliction comes to one man, another is not at all concerned, for it is not an affliction that affects everyone. So we have been told. Now let all consider this. Over what thing or for what reason should the noble king ever be happier than over this news, when he heard that his knights were returning, Eric and Gawain? Arthur was determined to ride out to meet his men, and not fail to salute them with 1,000 banners and with well-caparisoned horses, which both he and those who served him certainly had a plenty, with surcoats and lances, the best in the land. For half a day he rode towards the warriors, and then Lancelot de Lac was received exceedingly well, and such great glory was heaped upon him as would have overwhelmed a lesser man. Many a man now rejoiced, who before had been devoid of joy. The king kissed them all, those heroes weary from their watery journey. Home to his castle he led his dear friends. Guinevere the queen had never been so happy as when she welcomed the lords in the very best way she knew how. Do not even consider the idea that anyone was ever better received. The bright eyes of the beautiful ladies were wet with tears of joy, for it must always be so, that eyes are dimmed through joy as well as sadness. But what should the king do, who has held so many a court for the sake of his fame and glory? Now he wished to learn if he still had any loyal friends, so Arthur, whose fame endures forever, proceeded to invite many princes. He made nothing at all of the expense, such as would alarm an ungracious lord who breaks into a sweat over the slightest outlay, and who serves his possessions, and not they him. Now all the people of the land gathered there, kings, counts, dukes, and unless the books have misled us, the finest celebration took place that was ever arranged, before or since, in so short a time. There one could have seen jousting, dancing, and the playing of games, such as a great court will not do without. Let us cease this long speech, except to say that Eric and Gawain won a great deal of sweet praise for their long-standing devotion, which had brought about their rescue of the Queen, and beside despair is unseemly in any one but the base and lowly. It little troubled the knights that they had previously suffered affliction, since it was because of this that so many knights were now being entertained so generously. He shall not lack reward who so sets his mind to serving the worthy. Now hear how the story continues. Never in his life was King Arthur in higher spirits. His heart blossomed with joy when he saw before him the Queen and his dear kinsman happy and unharmed. Now with one voice both guests and the members of the court declared that Lancelot from childhood on was the single most fortunate man in all the world. In whatever he undertook, he always gained the victory. His good fortune also shielded him from envy, which is strange and unheard of, for base men always hate the valiant, but fortune protected him from this. No one denied that he was in truth so perfect in manly prowess that no knight was better, for everyone spread the tale of his adventures, which he had encountered. If worthy people will admit it, he had merit and met his challenges with such success that one can only think the best of him. When the celebration was ended and each turned again to his own affairs, according to his wishes, Lancelot thanked his beloved that she had so often demonstrated her womanly excellence. Her heart rejoiced that her demeanour had been so seemly, and that the mantle the water fairy had given her fitted so well. One night as they lay alone together, Iblis and Lancelot, he talked to his beloved about many things, about courtesy and about love. Then he asked her finally what she considered to be the strangest story that she knew. Then the lovely lady said, "I do not know, far and wide, any tale so remarkable as this. After you had ridden away, my lord bid everyone who wished to be his friend to make 1,000 searches for you. Because of this, they rode off into the various lands. Then the brave Roydant came to a wild forest, where that worthy knight found a great dragon with a beard. Never was any creature so terrifying. It spoke with a human voice and repeatedly called upon the knight, for God's sake, to give it a kiss. The hero had no desire to do that, for he thought the creature monstrous. When he returned, he related all that had happened to him as an adventure. Then well nigh the whole court rode out to see that selfsame dragon. When it became aware of the knights, it begged them for a kiss, at which the heroes prepared themselves for fleeing rather than approaching it. Now, dearest companion, understand why I have told you this. If you are pleased with the way I have served you, then you must honour me by always avoiding that dragon." "I do not understand what is troubling you," answered the steadfast Lancelot, "for even if I were continually asked to do it, I could very easily forego it." But cunningly he began to question her further about the tale, for he was eager for the adventure. He said, "Now tell me more." The lady continued, "They say that the dragon darts about as quickly as if it could fly, and follows after everyone and demands to know when that man will come who is destined to release it from its torment." When he had thus heard the story right to the end, he delayed not a moment longer, but with 9 others he rode to that place where he gained great benefit from his encounter with the dragon. No sooner had he espied the dragon and it had heard him coming, than it reared up for joy and howled most strangely like a wild woman. "Alas, how long must I wait for you?" At this his companions, the 9, were overcome with fear and retreated, but Lancelot spoke. "Now tell me, whence came your human voice? Never in all my travels on water or on land have I encountered a creature so fierce or so terrifying. If I should not incur everlasting shame by doing so, I should be glad to keep far away from you." "No, no, hero, do not do that," said the great dragon. "God has created people and lands throughout many a miracle, conceived of them with his mysterious powers. I am one of those things. If only there now lived a knight who would kiss me on the mouth, Then I should be beautiful and instantly made whole again. But up till now, I have never been able to persuade anyone. All who have ever seen me have fled most disastrously. Yet if a knight were willing to make haste and kiss me, he would better himself by it. For he who is destined for the deed is, without any perfidious deceit, the best knight now alive. No matter how much you desire to flee this place, somebody will relieve me of my torment, and so I beg you, noble warrior, to do it for the sake of Almighty God. Release me. This is no jest on my part, for I will entreat you again by the honour of all ladies. Delay no longer and kiss me." Then Lancelot said, "I will do it, no matter what happens afterwards." He dismounted onto the ground and kissed the most hideous mouth that he had ever heard of. At once the dragon flew away to where ran a lovely brook, and bathed its scaly body. It was transformed into the most beautiful woman that anyone had ever seen. When this marvel took place and the nine saw it, they hastened towards the dauntless Lancelot, who had acted so valiantly that he dared undertake that which has never been done again. When Lancelot realized that he himself was unscathed, he and all the knights made for the beautiful stream. There they found the noble lady clothed in splendid raiment. As to where she found it, we are told nothing except that a marvel had taken place there. The lady spoke to the heroes. "May God grant him enduring happiness, that virtuous lord of mine, who has released me from misery. He may also take great comfort in these words, with which Dame Fortune promised that he will be victorious in all things, and nothing can ever stand against him." Then Lancelot de Lac took the lovely lady and led her to Carlisle. The excitement there was very great. The mysterious lady was not unwilling to tell what had happened to her. She declared to everyone her name and who she was. The lady also did not leave unsaid how this affliction had come upon her. Through this it was proven, when the maiden was thus transformed, that there was no knight so excellent as Lancelot so long as he lived. He rose in glory above all his friends, without arousing their animosity. It would be difficult to tell you how many feats of prowess he performed, for he began early in life and continued to do so for many a day, did my lord Lancelot de Lac. Because of people's curiosity, it would not be proper of me if I omitted to tell you who the lady was, who had changed from a dragon into a woman. Why put it off any longer? I shall tell you this at once. She was called Sildra the Fair, the daughter of a king of File. Those who are learned know well, as do those familiar with the world, that File is an island, a broad isle in the sea. They have an enormous number of marvels there, which no one could enumerate. A week before Christmas the days are so short, as the Roman books state, in which many marvels are recorded, that a runner scarcely covers half a mile before nightfall. Also the days in File are longer in summer than here. You will never hear stranger tales than have been told concerning this place. If any woman there forfeits her courtliness and contemplates deceiving the man who is serving her to win her love, this she does to her own misfortune. Thus she brings dishonour upon herself, for it is the custom of the land not to tolerate this for more than a year. It would take too long were I to tell you what the lady had done. Her sentence was pronounced, and it was decreed that she should become a dragon until the time when she should kiss the mouth of the best knight in the world. And so she crawled away on her belly into a forest in Britain, into which many a worthy knight rode in search of adventure. As I have already told you, she was released from her plight when Lancelot freed her. Further, it has always been the advice of the worthy that women and men should refrain from faithless deeds, for doing so brings with it all good things. It has been told to us that this strange maiden became the judge in matters of courtliness. Whenever anyone at the court quarrelled over anything concerning love, she decided the case properly and thoroughly, since she herself had previously suffered such great hardship because of her faithless love. On account of the many marvellous deeds that he performed, my Lord Lancelot was, as I find in the story, the single dearest companion that King Arthur ever had. Yet there lives no man in this world who has not thought that he would like possessions in his own right, because this frees him from having to make timid requests of others, and so Lancelot's thoughts turned to his patrimony at Genwis, for it seemed to him a disgrace that it was in strange hands. So the dauntless warrior prepared a military expedition with his friends. Here it became perfectly plain that he was a much beloved man, for he gathered together the finest army that we have ever heard of. Arthur, the bold king, brought a fine contingent, 3,000 knights, with armour that glistened brighter than ice. That wise prince, Sir Gawain, also brought to him, there is no doubt about it, 1,000 valiant heroes, eager, dauntless, and brave, equipped to perfection. Torfileret of Wales brought with him a large contingent that lacked nothing that is seemly for well-equipped heroes. Eric also joined him, leading warriors from Destragal's his land, 800 jousters, their chargers caparisoned in iron, with bright sharp swords, for they loved battle, and retreat was unknown to them. From Cornwall and from Ireland came 2 great armies, and from across the sea many a praiseworthy prince. So splendid was this chivalry that they would not flinch, it is said, if all the world were arrayed against them. Tristan brought no knights, for he had departed from Lyonesse, where he could not remain on account of his love for the queen, his liege lady Isolade. Yet one was more pleased to see him than many another on the expedition. In difficulty and danger, so they declared, no man was more valiant, for he had often spent day and night in dire peril. My Lord Lancelot de Lac appointed his rendezvous where old and young could easily come from Carlisle, at a charming hill called the Enchanted Ball. If it would please you, I would tell you of the astonishing marvel. If anyone observes it from a mile away, he thinks that he sees a great horse cast in bronze. When he gets nearer, about half a mile away, it now seems to him as if it were a little mule, and when he gets nearer still, it looks like a dog, and then in a very short time as he gets closer yet, it has the form of a fox. Suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, he can see nothing more than a bit of cast metal, round like a ball, which was there all the time. No one can lift it up or remove it from its place by any means at all, on account of its wondrous power. To this spot came all the chivalry that Lancelot the warrior was to lead into his land of Genwis, which was his patrimony, and from which he had once barely escaped with his life. When this mighty host from all sides of the sea had come to join Lancelot's expedition, lacking nothing of that which knights ought to have, and many a brave stranger had carefully equipped himself, the lords then desired and thought it appropriate to select messengers who were eager for glory and who possessed good judgment. They were instructed to ride ahead and ascertain with all prudence what the people of Genwis had to say concerning Lancelot and his birthright, and also to learn who would stand by him. The embassy was then given to Iwain and Guillot. These two were the messengers because they were very well spoken. These heroes that learned for him within a short time. These heroes then learned for him within a short time how the whole matter stood. Without knowing what was taking place, they happened upon a gathering where a prince was informing the people of Genwis concerning the state of affairs. Also present were worthy knights and the lords of the land, many dauntless warriors. Everyone who could possibly mount his horse had come to this council, for they had indeed heard of Lancelot's fame, that he was so valiant that he would never be reconciled with them until they had made amends for both the affront and the harm done to him, and so they were filled with fearsome dread. They began to take counsel as to what was best for them, when there came galloping up to this fine gathering Ketone de Troyes, who was called Penelope. Now hear what they all had to say. When they had dismounted from their horses, the knights received them with the deference proper to heroes. They in turn behaved in seemly fashion. They asked at once of those whom they found there, who was the ruler of the land. Then they were presented to a lord who correctly explained the situation to them. He said, "There is no king here except in so far as I am recognised as such, to rule this land, but then only at the behest of the princes. His name is Lancelot, who should be our king. We do not know him well, but we have heard that he is a paragon of virtue and so confirmed in prowess that no better knight has ever been born in our time. We will gladly wait for him as long as he deems fit, if he will treat us better than did his father King Pant. Then he can govern the people and the land according to his will. We are desirous of making amends, trusting in his benevolence, and as we deserve, for anything that we have done to merit his disfavour. Let him treat us in such a manner that one may praise him all the more, and we shall be most happy to repay him with our service." After Sir Iwain and Sir Guillot were offered such fine words, which were most seemly and the best that were ever spoken, and which poor and rich alike declared with one common voice, namely that if they should not be treated with scorn, the vassals would gladly serve King Pant's child, for that was just and right. That worthy knight, Iwain Penteloy, replied, "If the words are true that we have heard from you, then I will tell you that we have come here, I and Sir Guillot, in order to convey the message my Lord Lancelot de Lac sends to you. He has been disinherited for many a day, therefore he does no more and no less than this. He offers reconciliation and all their possessions to those lords who recognise that they have deprived him of his lands, provided they will acknowledge their wrongdoing. But if there are those so lacking in good judgment that they are emboldened to try to keep his land from him any longer by force, this he will not accept, and we are to declare war against them on behalf of him and of his friends. My Lord King Arthur will also be their enemy. Moreover, many a high-born prince is now riding into this land. They have forfeited life and possessions, who refuse to reconcile themselves with Lancelot the Dauntless." Many were alarmed by these words. Now Lancelot de Lac had a kinsman in the land of Genwis, a wise prince named Duke Aspiol, who was most well spoken. This selfsame man, because of his manifold virtues and his sense of honour, had looked after the noble Clarine, Lancelot's mother. This noble and valiant warrior answered for the others in this way: "My lords, we are heartily glad that we have lived to see this day, and have been so fortunate that we are to behold again the son of my liege lady and the ruler of this land. However, if anyone objects to these words I speak, a thing I certainly do not expect, he is foolish and truculent. For I have great influence here, and my friends who stand by me will fail me in nothing, so that no one, if I learned that he opposed me, would ever leave this place with honour intact." To this all the princes replied in a seemly manner: "We shall have honour enough from whatever arrangement you desire, for you are so exemplary in your faultless loyalty that whatever we may undertake in your service for the good, we shall have no cause to regret it." Then Prince Aspiol bid the lords all to swear, before they departed from the place, that they would withhold from him neither castle, lands, nor fief, and that they would exempt nothing, but rather they would surrender unconditionally their lives and all their possessions to the noble youth Lancelot, their lord. In this way there would be no difficulties, and it would be the best for them. Then the strangers, the messengers, and the inhabitants agreed that nothing could be so advantageous to the princes, given their peril, as to take this proper counsel and this course of action. Accordingly they did as Duke Aspiol of Taimant, for such was the name of his castle, had instructed them. Thus a reconciliation was reached, as I shall describe to you, by which the bold lords of Genwis should surrender to the Duke's control their castles and their estates, and whenever Lancelot the warrior deigned to ride to them, they would not hesitate but to entrust to him unconditionally their lives, and in addition those of their children and wives, at any price he chose. They offered him a great hoard of silver and of gold, and fitting words that redounded to their honour. The messengers, Guillot and Sir Iwain, took their oaths that this was done in good faith. Then the messengers rode at once to where they found Lancelot, and informed him as to what had been said. The hero immediately took counsel. There were no objections, for they were all well pleased with the terms of reconciliation. The army was jubilant that they could ride without opposition, free and without resistance, to where much gold and treasure was waiting for very many a man. Now they bound their pennons on their lances, and amid joyous cries put on their armour. The heroes who had so gaily come to Lancelot's aid began to bout, for they considered that joy is more becoming to a man who has nothing to fear than to one who is burdened with worry. Now Lancelot the hero led many an exemplary knight to Genwis, where he was glad to go. They received him in a most fitting manner. His kinsmen were the first, then the nobles of the land, who in their virtuous valour showed him and his companions such regard that never have we heard tell of a more splendid reception. Now my lord Lancelot de Lac took the proper time, both day and night, to do as King Arthur counselled him. The princes and the worthy knights, who had the right to do so, did not delay, but with great ceremony placed the crown upon Lancelot according to royal tradition. They swore to him but one oath, that they would refuse him nothing. They received their fiefs from the well-bred king, princes, counts, dukes, barons, and vassals. He declared a great court, and his subjects made their way to him in throngs. Then the terms of reconciliation were fulfilled, so that what had been appropriated from the bold hero was restored to him tenfold. Then the terms of the reconciliation were fulfilled, so that what had been appropriated from the bold hero was restored to him tenfold. He himself did not wish to neglect his inherent generosity. The noble warrior presented gold, silver, and broad swathes of brocade to the worthy knights he met there, and also to those who had come with him, who received gifts in the name of honour and for friendship's sake. Through this the mighty Lancelot maintained his excellent reputation. He acts to his own good fortune, whose gallant deeds gain him esteem at home, for no one should disdain the praise of his own countrymen. Lancelot de Lac was mindful of this for many a delightful day. As he set about putting his land in order, he thanked his uncle who had shown such loyalty to him by having looked after his mother. She was overjoyed to see her child again. Each had much to tell the other of happiness and sadness. Now Lancelot the warrior also reminded the far-famed princess of their oath, that it was their will that the renowned Aspiol, his trusted uncle, and Clarine the queen should rule the land until that worthy warrior had attained his majority, and also until he discovered whether the people of Dodone would offer him the crown of Iwert's land. The matter turned out successfully for the noble warrior. Those in his service were most obedient to him in everything. The lord then took his leave. the stalwart Lancelot with the army that he had joyously brought into the land. They were quite willing to do whatever the hero thought best. It is an old custom that people have always enjoyed serving a man favoured by fortune, whatever he undertakes. In this way the young king of Genwis, that well-bred warrior, maintained his fame and good fortune, as he proceeded to confirm the loyalty of castles and domains, and did not deny to anyone whatever he desired of knightly equipment. Everything went so well for him that there was not one of the knights, from the greatest to the least, to whom he did not make some gift. For this he gained greater praise than any of his peers. Now the princes with their contingents departed from him with great affection, and commended him to God's care. They vowed with one voice that no king could more readily persuade them to join him in a perilous campaign than Lancelot, the dauntless warrior. After this, they all rode away homeward, each along his own road. But Lancelot's uncle escorted the hero with his vassals from there to his castle, and thus the king of Genwis brought great glory to Carlisle, so that all the world marvelled that his endeavour had met with such success. Now let me tell you of a great stroke of good luck. In those delightful days during which King Arthur was visiting Lancelot at Genwis, as you have already heard, messengers had set out, warriors most gallant, from Iwert's land. They bore wonderful gifts, 30 pack horses laden with costly wares, such as never came from Greece nor from Salonika, great quantities of brocade and the best the world has to offer, samite and sable, downy ermine. They could not be any better, and many ornaments of gold. All the marvellous jewellery that could be worked or fashioned out of it for the ladies was there in abundance. Precious stones completed the gift. The messengers had also brought items that were not precious, judging from their nature, yet they had a value worth many marks. These were a net and the sword that Iwert the hero had borne, and with which he had slain all those against whom he had ever fought, except for that one fortunate man, Lancelot, whose luck had held. The blade was beautiful and solid. No king was ever so mighty that it would not please him. The net was also lovely, as it rightly should be, exceedingly well woven of silk and of gold. On the meshes were arranged settings of pure gold containing precious stones, the best in all the world. The net was very strong, made indeed for the purpose that my Lady Iblis might lie under it when she wished to rest. It is the truth and no jest that the net was circular, well gathered into a clasp that was a gem of a rare kind named Galasia. Its nature is such that it is colder than ice, as a wise king described it who knew all the precious stones both great and small. He was called Evax of Arabia. He said, "The stone Galasia is noble and rare, and if it were to lie in a fire for a year it would never become warm. Whoever wears it will never be poor, and wherever it is found among people, no magic spell can harm them, neither the men or the women." And here let us end with its cold nature, for no one has told me anything more of the stone's power. A golden chain which led from it was fastened to it, by which one hung the net as high up as one wished. From this net and the sword it was very evident that the messengers were hoping to discover the whereabouts of the hero who with his mighty hands had won the victory over Iwert, for they did not know where he had gone. But now they had been given the news that he was at Carlisle with their dear lady, whom they so wished to find. That is why they were so well supplied, as I must tell you, that they lacked nothing that any visitor ever brought with him in the way of treasure. This was near the time when Arthur was on his way home, which brought about a fortunate coincidence. On the day he arrived, in the evening, as he was washing his hands, and his dinner was being prepared, news was brought to the king, to which he paid close attention, namely, that handsome knights had arrived laden with precious objects. No one could remember having ever beheld such wondrous trappings, nor horses so beautifully adorned as those of this company from Dodona. They were given a friendly reception by the court, and they were freed from the uncertainty, a state that people always curse, for they found that which they had sought. Strangers are usually unwelcome. Then the Queen Lady Iblis recognised the heroes, for they were born and lived in Bayforest. So she and Lancelot greeted the envoys worthily. Courteously they refrained from pressing them for news. What next took place I shall not leave untold. They ate, and the lord of the castle, together with his guests, of the greatest delicacies that were to be had in those days, whatever they had a fancy for, and on that they feasted. King Arthur ordered wine, mead, and mulled claret to be served to them, for he well understood how to be of good cheer and a good host. When the noble lords had eaten, the messengers remained seated no longer. They quickly laid aside their outer garments as courtly men do. The next thing they did after this was to kneel down all together before their liege lady where she sat, and tell her this and that about their journey and their search to find her on behalf of all the nobles of the land, who had been deprived of her father who had ruled them so well. They said, "The stories we have heard about you, how things have turned out so well for you, have gladdened our hearts. Neither entreaty nor threat would move the princes of Dodona to give the crown by rights to any one but the worthy knight who won you through his prowess. Both lords and vassals, together with all your people, are agreed that they want him for their king. Your land is also at peace. No one opposes you. These words we have spoken to you in hope that you will look favourably upon them. Since it is true that you do nothing except that which he desires, we bring Lancelot a sword and other treasures as a gift for you. It is right and proper that the young king of Genwis live in joy. Because of the surpassing fame he has already won, let him forevermore be called the noble king of Bayforest, the prince of Dodona." Then they revealed the present they had brought him. They had taken great pains to see that it had been properly taken care of. Now let the lady take possession of these gifts, and may she give as much as she pleases to whomever she wishes. The lovely Iblis distributed her gifts with praiseworthy wisdom. I will tell you on my oath that never was a greater number of treasures better apportioned, for she did not fail to give something to everyone, to the humble and to the mighty alike, to each as was appropriate. Guinevere had to accept the net about which I spoke before. Lancelot, the bold hero, gave the sword to the lord of the castle, for he was worthy of all honour. Arthur, the very font of generosity, accepted nothing from Iblis's treasure. But she received words of fine favour, praise and gratitude, devoid of faithless insincerity, not only from those who profited by a gift from the lady, but also from all who heard of this and found proof of her generosity. Whenever one sings the praises of any virtuous act, one betters oneself by doing so. This has always been the advice of the wise. Fame endures after life has ended. It is for this same reason that many a man for the sake of his virtue lives in torment and grinding hardship. It is also a characteristic of many a woman that she is ever willing to endure suffering in order to be assured of a good name. My lady Iblis was mindful of this, and strove to be famed for her virtue, for her wisdom, and youth compelled her to do whatever was best. As much as my Lord Lancelot was praised above many a man, I am not trying to deceive you. His wife also saw to it that no one ever spoke an ill word concerning her. When all this had come to pass, and the messengers had received everything they asked for, and all they wished, as they properly should have, then my lord Lancelot took counsel with his friends who could advise him. They counselled him straightway that he should let the messengers depart from him with honour and return to Dodona, and that he should give to them as was fitting whatever he chose and would redound to his honour, and would also be pleasing to them. The praiseworthy Arthur, the King of Britain, showed honour to his kinsman and to all his court. He gave ample proof of his generosity, as he often did in his great courtesy. To the worthy guests of Bayforest he gave splendid gifts, palfreys and Castilian steeds, hunting dogs and hawks, many things for courtly amusement, crossbows and bows, arrows and artfully decorated quivers filled with bolts. To such gallant heroes they gave whatever seemed appropriate for them, as one usually does to those whom one esteems. I tell you that the messengers were great men, and the peers of princes, and some of them so noble and so powerful that immediately after Iwat had been slain and before he was buried, they themselves might have been made king, had they desired it, except that they renounced this out of steadfast loyalty. Thus the strangers had ridden out for the sake of their honour. Yet more is told to us, that these warriors were so powerful in Iwat's land that no one had the audacity in his foolhardiness to dare to offer them the slightest affront. Whatever they counselled was undertaken with the greatest support of all the countrymen. Now they had seen and heard at Carlisle how Lancelot had fared at Genwis, where he had been successful and his luck undiminished, so exalted by fortune that he was crowned exactly as he had intended. His every endeavour turned out to his advantage, as was only right and just. The worthy knights of Dodona were most mindful of this. They would very much have liked to bring him back with them to that land, where by right Iblis should be queen, and he should rule as well, if he wished to do so. The tale does not conceal from us that the messengers did not wish to while away their time without accomplishing something that pleased them, and I will tell you what it was. They brought it about through their entreaties that my lord Lancelot promised to hold a court for the princes, at which he expected that they would do homage to him and to Iblis the queen. The court would take place at the time of year when people are glad of the lovely summertime, and the heath lies green as April comes to an end. Now let me tell you a little more, and mark this well. Sir Lancelot did not forget that he was to bring all his friends with him to the court, each with his beloved, and that he should celebrate there with boisterous merriment, otherwise all his loyal friends might abandon him. He impressed this on the messengers especially, and bid them make haste. He said, "My uncle King Arthur wishes to spend Pentecost with my liege lady, the Queen, at my castle. Therefore make your preparations all the better." The messengers promised to do all that which he asked of them. Even if he were to bring 100 knights, they would be well provided for, if fortune granted it. He should find his castle well provisioned with honour and with happiness. So spoke the men of Dodona, and then took their leave in a fitting manner, as experienced men know how to do. They departed in such a fashion that both the young and the old in Britain accorded them the worthiest heroes who had ever come to King Arthur's court. After they had taken their leave, they tarried no longer, but rode home again. They did as they had promised. They issued commands and requests. They sent out messengers across the land. They brought many a warrior together and great princes who were responsible for upholding the laws of Dodona, with all their noble households. They spared nothing, neither treasure nor themselves. No man nor woman ever heard of such great endeavours undertaken for the sake of glory. Many a hero, hair snow white with age, eagerly prepared for the celebration, but this caused envy among the young, who saw to it that magnificent clothing was tailored for them at a great price, and decorated their horses' trappings with wondrous ornaments of precious gold, such as the shield makers knew how to fashion, whom one found in those days at the port of Acre. But what more can I say about it, except to tell you that until Judgment Day no court will ever be summoned again that will cause greater excitement. Lancelot strove for glory. As a result of wise forethought, and for the sake of his great renown, he sent messengers to Genwis and announced the court to his vassals. In return, a splendid treasure of precious ornaments arrived from there, and 1,000 richly clad knights. As I found written of them, the clothing of this courtly company was identical. The samite that they wore was from Alexandria, lined with ermine whiter than a swan. From Cunis, where Sibylla the ancient prophetess dwelt, was the sable, as I understand it. Poverty was unknown to them. Their tunics were of silk, as were the other garments worn with them. Their leggings were of fine wool. They could not have provided themselves with finer banners than they had. Their palfreys and Castilian steeds were such that one could not have found comparable ones in Apulia or in Spain. They had lavished much care on the trappings, which were worthy of them. The heroes were experienced men. They brought with them armour, which shone brighter than tin, and many a surcoat as well. I ask you to believe me and to accept beyond any doubt that they arrived at Carlisle, as I shall now inform you, in truly praiseworthy fashion. They had in abundance beyond measure all that a knight could wish for and desire. This was how the heroes of Genwis were equipped, perfect in every way. They also brought for their liege lady gifts that she could look upon with honour, an immense quantity of precious objects, of gold and of garments, sent to her by Clarine, the mother-in-law unsurpassed in virtue. These knights had ridden out to demonstrate their good manners, and in the belief that Iblis and Lancelot would gain great glory because of it when they rode with them to Bay Forest. In days of old, it was the custom that lords liked to see their vassals, and they declared that of two things one was more important to them, friendship and kind words, as opposed to enmity and hoarded treasure. It would still be an honourable custom today, but I return to my poem. Do not grow weary of it. Never were knights better received than those of whom I have spoken. This was the command of Arthur the Generous. His heart delighted in having ever discovered this kinsman, for whose sake vassals and court officials prepared themselves to appear at his court in such splendid finery. He praised their foresight in bringing with them magnificent clothing as well as armour. These heroes had seen to it properly that they could take care of themselves, so that no one would rob them on the way. News that a great court was to be held echoed throughout the land, that Lancelot the warrior would take possession of his legacy, and his lord King Arthur would escort him home with 3,000 knights, and that not one of these, who had a praiseworthy lady for his beloved, would fail to present her to ride along with Guinevere the Queen to the court, in accordance with Arthur's wish. Who could object to this? They did as the king commanded. He would have had to be dead to joy, who was not eager to join them on the journey. The news could not fail to prompt many a courtly man to ride forth. Anyone who had ever set his mind on love and was able to journey there spared neither himself nor his possessions. From all lands far and wide, people made their way to the celebrations, about which men will speak as long as the world endures. It is fitting that I tell you that messengers came from Dodona to Carlisle every day, through whom Iblis was given to understand how welcome her arrival was. They told her that her land was longing for her to return, and that no one would think it too soon, no matter how quickly she came. That pleased her greatly, and her mood grew impatient, as is still the case with women. When their hearts yearn to be somewhere, they think they can never get there fast enough. Whatever King Arthur resolved to do, he did not gladly abandon. Everything he did was devised with wisdom and courtliness. Many knights and ladies joined him, as you have already heard, who were all clothed according to their inclinations and according to their rank, as was the custom of the courtly. They also complied with the king's request, and I shall tell you how. He insisted that every knight without exception take under his protection a lady on the journey, that they should ride together all day long courteously and observing the customary proprieties of which worthy people are not ashamed. Arthur brought together companions according to their own choice and desire. Still, there was a considerable number of heroes who had to ride without ladies, but now the generous King Arthur wished to delay no longer. He led in honour from the castle Lancelot, his kinsman, for whom he had often demonstrated his affection. When these things had been arranged, Arthur took aside those of his household who held court offices. He instructed them to place many a heavy load on beasts of burden. His chamberlains and those who were to prepare his meals went ahead on the road, taking many things with them. The ladies then mounted, here there is a gap in the text, and rode beside Guinevere. At her other side rode the courteous Cariet, who, here there is another gap in the text, once slew Rameret in praiseworthy fashion, and thereby performed a great feat of prowess. There is no doubt that Iblis and Gawain rode together on the journey, and on the other side of the lady rode Eric, as a valiant knight should. They all rode pleasantly together, for they possessed great riches and high spirits, which people in those days valued. Many were also found among them who were proficient in falconry. There were also many games. Here there is another gap in the text. Bouts on many a plain. They rode from Britain joyfully and in such fine fashion that never did a company ride forth whom the world could possibly hold more worthy. However, it is better for them that one praises them all the more because their hearts were virtuous, for God himself abhors dishonour. It was a delightful journey, for King Arthur had kept both lands and his fortress. Here there is another gap in the text. So that he might suffer no harm. Their good fortune was now evident, in that the days were fine, quite wonderful according to the story, neither too hot nor too cold. The heath and the green forest, and with that the pleasant company. All this made a beautiful feast for their eyes. God had preserved them from any vexations or unhappiness. They lived as seemed pleasant to them, both day and night, to the great joy of Lancelot de Lac. They rode on in their delight, and not a single day passed on which they did not receive some sort of news that added to their joy, for the number of knights in their cavalcade increased every day, and it finally became quite large. There were so many knights and peers of princes that one could not count them, for many a handsome contingent rode across the meadows to join them. When they set up their pavilions to rest, there were enough and more who blew their trumpets. First, let us consider Lancelot's pavilion, white, green, red, and shimmering brown, magnificent above all the others, like a glowing ember compared with a dying coal. but all of them were embellished and decorated extremely well. Then they held bouts and rode right up to the tent ropes. I believe that no chivalry ever travelled in such perfection as did this self-same military force. Although none of them wished to hurry, they nevertheless made such progress that on the fourth day, according to the story, they easily rode into the beautiful land which Iblis intended to claim as her inheritance. Now her wealth became quite apparent, and her good fortune was revealed as well. She was approached by her father's vassals, 2,000 shields strong, all mounted on prancing steeds with magnificent silken caparisons. From their bearing it was plain that they rejoiced to see their liege lady. With their splendid banners they hastened towards her and began to salute her and all who came with her. Never, I believe, have we heard tell of a more affectionate reception. It was not long thereafter that they rode to their lodgings. There they did not fail to find everything they could possibly need. Since the book has informed us of it, it is also proper that I tell you that it had taken 10 busy days before they arrived in the land to find men and horses that were worthy of them both. But when the magnificent cavalcade arrived in that region where Dodona lay, such great honour was shown them both night and day that Arthur, that noble king, declared that until that very moment he had never heard of wealth in such abundance. Every day now they encountered many companions on the road who were most eager to join them in the boisterous festivities of the court. It seemed to them that mountain and valley were filled with chivalry, and so the glorious throng rode on to the beautiful wood about which I have already spoken, where Lancelot had the good fortune to break the adventure at the expense of the dauntless Iwat. The knights scrutinized it thoroughly and declared that no mountain or forest was ever better suited to joy. They spent the night in the wood and early the next morning rode in full force into Dodona. There they were welcomed and received in fine fashion. If it will not weary you, I shall tell you very briefly that Iblis's playmates, with whom she used to go gathering flowers of their own accord, had remained unmarried all this time. Now of them, none of them had known joy until now, when they were able to behold the Lady Iblis, their liege. Now they rode towards her and welcomed their queen as noble ladies are wont to do. There had to be many knights too who attended that lady, and even more of them who took their chances in the bouts, of which there were many. Do not take it amiss when I say that the knights so deceived the inexperienced riders, that these would have sworn that they knew how to fly and were angels. Never have you heard in any tale that so many knights disported themselves on horseback and with shields. I must refrain from going on too long in praise of them, but one thing I must say. Many a warrior rode so well there that no knight, even in Brabant, had ever shown greater skill when he sat on his charger in high spirits and eagerly went on the attack. The French book tells us that no lady was ever better received, nor more splendidly as was Iblis at Dodona, with all the pageantry that befits a noble lady's reception. And all who came there with her were so well looked after that they lacked nothing either host or guest could think of for their hospitality. They were provided with an abundance of everything in the fullest measure. The news spread far and wide that they were living in perfect delight. The lords also gave gifts to their travelling entertainers, as was proper. Any of those who accepted gifts there given to enhance the donor's reputation were laden with riches and recovered from all the harm poverty had ever imposed upon them. This was the command of the generous Lancelot. Then at Dodona, Lancelot received the crown according to royal tradition, and I am sure that Iblis also did not fail to be crowned with her husband. She wore her wondrous mantle at table and also during the entertainments. It attracted great attention, because its woven figures seemed to be alive. Sir Lancelot accepted the princes as his vassals, after which he immediately assumed the sovereignty with all its powers. At this there was greater joy than before, and rightly so, for many a worthy knight was loyal and devoted to him. He gave them silver and gold, which he found there in abundance. Everything that Hereward the warrior had left behind had remained untouched, and movable good beyond measure had been amassed there. But I will leave this to the stewards whom Lancelot made responsible for it, so that never again did anyone better dispose of so much treasure than they did. With this I let the matter rest. But why would I do that? I want to go on and tell you the truth in a few words. Whatever has been related to us of noble pageantry or of boisterous celebrations, you should all observe that there was more of this at Dodona, and this is no falsehood, than was ever heard tell of before or after. Whoever has been at a great court and beheld the joys and marvels there, if all those things did not take place here, then believe nothing that I say. Every day at Dodona, for as long as the court lasted, there was all that anyone could desire of courtesy and delight. Nothing was present to cause pain or unhappiness, unless it were love herself, who did there what she so often does. She afflicts the spirit of many a man, so that no matter how cheerful his bearing may be, his heart, for all that, suffers torment. Now Arthur, the noble king, had dwelt there 3 months and more at Dodona in Bay Forest, along with all his companions and the large military force. There Sir Lancelot showed him great honour and offered him anything he possessed. It was his custom and also his disposition that he never omit to give anyone a gift, whereby he demonstrated to them his virtue and his faithful regard for both God and the world. Guinevere received the wondrous pavilion, and Iblis the queen would gladly have given her mantle to Sir Kay's beloved, had she not feared it would shrink, as you have heard before. Meanwhile, the time had come when King Arthur wished to take his leave and depart from his dear nephew's castle. He could stay no longer, for a messenger had come to him from home with news for him. What I do not know. Then the ladies began to realise that sadness and longing must fill their hearts. Now what more could Iblis do, she and Lancelot de Lac, but escort Arthur from Dodona for some several days in splendid fashion. Then the lords who had come along took their leave. Each and all wished Iblis and Lancelot happiness and a long life. Then Arthur, that generous man, ordered his horses be brought to him. Iblis, accompanied by many knights, journeyed with them, and Lancelot too, who kept them good company, for I know not how many days. Whenever it occurred to Iblis that she and her retinue should turn back, she rode on nevertheless. She did this for Guinevere's sake, but at length they had to part. Then there was kissing and weeping on both sides, which showed their love for each other. King Arthur soon arrived home, and Lancelot rode back, and Iblis to that place where they both afterwards lived in joy and splendour in their marvellous castle at Dodona. Now you have all probably realised that I have come almost to the end of the story of Lancelot, and for this reason I wish but one thing for every virtuous person. May whoever has heard this poem from the beginning, if he should wish for steadfast joy and enduring happiness, receive his heart's desire of these in this world as a reward for not disparaging this poem. As I have told you, there is nothing taken from it nor added to it except for what a French book says. that first became known to us when the King of England was taken prisoner, as God would have it, by Duke Leopold, who set a high price upon him. The captive king gave him as hostage noble lords of very high birth from foreign lands far away, counts, barons, and their peers. But Emperor Henry ordered that they be sent to him in his German territories, according to his will. Hugh de Morville was the name of one of these very hostages, and in his possession first appeared among us the French book of Lancelot. Then the pleas of dear friends compelled Ulrich von Zatzikhoven to render into German as best he could this long foreign tale, for no one other reason than that he might stand all the higher in the favour of valiant men. Now, if you will spare these words your scorn, then I shall tell you more of the story. When Lancelot the noble king had put his affairs into such a state as he himself wished and ordained, the first thing he did was to summon his men from Genwis to come there with all honour, as was fitting. He arranged to have his mother come to him. He received her with loyal affection and made up for all the sorrows that had previously been visited upon her. Now for the first time she was able to take delight in her dear child. All those at his court showed her great respect, and in this way she overcame all her sufferings. Now fortune and their prayers favoured them, so that Iblis and Lancelot were blessed with lovely children, such as people always wish for, who possess the means to gratify all their desires. Mark how the story goes. A daughter and 3 sons in truth, these 4 children, so we are told, inherited from them their lands and their possessions, their virtues and their noble spirits. That was fortuitous, since Lancelot de Lac held 4 kingdoms, 3 that Ewart had ruled, and the 4th, Genwis, his own land, which King Pant, his lord and also his father, had left to him. Iblis the queen, she gave him counsel that only increased his honour. Never again in all the world will 2 lovers be joined together who rival each other in virtue more than did Iblis and Lancelot. I must tell you that neither would permit the other to overtake him by even a foot on the path of honour. Their generosity was so great that they refused nothing to anyone. For this reason their fame will endure as long as the world exists. Whenever a lord succeeds in acquiring fame through his good deeds and not through wickedness, that is a good thing. The fame one gains from evil deeds is not seemly, for it displeases the virtuous. Therefore let me tell you that Sir Lancelot always did everything for the best. In his own castle he was a good lord, as King Arthur in his great loyalty had advised him, and he did not waste his time lying about, when there was any chivalrous deed he could perform. This lasted so long as his bodily strength and his youth served him. He continued to live with such complete virtue that he had the happy experience of beholding his children's children increasing in worthiness. Now what more should be told to you, other than that God was so good to them that Iblis and Lancelot grew old in great honour and died, as it is related to us, both together on the same day. Whatever else anyone might tell you about them, I have no knowledge of such matters. Who could ever relate the fullness of the wondrous things that Lancelot accomplished? From the time that he first strove for virtue, his fame grew until he died. So ends this poem. The tale, so far as I know it, is finished. May he for whom I composed it reward me. That would redound to his honour. I wish to do a great deal more for him if I live. He will readily reward me if he feels towards me as I do towards him. All of you who hear or read this poem should entreat him to do so. That you may always enjoy good fortune and be in God's keeping, This is the prayer of Ulrich, who composed it.